Good evening, everyone, and welcome to today's broadcast of DZG Styx taking on Iceborn in our playoff match for the Blue Otter Aegis. That's the one. My name is Symphonic, and today I am joined by Silent Element. Silent, how you doing today?
I'm doing great. I'm literally looking forward to this matchup between DZG and Iceborn.
Yeah, honestly, same. I mean, this is a grudge match 3 years in the making. Iceborne and DZG in general have had a couple of run-ins in the past over the last couple of years, and it is nice to see both these teams once again in the playoff contention, trying to make a run at that Aegis chip. But we are in draft, and we are banning already some of these power picks, as you might call them. Udyr still definitely strong in the top lane. The Smolder, the Hui, Karma Gragas, Senna on the other side by Iceborn. Still some really good picks available. Things like the Varus are available, Ezreal, Callista if you want to go for some AD picks. A couple of flex options available as well. So it'd be interesting to see what DCG Styx wants to kind of get going in this first of best of 5 game.
Yeah, and ever since Smolder kind of got demoted as a first pick, it's gonna be interesting to see how the ADCs play out now.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And actually, we're not even going to worry about ADCs for DZG Styx. They're going to just lock in that Lee Sin, a staple for DZG jungler. And it's something that he's quite comfortable and quite proficient on. But Iceborne definitely already locking in some lockdown for themselves. The Ashe, the Poppy already being a strong quote unquote counter to Lee Sin, as it will stop a lot of what he wants to do with that set fast presence. And Ashe, of course, a very safe ADC with a lot of utility available, can be flexed into the support role. So it may not necessarily just go into the ADC role, but Styx is going to respond with their own Archer, picking up the Varus quite likely, and will likely lock in some sort of support or maybe a blind mid laner. But still really hard to tell what both these teams are going for. So far, it's pretty standard, kind of open to thematic. So it's open to really what any team wants to do. Neither of them hard committing to, let's say, hard engage or poke or disengage. Really just kind of leaving the cards open so that they can react to one another.
Yeah, and it's kind of definitely something we expected to see with DG Styx locking in Lee Sin, just because our jungler is super comfy on it, and if they're not gonna ban it, I think he really enjoys his Lee Sin.
Oh, absolutely. And I mean, like you said, it really, if it's left open, it's something that the jungler for Styx will definitely want to do, because definitely pretty happy about that. But the Scion's going to be locked in, likely for top lane. That's going to be Tanzo up there on the Scion, where Iceborn may be looking to respond and will actually lock in that Aatrox for I'm bad, you're awful. So it's definitely going to be a battle of some bruisery tanks up in the top lane. Not expecting really anybody to make either one of them to make too many waves in the 1v1, maybe in the 2v2. They both kind of, the jungler top bring in a good amount of damage and a good amount of tankiness in that 2v2. But it does leave a lot of supports available, and that's likely where the bans are going to go, as Nautilus already taken off the board. Things like, Rel, Rakan, Alistair, Maokai, Blitzcrank still available for a lot of these potential options, but it looks like Styx really wants to maybe narrow down this mid lane pool, removing the Nico away from the mid laner of Iceborn, where Iceborn just wants to get rid of any pick potential, any of these hook champions, and Blitzcrank seems to be their hover here.
To be fair, it is really difficult to lock down Iceborn mid's champion pool, just because he seems to have played the game about on almost every champ so far. If you look at his games, he basically has one win or one loss on every champion he has played.
Yeah, and that's honestly impressive for 100 and what does that add up to? Like well over 180 games or 160 games. I'm sorry. So yeah, like that's actually really impressive. A connoisseur of many champs. But Styx is going to respond to that Ari lock-in, which again, really not sure what to expect from Iceborn. Is going to respond with that Renata Glask. Interesting choice. It's not a bad choice, as Aatrox and Ari tend to want to move forward along with the Poppy. Ari can definitely play a little back and wait for a pick option, but as soon as that Charm lands or the Enchanted Cristalero from Ashe lands, the Renata ulti will definitely pay dividends. And now we get to see what the mid laner for DZG Styx wants to pick up here. Raging Alcoholic, definitely a proficient user of the Gragas mid. Maybe they save that for later on, but definitely having a pick of the litter is really just the Nico, the Hui, and the Talia are really banned away here. But it's interestingly enough going to be a Zoe lock-in, something I don't think we've seen from Styx this season.
I've I've definitely have seen Raging Alcoholic play it a few times. I think it's a really good pick into a team that has as many abilities as Iceborn currently, and especially with their front to back. And it looks like they're opting to save their ADC, so it is going to support Ashe,
Yeah,
or
and
maybe vice versa.
oh yeah, I mean that's very true. Um, it's a very smart move here by Iceborn, definitely holding out that support pick or holding off that ADC pick, trying to give themselves really everything that they could use here. I mean, like you mentioned, I mean the Ashe could have gone ADC and they could have picked a different support should the matchup have gone well enough for them. And seeing the Varus Renata definitely made them want to maybe opt out of hard engaged bot lane and pick more of a poke utility focused bot lane that just takes advantage of the range advantage that they'll have over Varus and Renata. Um, but definitely some I want to call it like reserved picks or very like reserved kind of like draft from both sides. Definitely not wanting to hard commit to anything. Both teams a little bit more not quick to draw, not quick to really pick a theme. Like they're not really just all inning. They're not looking to maybe set up a split. They're kind of masters of a couple of different things. You know, with Styx, we have a lot of pick potential. You have the Varus, the Zoe, the Lee Sin, but you also have that front line with the Scion, and you have a re-engage option or even just kind of a neutralizer with that Renata ulti. Where with Iceborn, you kind of have the same thing. You have a lot of pick potential with Ashe, with Ari. You have range advantage as well with the Ezreal, the Ashe, but you also have that ability to move forward with Poppy and Aatrox, as well as that disengage that comes from the Poppy. So both teams really kind of trying to feel themselves out in this game number one, and not really trying to assert dominance, I guess, in the draft.
For me, I feel like Iceborne's win con is definitely going to be around this Ari. Ari either would be this main character or supporting character in where she roams, and definitely helps this jungler kind of get a lead, whether it's top or bot lane. I think bot lane with both ADCs pre-6 is going to be stronger than DZG Styx's bot lane, especially with Renata's ult coming into effect at 6. And I think that would be concerning for the two ADCs since they'll be definitely hitting each other if she manages to get both of them in her ult. Meanwhile, I think DZG Styx is. I feel like their bot lane is where their win con is. I think if the Varus can get online early, and especially I feel like, in my opinion, I would want to go lethality, but this this ADC knows better than me, so who knows? Maybe he might go with on hit. But I think if he manages to get a lead in bot lane, I think that the rest of the DG Sticks can play a supporting character to the ADC for DG Sticks.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And I really like the point that you made up for brought up for with Ari specifically, and then even the response from DZG with the Zoe. I think it really is going to come down to even how these mid laners both play. I think the Ari opens up a lot of opportunities for Iceborn to set up for objectives, find the pick, find the burst, find that like damage, that opportunity to really set up a play. Where the Zoe can also do the same. It really is going to rely on how well she can land some of that poke, be able to use those that ultimate to be able to kind of go through terrain and be able to land some good Sleepy Trouble Bubbles or some of those Paddle Stars and be able to kind of poke down Iceborn before the fight really breaks out. But I also agree, Varus is very versatile in the builds that he has available to him. The lethality build definitely works into that back line and even into the Aatrox, where the Poppy might be the only one that really can eat up some of that damage. But he has options. He can go on hit. He could even go AP if he really wanted to, which I don't think he will. But who knows? Like you said, he knows a little bit better than probably both of us what he wants to do and what's going to work best. But with that all said, what are your thoughts? What team do you think takes that? It takes the match. Like just on draft alone, who do you favor?
Personally, I favor DZG Sticks just because a 2 ADC bot lane is super volatile for Iceborne. So like if they can get ahead, it's great, but if they fall behind, you literally have two ADCs that are extremely fragile, and Zoe and Renata can definitely make them a target.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to go. I'm gonna have to agree. I mean, DZG Six definitely, I feel like, has a draft advantage here. I feel like their draft is a little bit more forgiving if they fall behind. Where I feel like what you said is correct. Iceborne, if they fall behind in that bot lane, you're gonna have two squishy ADCs that are kind of like fighting to get that damage, trying to kind of become relevant, and they don't necessarily have that utility aside from like that Ashe Hawk shot that Renata does bring, with her, shielding, healing, and bailout, and even that ultimate. But with that, we're going to go ahead and take a quick break as we load up into game number one. But don't go anywhere. We'll be back with our first of our best of five matchup between DZG Styx and Iceborn in the playoffs for the AML Aegis League. Welcome back, everyone, to Game 1 of DZG Styx versus Iceborn in the playoff matches for the Aegis Masters League. Now we're already seeing some quick action here as Iceborn's already looking maybe for this 5-man invade to the bot lane, trying to get something done early, trying to obtain this tempo advantage, maybe a little bit of early warding, or trying to maybe just fend off their bot lane. It looks like they just want to prevent their bot lane from getting cheesed here, or trying to get maybe a little bit of extra vision to kind of see if what is the DZG Styx was maybe looking to do something, but ultimately they just get a little quick ward and maybe they'll try to do some kind of lane manipulation early on.
Yeah, it looks like they're trying to take advantage of the fact that they have two ADCs and try to put out the damage early and try to looks like their jungle is gonna try to path downwards, but Tanzo put a great ward so he'll be able to see that the jungle will be starting on red side for on the top side for Iceborn.
Yeah, a strong counter vision play here for the side of DZG Styx. Like you said, grabbing that ward, that'll be really helpful. It'll hopefully create a little bit more warning for the side of DZG bot lane to maybe not try to push too up. But yeah, this will be interesting. I agree. It'll be interesting to see how the Humph and Lord Christo here can take advantage of this middle bush positioning and see if they can actually create a favorable trade for themselves in this level 1, which, like you said, double ADC into ADC and Enchanter support. Definitely going to favor the double ADC, but it looks like Rapid Fire and Fails are actually going to scoot their way up and actually dodge out, and or Christo and Humph kind of gave up on it a little early, but already the trades are going on, and honestly, Rapid Fire and Fails, oh, except for that last couple autos, we're looking pretty good on that trade. But it is going to probably pop a pot here for Fails a little early to try to sustain through some of that early poke.
Yeah, and just while
Go ahead.
While we're watching, Varus has gone with lethal tempo, so he's not going with the lethality build. And also to note, mid lane, one has ignite, one has TP.
Ooh, so yeah, so Raging Alcoholic definitely trying to maybe look for that level 2, level 3 kind of early poke damage. You know, once you get access to that Sleepy Trouble bubble and that passive from that W, maybe that'll help maybe look for an early cheeky kill, or maybe just like a really aggressive trade when Cuz is looking for an objective, maybe like those early grubs or maybe an early dragon, and just kind of push Holy Carrot out of lane. Meanwhile, though, bot lane has hit level 2. Pots have already been popped for both ADCs and both supports, so despite the positioning advantage that Iceborn had in that early game, they also ended up consuming all their red pots and are now actually holding a more forward position again, trying to catch out Rapid Fire and Fails here, trying to get another trade here. Ooh, and the bot lane for DZG might actually fall for this. Very patient here from the side of Iceborn. Maybe trying to see if Rapid Fire Fails walks in. Ooh, Fails checks around one, but he does pop that Scryer, or that Sweeper lens. Flash heal going to come out. Bailout going to land on Fails. One more auto may be enough. It is still going to be the trade. 1-for-1 for the side of DZG and Iceborn, but it is end up going to be a 2-for-1 as that early pathing from Snoop Donk is going to pay off, and they're going to be able to trade that out and come out on top with an early 400 gold lead.
Yeah, I mean, they definitely took advantage of it. Unfortunately, DZG did not check that first bush. They thought they were a little bit more conservative and had gone into that middle bush, but luckily for Iceborn, they were able to capitalize, and conveniently Poppy was in that area to help finish it out.
Yeah, I mean, Poppy ended up skipping that blue buff, it looks like, and was able to actually come down and respond. So very good heads-up play there by Snoop Dunk. We're seeing a TP real quick from the top lane as both top laners have recalled and either picked up the Cull for the side of I'm Bad, You're Awful, and that Ruby Crystal for the side of Tanzo, both trying to make advantage of the early TP to have it up maybe for the potential dragon or second dragon or potential play in the bot lane. We are seeing an early invade here for the side for Cuz here, trying to pick up some of these Raptors, expecting this Poppy to still be sitting on the bottom side of the map, maybe likely playing for that first dragon, and will likely trade off for those Heralds, or for those Grubbies. It'll hopefully just make an easy trade-off as DZG's bot lane continues to be pressed onto this turret, and are not necessarily falling behind either. I mean, both ADCs have 1 kill, and it's actually Rapid Fire sitting with the CS advantage as he's farming quite well under turret.
Yeah, and I think Snoop Donk wasted a little bit of time after getting that scuttle. He kind of just wandered into bot lane, but bot lane has 2 ADCs, so they're always going to shove that lane, so there's not really a gank opportunity there.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, you're not necessarily going to dive either this early. I mean, you're not necessarily... he hadn't bought yet. Like you said, wasted a little bit of extra time. Hadn't pick up the bot or the buy yet after that second kill in the bot lane. So, like you said, they weren't able to make too much of a impact down there as Snoop Dogg now going to counter invade and pick himself up a set of Raptors after Cuz took over their Raptors. It looks like both junglers may find themselves down in the bot lane for this first dragon, as it looks like the Grubbies are going to be left on their own, a little lonely up there, but maybe a gank opportunity here for the side of Iceborn, as trades continue up in the top lane. Both of these bruiser, pseudo-tanks, or full tanks, depending on how you see it, are just kind of trading back and forth. But Donk is here. Flash not available for either side of DZG here, or either of the bot laners. Ooh, the handshake does miss, and Fails is going to go down to a well-timed wall smash, or whatever you want to call it. I forget what Poppy's called, but still good enough. And it found another kill for the side of Iceborn, and it's going to translate to an easy first dragon. All the while, DZG, though, is able to trade out for those grubbies, and it is going to be a neutral objective for a neutral objective.
Yeah, as we mentioned during the pre-show, it is important for Iceborn to get this lead in the bot lane because they are playing 2 ADCs. But at the same time, I don't think DZG has suffered too much. I mean, Renata has died 2 times. However, they are getting the 3 Void Grubs from top lane. So if they manage to successfully get the next 3 Grubs, they have a Scion that can literally take down turrets immediately, as well as they have Renata's ability to use an ult, and they're giving Varus solo XP, ironically.
Ooh. Quick dive attempt here by DZG. Ignite is going to be dropped here, cuz if he can get one more auto, will be enough, and that is going to be it there. That's going to be a bit of a sloppy dive, but nonetheless, a pickup of a kill here for DZG. Does cause an Ignite and a lot of Science health as he's trying to kind of push this wave in. TP not available yet for either solo laner, so a response won't be there, as Sion is able to pick up a plate and a bit of extra gold from that kill. So DZG trading one back and reducing that gold lead to just a little under 200.
Yeah, and we're definitely seeing that right now. We're almost seeing DZG bot lane at level 6. So right now, the lead that bot lane for Iceborn has gotten, I feel like, is going to diminish severely. So if they manage to get a lead with, an Ashe ult, I don't feel like it capitalizes as strong as Varus's ult.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, they could definitely... I think both sides could definitely take advantage of those level 6s. Like you said, if Rapid Fire can hit level 6 first, then it's definitely going to allow them to kind of get a solid trade down there, maybe look for another kill down there with some of these component items that they now have. But hold that thought. We're going to see I'm Bad, You're Awful committing a little too hard here. Does have access to that World Ender. Will likely pop it here. Kick going to come out. Turret shot going to be there as well. And it's actually World Ender was used actually a little early. So just one more auto, or actually one more Scion Q slash with his axe, and that is going to be another kill for the side of DZG, as it looks like they're trying to mirror that pressure that Iceborn has in the bot lane now on the top side.
Yeah, and I think that DZG has identified their win con. Let bot lane scale, and let's get top lane ahead so that way he can be that side lane beast.
Yeah, and I mean, I think like you mentioned earlier, I think it's a very good usage of the Scion. Like you said, if they decide to commit a lot to these lower dragons, or the lower side for the dragon, then they're going to be able to start applying so much pressure with that side on the top lane, as we already see 3 plates being taken down for the side of DZG up in the top lane, and only just the first plate now for the bot lane, as Raging Alcoholic might get caught out here. The Ahri ultimate is popped here. Charm will be expertly dodged here by Raging Alcoholic, though it is still a little bit more damage there. Snoop Donk gonna flash, but that is gonna be the heroic charge to secure the kill, as DZG gonna be down one more kill here, and a flash from Raging Alcoholic.
Yeah, it looked like there was a hesitation. It looked like Cuz thought, oh, Raging Alcoholic is definitely out, but Poppy and Ahri were able to commit hard on it and actually get the kill. But it looks like we're gonna see an interesting fight soon.
Yeah, and a lot of skirmishing in this early game. Definitely trying to get advantages anywhere that they can. True Shot Barrage going to go there, just going to go a little bit wide. But definitely just a lot of fighting, a lot of skirmishing, trying to pick up these early advantages. Ooh, that's a really good decimating smash there. And so as the shield pop is on Bad, You're Awful, takes about half his health bar damage there just from 2 abilities. The Scion tankiness already showing its worth with that Chain Vest and Bomby Cinder. But it is becoming increasingly more difficult for this Aatrox in the top lane to really take any trades, and it's almost forcing him to leave and try to pick up this River Fruit just to be able to kind of sustain, despite the fact that he has sustain built into his kit. But ooh, that is going to be Enchanted Crystal Arrow. That's going to be the immediate cleanse there by Rapid Fire. So a attempted an engage here from the side of Iceborn. Enchanted Crystal Arrow will be up sooner than that cleanse, so definitely not bad, especially if this Poppy comes in. But that's going to be a picked up flash and a good amount of poke there by Raging Alcoholic in the mid lane. Dragon coming up in about another minute, so we're starting to see a little bit more of posturing in this river to try to set up some more vision control and be able to set up for this dragon. Raging Alcoholic gonna miss a Sleepy Trouble bubble, But Cuz is here hovering, so is Snoop Dunk, so we're likely going to get a 2v2 here. Snoop Dunk will show, as they are going to start chasing down Raging Alcoholic. Charm will land this time, but here comes Cuz. Ooh, we'll miss the Sonic Strike. Onto Holy Carry. We'll try to War Hop. We'll land the slow. Trying to trade up here, but here comes On Bad, You're Awful. Will the disengage happen? That is going to be the Lee Sin Q landing, but it will not be followed up, and Holy Carry will be forced to reset. Does have access to the TP, so he will be available here for the second dragon should they wish to contest it, but it looks like DZG might be working their way up to these grubs. TP will come in though, and Ash is there. Bot lane fight to 1v1. Rapid fire, trying to land this piercing arrow. We won't see if it lands or not just yet, but it is going to be, actually I do think it missed. Humph is trying to play it out there, but they're both going to disengage. Top lane though, Tanzo, On Bad, You're Awful, going to get slowed down here, still taking the worst part of that trade. Sleepy Trouble Bubble will come out. Grubbies will not reset. That's going to be the smite going down for the first one. Enchanted Crystal Arrow will land. Fails will be able to flash out and not get hit. That's going to be the ultimate coming off of Renata. It's going to hit Holy Carry. Holy Carry will not get DC'd. The bailout will not be enough to save. Fails here. The ultimate coming through will get canceled, and it will not be enough to lock down Cuz, but it is going to be the grubs going to be taken by the side of Iceborn. 3 for 3 grubs here. Resets might have to come through. If not, Iceborn will likely start transitioning towards this dragon. And so far, not looking too good for the side of DZG Styx.
Yeah, but it kind of looked like it disjointed all over. I mean, bot lane, Varus never actually pulled his ult, so he never wanted to really have that sustained engage fight and, you know, proc his lethal tempo. And then we're watching that Void Grub fight, and there was no usage of Renata's ult when she was able to. She used it when they were already engaging on her to the point that she was going to die even if she managed to get it off.
Right, yeah, it definitely could have been used a little bit sooner. I think, like you said, maybe closer to that pit, it may have gotten more value. Hold that thought. Tanzo trading up there is going to be able to land that little bit of that decimating smash. He's still trading much better as he now sits on a full Sunfire, and On Bad, You're Awful just sitting on these components of the pickaxe and the sword. That's going to be the ultimate coming through. Flash going to come through. Tanzo won't tank the turret just yet. World Ender will be popped here as On Bad, You're Awful trying to take trades. That shield is already so massive. The chains will not be able to pull in. Actually, will be. Decimating Smash should be back up. Trying to trade off with these grass procs as both top laners disengage here. Both looking a little worse for where teleport's available for both should they want to take a reset. All the meanwhile, though, the bot side, Iceborn, gonna start up this dragon and will be able to take it down. That's a second dragon for them, along with those Void Grubs. So they are definitely in the lead in terms of neutral objectives, extending their lead now to the full 1,000 gold here. We are going to get a Chem Tech Dragon Rift here, and we will have access to some of these extra plants as well as the Chem Soul should both teams want to go for it. But again, DZG definitely losing a little bit of this early game that they would want, which I feel like is expected into the double ADC bot lane that is still doing relatively well now, especially on first items, and you're not expected to really have that bot lane prio into that matchup, so it makes sense to lose these dragons early. It's unfortunate that DZG wasn't able to pick up the Void Grubs in response. But they do still have some scaling options available, and I think that's what DZG likely wants to play for here.
Yeah, I mean, there's still scaling options for DZG, and, you know, with that Enchanter that, like we mentioned earlier, there's still a chance to come back, but it looks like they're really trying to punish top lane.
Yeah, Cuz is back up here again. On Bad, You're Awful doesn't have the World Ender just yet. Doesn't have Flash either, as it was used earlier in the game. And that is going to likely be the kill here. One more auto will be there, and it's going to be donated over to Tanzo. Tanzo picks up his second kill of the game. And like you said, pressure continuously applied here up in the top lane. Will likely mean that first turret will get taken up here unless Snoop Dunk wants to kind of do anything. But man, that Demolish proc is massive at this point. With the health that's already being picked up by Sion through his passive on the W, through the Grasp, through the Sunfire picked up. I mean, these turrets are going down very quickly. However, Poppy is there, so that means that the bot lane for Iceborn can potentially siege this turret and take it down. DZG is going to be forced to expend some of this health bar to just be able to clear up this wave. A lot of Mystic Shots are landing. True Shot Barrage will go there, cancel the recalls and be able to dodge out, but this once again sets up pressure for the side of DZG, or I'm sorry, for the side of Iceborn to potentially pick up this first turret unless the Sion is able to clear up this wave, but it looks like we're maybe waiting for a play from this Aatrox. It is going to be Rift Herald taken by the side of DZG here, as it did spawn and was able to be taken, and it does look like first turret will go down for the side of, or will be taken by Iceborn here, just a little bit sooner than Tanzo can make it up in the top lane.
Yeah, I mean, I still see an opportunity. I mean, this Scion will be a side threat, so I feel like it's going to be interesting to see how will Iceborn react to it. Granted, they do have the lead on objectives, so right now I feel like their win con is Dragon, which means that most likely they're going to continue this, but I'm not quite sure how long you can continue this kind of strat if your top lane is ceding this much ground.
Yeah, I mean, like much like you mentioned earlier, I mean, eventually it's going to get to the point where you're going to have to stop this Scion. If not, he's just going to keep taking turrets, especially with the way he's playing right now with the advantages that he's had. Hold that thought. Spirit Rush is going to land the charm there onto Rapid Fire. And here comes Snoop Donk. We'll use that we'll use the Keeper's Verdict as well, the Enchanted Crystal Arrow, just for safekeeping there, but it won't be needed as the kill will be picked up by Snoop Donk, as that is another kill picked up onto DZG's bot lane. Again, continuing the trend of applying all this pressure to the bot side of the map. All the while, DZG is really just trying to pick up the scraps that they can from this jungle, as a lot of the jungle camps have been taken by Snoop Dogg down there on his way down to the gank. A lot of vision control, though, from DZG, setting up on their own side and a little bit into the top side just to try to get some vision. Trading coming in the top lane, nothing too exciting. I'm assuming both top laners are going to disengage here, but on Bad You're Awful doesn't really have a turret to go through here. Corrupting Chains will not be there. That's going to be Decimating Smash, will not land. And like I said, both top laners just kind of vibing right now. I mean, they're trading back and forth, but neither of them really neither of them scared that they're going to be killed in either of those trades or any of those trades so far.
Yeah, I mean, right now I think Iceborn is definitely setting a good pace. Right now they switched their bot lane into mid lane and they're pressuring that mid turret, which will give them a lot more ground because...
It's going to land. That Sonic Strike, it will not be enough. Ooh, Handshake going to land. Lord Christo gonna miss the Enchanted Crystal Arrow. That's going to be the wall smash there by Poppy. The ultimate by Renata going to be used there. Rapid Fire going to get charmed up. Bailout going to be there. Not going to be enough damage to trade out and reuse that bailout to pop back up. And then it's going to be a 1-for-0 for the side of Iceborn, as they're going to push in this wave and try to maybe siege this mid lane tier turret. Fails, trying his best to clear up what he can, but he is a support after all. Doesn't really have that damage. Is going to be forced to back away after a couple of Mystic shots. Tanzo is here to clear it up, but that is still going to be another kill picked up for the side of Iceborn. Right before this dragon spawns in 20 seconds, both teams taking some resets. It looks like fighting for this third dragon will likely be what DZG wants, as Sion is sticking around, and Bad You're Awful is going to start making his way down to not expend his TP, so we're likely going to see a big fight in this dragon area. Snoop Donk is here as well. That's going to be Cuz trying to maybe look for a disengage here. Does not have the ultimate available. Chain's going to land onto Tanzo. He's going to be able to walk outside of him. There won't be a pick on him. But Iceborn's doing a really good job getting this mid lane pressure, trying to set up this vision control so they can walk into this third dragon and try to set themselves up for a soul point. Good poke landing here. Humph is landing a lot of these Mystic shots. Ooh, this could be a death push. And Jack Crystal already back up. Steadfast presence there as well. Knock back into Cuz. That's going to be Cuz taking down. Bailout is there. A couple more autos may be enough, but Cuz will not be able to set up the reset there. Low Crystal going down as well to Tanzo, picking up a shutdown, but Tanzo's really the only one here. Raging Alcoholic trying to land a bit of damage as he can. The Hump is going to be able to pick that up. That's going to be Scion passive going through, trying to pick up a little bit of extra damage. The Sleepy Trouble Bubble did land, but it will not be enough. Fight continues. The Hump going to be forced to flash out as he does not want to eat the handshake. We'll take the plant over. And it is DZG continuing to try to take presence in this bot river, trying to dissuade the dragon to get started. Bad You're Awful taking a reset, does have teleport available, may look for a flank angle available. Ooh, a really strong paddle star landing onto Humph. Snoop Dogg really low as well. Keeper's Verdict will actually not come through, will miss. That's going to be a smite fight potentially here. No, because actually he's not available in there, and so it won't be a smite fight. Secured by Snoop Dogg, and Iceborn will disengage. DZG will trade a couple kills out there, but it will not be enough. Ooh, hold that thought. Nope, it won't be enough, as a 3k gold lead just about for the side of Iceborn, and their sole point now for Iceborn.
And I want to say that this entire thing was actually leading from when Cuz had that great flank. I feel like Renata missed an opportunity to use an early ult when Cuz had that flank and waited until Rapid Fire basically died for it. And then when they tried to melee after to contest the dragon...
Oh, Bad You're Awful gonna be forced to flash here. We'll pop the World Ender though, Cuz doesn't seem to care too much though. If he can land that Sonic Wave, that might be enough. But here comes Humph. He may be trying to bail out his top laner here. Safeguard will be used to go over the wall, and almost a good pick, but still a really good flash picked up from Bad You're Awful.
Yeah, and as I was saying, that once Renata's ult was down, I feel like they shouldn't have even tried contesting. Maybe a 50-50 smite, but definitely not a 5v5 fight. But right now, Sion has an opportunity to take advantage of trying to push to that turret since Aatrox does not have his ult, but it looks like he's just going to clear wards. Or
Ooh. Unbad Your Awful just continuing to walk forward, maybe trying to stop that decimating smash, but it won't be enough. Tanzo trading up. Gonna get pulled back by the chains. Unbad Your Awful will be able to disengage. That was a interesting approach by Unbad Your Awful, but we'll still trade out. You know, now that he has that Profane Hydra, has a little bit more healing, a little bit more damage, has access to that ultimate reduction. So definitely these trades are going to be still maybe a little bit easier for Unbad Your Awful, as Sion now has completed the Frozen Heart, is opting to start building likely into that Gargoyle Stone Plate. Definitely still the Shining Star or the Beacon. Ooh, for DZG. Quick cleanse here by Rapid Fire as that Enchanted Crystal or World Land. Definitely worth for the side of Iceborn, as that cleanse will take a lot longer than Enchanted Crystal Arrow, which is already a fourth of the way done off a cooldown because, you know, fair and balanced CDR. Rapid Fire, though, and fails, trading up a bit of their life there for that ward, as it looks like Iceborn is posturing to set up a lot of vision control on this top side, maybe looking for an early Baron, definitely looking to set up something for this turret. Keeper's Verdict will get charged up here, will go wide. Meanwhile, in the bot lane, Unbad Your Awful, gonna miss the chains, gonna miss that third Q there. Tanzo trying to trade up, actually not trading too well now. As Tanzo's able to sustain through a lot of that damage now that he has that Profane Hydra. Ooh, Aging Alcoholic, eating a lot of damage. Will eat the Buckler shot. Will eat a Mystic shot. Will get taken down to about 10% of his health here. Will be forced to back, and his mid lane turret will likely go down, as DZG will not be able to clear this wave.
yeah, and I think the lead that Iceborn has built is honestly what they're using to kind of punish DZG Styx. They're getting the objective control, they're getting all the things that they need, and also with Aatrox now holding on his own, Sion cannot do as much. It's be interesting to see what Sion's going to build next. We had expected to see Hullbreaker to get more of that side lane push, but we're seeing a Frozen Heart and potentially a Chuck show, but no Bramble to honestly stop Aatrox's healing.
Yeah, it is very interesting to opt out of that Bramble for any anti-heal, as you're pretty much just going to be trading and forcing it. Ooh, that's going to be the Heroic Charge, going to disengage. Cuz going to miss that Sonic Wave. The Handshake will pull back as a quick, you know, hello, goodbye. But DZG is going to be able to pick up the Scuttle Crab, be able to clear up a lot of this vision, actually, once it pops, as well as walking into that bush. Yes, a lot of that vision will get cleared up as DZG tries to take some control of this river area. Would still really like to take this mid lane turret if they can, but Iceborn's wave clear is quite strong. Enchanted Crystal Arrow will miss. That's a really good amount of damage, though. That's going to be a pick here. A lot of CC there, and that's going to be a shutdown picked up off of Snoop Dunk onto DZG's Rapid Fire. So really good setup there. This mid lane turret will likely go down. A few more autos will be enough. Tanzo is more than content to tank that turret. Will back away now. Fails taking that third shot. So we'll lose almost half his health to that. But just this last wave should be enough for DZG to be able to walk up. If not, Tanzo is just going to hit it himself and pick himself up this objective bounty. They're going to reduce that gold lead to just a little under 3k. So DZG definitely showing signs of life. Able to use those ultimates in that CC to pick up something tanky like this Poppy that is now on 2 items, and did opt to build Knight's Vow, actually, as the first item. So not as tanky as you would expect, because I don't think she had the Iceborn Gauntlet available to her during that pick, but definitely going to be a little harder to kill now that she does have that second item.
I did see an opportunity for Fails to use a Renata ult yet again. It seems like they've been using it rather reluctantly, and I feel like that's not something that you want. If you see an engage where you can take multiple targets, use it. But it looks like, I mean, right now it's great that she has it, so hopefully we'll get to see a good use of Renata's ult.
Yeah, this is the whole point. Enchanted Crystal Arrow will get eaten by Tanzo. Not too mad about that. That's going to be a decent cooldown and expend here. Kaz on the backside. This is a weird flank angle. Ultimate going to miss by Tanzo. He's going to be forced to back away. Sonic Wave will land. Resonating Strike will be there, as well as the Keeper's Verdict does take Raging Alcoholic out of this fight. Dragon about halfway down. They're trying to trade it out. Iceborn's trying to get in there. That's going to be a lot of CC chain. Snoop Dogg once again eating all that CC and is going to be forced down from this fight. But all the meanwhile, Kaz, one more auto will be enough. Unbad Your Awful Flash Q is going to be enough, as that's going to be both junglers down, but DZG worse for wear here, trying to stay into this fight. This dragon health regenning, now sitting at a way above half health. Humph eating a bit of damage here. Tanzo doesn't have a lot of regen available, isn't going to be able to really sustain through this fight, trying to maybe hit this dragon and try to heal up a little bit, but the red buff that he does have will eventually heal him up enough to maybe re-engage, but both teams seem to be content with backing off here. Iceborn trying to retain some of this vision control. Some of these resets are coming through. Fails is taking a reset of his own, as the bot lane for the bot lane for the side of Iceborn taking some staggered backs. So you will see Hump still sticking around, probably has a bit of gold to spend, but likely try to help clear up some of this vision. DZG may actually look to trade off this soul, as they realize that they're maybe a little too late, that this dragon may have already been started. Will get spotted out by this red ward here, as now Iceborn is no longer negligent to this Baron attempt, and that's going to be charm landed. That's going to be a really large amount of damage. Fails, maybe extending a little bit too much. Will get slowed down. Snoop Dunk is there. Enchanted Crusader will land. Charm will be chained as well, and that's going to be Fails going down a little bit too haphazardly, walking into that river, not really expecting a commitment from the side of Iceborn, but they are not afraid to commit these ultis. Spirit Rush is still there. Rage Alcoholic will not be able to land the Sleepy Trouble Bubble. The Decimating Smash will miss as well. Re-engage opportunities here available for the side of Iceborn. They are still waiting for this Enchanted Crystal Arrow to come back up, as it is already halfway done, but they will take a quick reset, at least the Humph will. After securing that Dragon Soul, Iceborn is now sitting at a 3,500 gold lead, is pretty poised to be able to start setting up for this Baron, and it's going to be really hard for DZG to make the most that they can with the damage that they do have into now a Chem Soul buffed Iceborn.
Yeah, I mean, as we were saying, this is a lead that, you know, Iceborn is definitely taking advantage of. Right now, there is Elder coming up on the next dragon. They successfully get it. Luckily for DZG, Chemtech is not that great of a soul compared to the other options that could have been given. So hopefully DZG finds a way to turn this around, and hopefully we see a Renata ult that, you know, impresses everyone.
Yeah, still waiting for that big hostile takeover to really make a difference in some of these fights. But I mean, yeah, Fails getting caught out there was not ideal for DZG right before this big objective fight. Did force the dragon to go down. They weren't able to trade for that Baron, so puts them in a bit of the back foot here, as Iceborn not too upset with the way the game is going. They're going to be able to start kind of pushing in this lead. Top lane tier 1 turret for the side DZG still up and strong, but it looks like trying to get this mid lane prio and continuing to set up this vision control is really the name of the game. Tanzo might get a quick knock up here. It's going to be Badger Awful kind of just walking into it, as we get a quick thumbs up. Definitely not taking as much damage as earlier. That Enchanted Crystal Arrow going very wide, as Snoop Dogg takes a lot of damage, cause on the wrong side of dodge here as he's trying to get away. Will use that blast plant or blast cone to be able to get away. Fails, clearing up some of this vision. Mid lane prowl coming through. Badger Awful is there though. And that's gonna be a quick TP. Rapid Fire gonna get pulled back. Will not be able to cleanse through it, as he just was not able to cleanse the CC available to him, and that's going to be 2 picked up. Cuz and Rapid Fire going to be taken down. That's surely going to be the Baron for the side of Iceborn, as Tanzo's trying to do his best to make the best out of a bad situation, trying to clear some wave, trying to maybe take this turret, but will actually get just locked down here, as Badger Awful is trying to CC chain him in the turret range. This fight is not going super well for Tanzo here, as Badger Awful is sustaining through this entire fight, not really being able to trade. He will be forced to use that ultimate to be able to get away. Tanzo will hit a wall. He will try to reset here. DZG maybe trying to pick up this Baron off of a Paddle Star steal. That's one Paddle Star won't be enough. The Keeper's Verdict will not land. But it is going to be the Baron secured by Iceborn. Rage Alcoholic will try to get away. Badger Awful just needs one more Q here to land the knock-up. Thumbs up, as we know. Ooh, good dodge. Happy feet. Raging Alcoholic trying to get away, but it won't be enough. Raging Alcoholic will go down. Badger Awful will pick up his second kill of the game, and this game has gone from bad to worse, as this gold lead for Iceborn has increased to just a little over 6k, and the Baron is now in their pockets as well.
Yeah, this game is Iceborn's game to lose. I think that they will solidly finish this out.
Ooh. Because the shield just, doesn't stop it.
I think that depending on who gets this Elder, which I really do believe that Iceborn will get the priority and able to take Elder easily, I think that will solidify the game once Elder comes up.
Yeah, I agree. I think if you're Iceborn, you just play for this Elder. You pick up these buffs like they're doing now, the red buff, blue buff when it eventually spawns, try to just set up more vision control like they have been. I mean, had very dominant vision control. Even just taking a look at vision scores now, it's like a 30 difference between supports. The jungle, the mid lane, the top lane have been making up differences as well that their mid and or the jungle and ADC haven't been able to make up, but it's a lot of vision control from the side of Iceborn that really lets them kind of play as aggressively as they do. Tanza will get charmed here, is not really super tanky at this moment. That's going to be a lot as they see once again landed. That's going to be the kick. Snoop Dunk, whoa, that's a really good hostile takeover there as it's going to hit all four of them. Keeper's Verdict will land, but not before being taken down. Ooh, Flash will not be there for Lord Christo as he is still going to get knocked up and he's going to be taken down. Double kill for the side of DZG. Tanzo eating a bunch of these Mystic shots. Will likely have to back away. Ooh, Rage Alcoholic eating one of those as well. A good chunk of damage, eating a second one. It's a lot of damage to be eating before this, before any kind of fight breaks out, but that is going to be the inhibitor likely going to be taken here from the side, from I'm Bad, You're Awful. Ooh, Sleepy Triple Bubble will land. That is still going to be the hump taken down. That's a big shutdown, going to be donated over to Rapid Fire. All the meanwhile, Cuz is there trying to hold off this inhibitor, trying to disengage from I'm Bad, You're Awful. He's not, I'm Bad, Not You're Awful, not too upset about this, is perfectly content trading with Cuz here. We'll be able to take down this inhibitor. Ooh, that's going to be 1 Q landed. So that's going to be a couple of kills, couple shutdowns, a turret traded for that bot lane inhibitor, or top lane inhibitor for DZG. Thankfully, unfortunately, right before the Elder Dragon spawn, so it may be a little difficult to deal with. Enchanted Crusolero will hit Rapid Fire, will be forced to cleanse. Charm will just barely miss as Rapid Fire is trying to land as many Blight stacks as he can. The Piercing Arrow will go wide. That's going to be the Heroic Charge, and that's likely going to be Rapid Fire going to be taken down. Bailout was used there. TP found as well by Iceborn as they're going to be able to pick up the bot lane from DZG and will likely be able to secure this Elder Dragon side, unless Cuz can go for a steal here. Which definitely an option, but unfortunately will look to be really good for DZG, not ending too well there after that pick.
Yeah, I think it went great after Renato's ult. They secured the kill, especially the Ezreal, but I feel like they just ignored the fact that Aatrox was still splitting. It was actually a 5v4 fight, and after that, they overstayed their welcome.
Yeah, and for that, they pay with a second inhibitor being taken down from their base. Elder's still up, Cuz playing the waiting game, playing deep inside the enemy jungle, trying to wait out for this Elder to get started. The ward will get spotted by the Scrying Plant, will likely be taken away by Iceborns, and now it's just, it's biding your time, trying to see if you can find a good angle, trying to wait for your team to get in to this dragon area, but Cuz will get spotted by a stray Mystic shot. Just in case, but it won't matter. That's a charm, and an Enchanted Crusolero will lock down Cuz. This Elder will absolutely go over to the side of Iceborn. Really no good way of stealing this aside from a Rapid Fire Q, but I'm Bad, You're Awful found another flank here, and DZG is none the wiser as they're trying to approach this dragon, or trying to approach the dragon, trying to see what they can do. Shurelia's active available. Keeper's Verdict will land as Raging Alcoholic will get thrown back, and his Elder will be secured. DZG needs to run. Their base being invaded by super minions. Elder buffed Iceborn chasing them down. They need to try to clear and try to maybe find some sort of silver lining in this fight, trying to see if maybe they can dissuade Iceborn from starting up this siege or continuing the siege. A bot lane wave already there for Iceborn as well, as they're going to go for this third inhibitor. Will they get stopped by DZG? Who knows, as Tanzo's trying to stop this mid lane wave from crashing. Top lane will not crash, but it's still going to be a 4v5 here for the side of DZG as they're going to try to hold off on this inhibitor. Will not happen. 3 inhibitors are down. DZG is going to be forced to take this fight, or will likely lose their base. Has a little bit of time as there's not really a wave here, so they can try to delay. Elder buff on Iceborn, still another minute and 40 seconds before it runs out, so any fight within that is just going to be very difficult. Donk going to deal a lot of damage. That's going to be the Enchanted Crystal Arrow. Fails, will get taken down here, popped by the Elder buff. 4v5 situation. Cleanse going to be used by the Hump here, trying to not to get locked down. Donk going to be trying to take a lot of damage. Holy Carrot going to be forcing the flash out of Rapid Fire with that Spirit Rush. DZG siege on the base. The siege on DZG's base will continue here as the waves are now crashing into DZG territory. Supers are coming too strong in each lane. TPs aren't available for the side of Iceborn, so they're going to have to commit or try to wait it out. But no, this is going to be the commitment here. A lot of damage. Lord Crystal going to be taking dangerously low, but Tanzo will not be able to find it. Will pop from that Elder. All the meanwhile, Cuz is trying to lead Humph on a wild goose chase, but it will not matter. DZG will be taken down in this game 1 of the best of 5 to Iceborn's very solid objective control throughout the entire game. I would say hold that thought. That is a very strong hostile takeover, but it will not be enough. DZG will go down in game number 1.
Yeah, I honestly forgot that Renata still had her ult. But hopefully in game 2 we're gonna see DZG manage to recover and find their answer to the double ADC bot lane.
Yeah, definitely was the crux of DZG's game. This game is it was just it was difficult to deal with. I mean, even then, I mean, I feel like all the pressure that was applied on the top lane might have been for naught. I mean, they got 2 turrets up in the top lane. That's great, but the way the bot side of the map was shaping out, Tanzo really wasn't able to create that split push presence that he would want and was forced to join a lot of these fights. Eventually, the Aatrox was able to sustain way too much, and despite the item lead that Tanzo had, Aatrox wasn't too upset to continue fighting and stop the split, and actually ended up dealing the most damage, probably through all that constant fighting with Sion. But with that, we'll take a quick break as we get ready for game number 2, but don't go anywhere. We'll be back shortly for the playoff match in the Aegis Masters League between DZG Styx and Iceborn. Welcome back, everyone, to game number 2 of DZG Styx versus Iceborn. After a not so happy game number 1 for DZG Styx, they are back on the blue side, trying to, go back to the drawing board, figure out what they can change, what worked, what didn't. Maybe some of these bans were reflected, and it will immediately, as the Poppy will get banned away from Iceborn, as they felt that it did a lot in game number 1, and I'm inclined to agree.
Yeah, I mean, Poppy definitely stops any engage, especially if you want to play that Lee Sin. So I'm curious if that first pick is going to be that Lee Sin for DZG Sticks.
Yeah, the Lee Sin definitely could still be an option here. I feel like I don't feel like it did poorly. I feel like it wasn't as impactful as I think we've seen it in previous weeks. It could be because of that Poppy, as we're getting rid of Talia as well. Another thing that could stop the Lee Sin here. So maybe we're seeing a pattern. Maybe something else with grounding or disengage might be the ban number 3 for DZG Sticks. But it will be the way, just like in game number 1, getting rid of that champion that can go ADC, mid, and support. But Iceborn saying, you know what? Nah, man, no blind man for you. Pick a different B1. So DZG Sticks will have to pick something different. ADC's available. Usually a really strong B1. A couple of junglers available as well that are still pretty strong here in the B1, but we'll have to see what DZG wants. And it is going to be the Senna. So going back to scaling, scaling, scaling.
I'm kind of curious if this Senna is kind of an adaptation of Iceborne's version of, hey, let's run our support first, but we'll see.
Yeah, and I mean, Iceborne's very quick to respond with the Ashe, Rel, which are both flex picks, right? Rel can go support or jungle. Ashe can go ADC and mid. ADC and mid, yeah, right. ADC and support. But again, it leaves that ambiguity for Iceborne. It doesn't commit them to anything. The only thing it commits them to is the fact that they have options for pick and options for flex, where DZG Sticks will likely have to respond here with their own either jungle or support or maybe a mid blind. But Viego will be locked in here for Cuz, another proactive early jungle that can really snowball a game should he pick up kills, but doesn't necessarily have that gap close that Lee Sin does. Doesn't have that super impactful ulti for pick, but does have the ability to take over some of these champions like the Rel and the Ashe and provide a little bit more utility for his team. Should DZG want to pick up a support here, they do have options, but no, it'll be the Ari taking it away from Iceborn, but opening themselves up to a counter pick mid from Iceborn.
Yeah, but I mean, as we mentioned about Iceborne's mid, he kind of dabbles in everything, so there's really nothing. But at the same time, this allows DDG Sticks to take the option of roaming and actually getting their jungle or with ahead or whether top or bot with the roams. And also with Viego, he gets to be whatever champion Iceborne gets if he can kill any of them.
Very true, but Iceborne won't pick the mid lane here, which felt to be the obvious pick, and we'll take up Callista. So another double ADC bot lane for the side of Iceborne. So we're gonna have to see what DZG wants to respond with it. But Iceborne saying, you know what, we're gonna get rid of some of these standard pairings. We're gonna get rid of Nautilus. They may look to maybe get rid of like the Tom Kench here, which would not be a bad option. With the CC that they do have available to them, so that Senna doesn't get that safety net. But we'll see if DZG Sticks wants to get rid of some of these mid laner matchups, or like you mentioned, maybe they don't care for that and they get rid of some of these maybe jungle or top, since the mid lane's literally a champion ocean. He has 160 games total with 160 champions. So I don't think that's changing anytime soon. I don't think, like you said, I don't think we're gonna get to figure out what he wants to play. But Nico will still be taken away by DZG, not wanting to deal with that with all the CC, and Blitzcrank will also likely be taken away, so that's to not put their double ADC bot lane in any peril from the Blitzcrank hooks.
Yeah, it's honestly interesting that, with the chance of having that double AC, that Blitz actually isn't picked in for B3 for DZG Sticks, but maybe with, how many flex picks Ash and Rel could have gone, they opted to, let's save our support for later. But I feel like Callista is a very interesting ADC choice just because she does not have as much of a escapability compared to the others, but it looks like they're locking down some CC with that Annie.
Okay, yeah, I mean, hey, why not, right? Like, save your top lane for a counter pick, and Annie will be locked in. I think on paper, like a 6-4 matchup, like I think Annie wins the 1v1s just because of that immediate access to the ulti plus or the stun, the burst. Um, does provide a lot of utility for the team as well, with like that shield ability that she has that can be applied. Um, so yeah, I mean, we'll have to see what DZ responds. Ornn could be locked in and paired up with Senna, something we've seen done a lot in LCK recently. Despite Ornn potentially losing that ability to get to those ornaments a lot faster. You know, the delay of the double, the delay of the passive stack. But I want to just stop. I was gonna jokingly say that Nasus was an option into Callista because of that wither. I was gonna be like, man, do we just go for the LS special? And we do. DZG locks in the Nasus, and Iceborn's gonna lock in the Aatrox again for their top lane matchup. Whether that's Ornn or Nasus, we'll find out. But I'm super interested to see the Nasus pick into Callista, and like, there's that part of me that hopes that it goes support.
I am also on the same page that I expect this NASA to go support. I feel like he adds more than Ornn would in that lane. Also, with the you'd want that solo XP for Ornn because you want him to get to his level so that he can start giving his ornaments out. Otherwise, it's just not going to be as good. And Nasus, although good in top lane in the solo, just does not provide as much with Ornn adding his ornaments later on.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I'm interested to see what kind of build the Nasus goes. I mean, it's fun to think about the idea that both of these bot lane, the Nasus Senna, if it does go bot lane, are just really stacking champions, right? Like Senna wants souls, Nasus wants CS so that he can stack up his Q, that siphoning strike. However, the option does open itself to a AP Nasus option. Not that I think that would be the case, but it could be an Emax for that whatever the whatever his spirit, not Spirit's Refuge, that's Shen. I don't know, I can't remember what it's called. I haven't seen an Nasus in so long. But I mean, definitely that's an option, but the Wither tech is definitely still going to be there. I believe that Wither is still what you max into this if it is supports Nasus or ADC farming Nasus into the Callista. I think it's just like the idea of, especially with Viego, I think it's going to be really good. It's going to force Callista to likely take a cleanse. And I mean, if she cleanses a Wither from a gank, I mean, like, that Wither's on like 10-second max cooldown. So I mean, like, hooray, you're gonna have your cleanse back in 3 minutes, and I have my Wither back in 10 seconds. So like, it'll definitely be interesting to see, as we're gonna see Tanzo lock in the Ornn. So yeah, it likely will be the Nasus farming in the bot lane.
Yeah, and I really do. Although I do like, Nasus maxing his E Spirit Fire, I still think that with the two ADCs, you really don't want to do that because I feel like Annie's gonna pop you later on, and I think like game one, I feel like mid lane is going to be where we want to watch the who can get a lead for their jungler first.
Yeah, and I think that'll be a really good. It's a very valid point, right? Like, we talked about how the Ari being picked up here with the Viego is going to really allow for some like lane pressure or lane presence for the Ari to be able to kind of push in and roam with the Viego into the enemy jungle, into bot lane, into top lane should that be needed, and pick up kills. But the same can be said for Annie. I mean, Annie's no slouch in the department of pushing a wave, especially if he takes the minion DMAT for the casters. Should be able to clear up those waves pretty quickly as well. So in response, it'll definitely be both mid laners maybe looking to roam with their junglers, where Rel and Annie have a lot of CC available to them. Viego and Ari have a lot of burst. So we'll have to see kind of how that plays out, where these mid laners want to go. Where I think the mid lane matchup is kind of independent. Like, both can just wave clear. They don't necessarily need to interact with each other too much. But I think bot lane, I'm still super just interested in seeing how this bot lane plays out. Because I think Iceborn looks very comfortable on double ADC. They are happy to exploit the range discrepancy that they have against DZG Styx and be able to push them in and get that lane prio. Where now that DZG Styx is playing a farming and scaling bot lane, as long as they are comfortable with farming under turret, which they seem to be in the last game, um, Iceborn will likely have to look to do something else with this bot lane, maybe move them away from that lane and try to make use of the early lead that they're likely to get, and not just stay in that bot lane and just let Senna and Nasus free farm.
Yeah, and so which team do you think has the advantage here, at least in draft?
Dude, I want to say Styx. Like, I want to so bad just because I'm excited, but I actually think Iceborn might have the easeability of execution here, where there's just easy. They press one button, right? They have multiple buttons to press. Kalista R, Ashe R, Rel R, Annie R, anything to set up a pick on things like the Senna, even the Viego, the Nasus, depending on how quickly he's getting to items, and just burst one of these targets down. They also, because of the bot lane presence that they have, will likely be able to stack up dragons pretty easily too. So I want to give it to Iceborn if they play the same way, but I mean, like, you're secretly hoping that Styx just blows it out of the water.
Yeah, Styx really does have a unique team comp, but I do agree that Iceborn just has an easier comp to pull off. It's just easy with that Ash and Enchanted Crystal, just easily on low cooldowns, just to pick off whomever you want. And especially if you pick off that Senna, and if that Nasus goes AP, he'll be super easy to pick.
Yeah, and I mean we'll see what happens. You know, it'll be a really exciting game too. Definitely not one, a lot of different picks that we didn't expect to see. But with that said, we're going to load up into the Rift, and we'll be back shortly for game number 2 of DZG Styx versus Iceborn in the playoffs for the Aegis Masters League. Welcome back, everybody, to Game 2 of DZG Styx versus Iceborn, as we have the exciting Nasus farming Nasus with the Senna into the, once again, double ADC bot lane for Iceborn. I'm super excited to see what happens here. We do see the Nasus start up with the Doran's Ring, so definitely a little bit more of an aggressive stance. Let's hope it pays off. If not, it's going to be really difficult to sustain through this double ADC bot lane.
Yeah, and almost to the point, if he's planning on going with this AP build, you might as well run TP instead of Ignite. I feel like Exhaust would have been a better option, but if you're going to run Ignite, you might as well just run TP, since you're going to use your E and your mana is going to be gone after, what, 3, 4 good E's, and then you just need some mana.
Yeah, so no, yeah, I think it's very interesting. I'm assuming that they're just maybe looking to play aggressive. Maybe the sustain from that Nasus passive is really what they're looking to do. Maybe they're just like, hey, I have built-in sustain as long as I can hit things, and I mean the goal of this lane is for Nasus to hit things. So maybe that'll work out. Raging Alcoholic will spot the late invade, as wards will likely be dropping. Cuz will be forced to back away, and it actually won't be a ward. It'll just be a straight up start, maybe a force of this vertical jungle to be able to affect this bot lane and be able to potentially set them behind. But this is going to cost a little bit of lane presence here in the bot lane, where Nasus is already going to be able to start farming up and start kind of manipulating the wave to start pushing towards them, which I feel like would have done it anyways. But already a lot of damage coming out through just a quick trade. That is going to be the Spirit Fire start from fails here on the Nasus, so it is going to be just maybe this AP Nasus poke, and maybe this is really what they want to play early on, is just to kind of poke out as Yeah, it just looks like that's their primary goal. Sustain as best as they can, and maybe poke out. Cuz is here, though. Does have level 2. Did start the Wolves. Will lose the red buff. Ooh, that's going to be a really good dodge by Dunk, but that charm just waves its way through. One more auto will be enough. Flash coming through. The early thumbs up will be in vain, as Raging Alcoholic will not be able to pick up the kill, and will force 2 flashes, though. Snoop Dogg getting away by the skin of his teeth there from that, but here comes Cuz looking to go in once again. The Hawk Shot will spot him out and will stop the back, actually, from Snoop Dogg, as he's maybe trying to steal away this blue buff. Fails, eating a bit of damage here, is going to be pushed up as this double ADC bot lane for the side of Iceborn is doing what they need to do, and will try to rotate to help Rel secure some of her jungle. Cuz will likely be forced to back away off of this, and the early action stops for the moment.
But it looks like they're picking Annie.
Yeah, they're going to find a pick on Annie. That's going to be a really good flash, root, and charm here. First blood will likely go over to DZG. One more auto attacker Q from the side of Viego, and DZG will take up that kill. DZG picks up the first blood.
Yeah, and I think it's great that Viego got that first kill, because I feel like after getting invaded on, I think he needs that lead to kind of build into a carry, whereas Ari can get it later on, especially with her escapability and also ability to close on people.
Yeah, I agree 100%. Holding the thought that I was going to say, it's going to be a quick gank here. Snoop Dogg is here. Flashes are available for the side DZG. Early heal will come out. Flash will be there, as that's going to be a miss from the Rel Q, but the crashdown will land, and that's going to be Kalista picking up 2 kills here for the side of Iceborn, as once again this pressure in the bot lane is going to be what's going to happen, and with the bot lane of DZG so pushed up, it was almost expected that Rel would make her way back down, especially after that reset. Actually,
Yeah,
no reset, but
I mean,
yeah.
Nasus had an opportunity to get out. He still had his flash, so maybe he's saving it for another time where he can use his really low Q since he's not stacking.
Yeah, and that was what I was going to bring up, was the fact that it isn't a farming nest, as it's a farming center, which makes sense. But Snoop Dogg will get found out here. We'll be able to secure that Raptor Camp. Will miss the stun there, but Holy Carrot, it might get chased down here. Stun or Charm will land. The Root will land as well. Cuz will be able to pick up his second kill of the game here onto Holy Carrot, as the punishment of saving the jungle here, as Cuz will walk past Snoop Dogg here, as he's able to get a reset. Will not find the bot lane of Iceborn, and we shift our focus to top lane, as Tanzo is just now farming on a turret, and is actually quite content doing so, as he's still farming quite well here, despite the pressure that I'm Bad You're Awful is putting up.
Yeah, and I think it's really a bait for Holy Carrot, the fact that he rotated over, even though he has no flash anymore. Rel was confident, was able to get out easily, but because he rotated over, Viego was able to close down his only route to escape.
Yeah, and like you said before, these early kills on Viego are definitely going to make a huge difference, as at his ability to carry early on. We are seeing Snoop Dogg starting up these Void Grubbies up in the top lane. It doesn't look like DZG is going to be able to trade out this dragon anytime soon, as they are once again going to get chased down by this double ADC comp. Rapid Fire falling dangerously low. Flash coming through by Humph. Won't be able to target down Rapid Fire because he is in that Shroud here. Cuz is here as well. We'll be able to use that Mist here. Flash not available. Maybe charging up that Root a little too soon, as it is going to impact the ability to gap close there. So it is going to be the bot lane of Iceborn able to disengage here. Rapid Fire eating a bit more damage, as DZG's trying to start up this dragon. Cuz is trying to start it up by himself, hoping that this Rel is not anywhere nearby, and she's not. You know, she's farming up his jungle on the top side, but he will not get any help from DZG's bot lane, as they are kind of getting shoved in here, and really will not be able to move here, as the double ADC bot lane will likely just punish that should they want to. More damage. Fails, does have access to flash. Call the Forge God come out in the top lane. The second charge of it not going to be able to be shot back at I'm Bad You're Awful, so that bit of damage may have made the difference on whether they're able to secure that kill, but it is still the World Ender traded, so ult for ult. Tanzo really low on mana. I'm Bad You're Awful doesn't need the mana, so it's likely going to end up with another pushing lane. Tanzo eating a bit more damage. Will eat a couple set of Qs there. But he's still trying to farm it up and trying to kind of deal with it, and he's doing quite well for himself here, despite all the trades.
Yeah, and we're seeing an Ocean Drake show up next, so this runs the opportunity that we're going to see a Cloud Soul or another Chemtech Soul. I'm hoping for DZG's sake that the Cloud Soul, just because if Viego gets the ability to move across the map a lot faster, if you can secure Cloud Soul, it's going to be really optimal. At the same time, Iceborn also can benefit from it because they have two ADCs. It makes it a lot easier to kite, as well as Annie to be able to close down and just use her ult to lock down anyone.
Yeah, so definitely both teams, I would think, want to be rolling that Cloud Soul. Like you said, both can make very good advantage of it. Taking a look at the item buys and across the board, Kalista now sitting on a shutdown here. Does have now those tier 2 boots and that sustain from the Vamp Scepter. So really will make trades from DZG onto them a little less impactful. As Senna now comes back with that serrated Dirk, and Nasus, despite being a non-farming champ, will just be able to come back to the cloth armor. Holy Carrot will actually Bo5 pretty preemptively there, but the chase down may happen onto Cuz, as no, he is going to be able to disengage. Fails, does have access to flash, still will get slowed down, will get taken pretty low here from the double ADC. Rapid Fire going to be using that Shroud to try to create a little bit of space, maybe try to bait out a hard engage as Cuz is here. Does not have access to his ulti just yet. Will use his own Shroud here to be able to do what he can. Wither going to come out. Flens is going to come out as well. Flash not available just yet for the bot lane of Iceborn, but it will not be enough. Not enough damage there. Not enough CC, especially with that cleanse. And that is going to be a great escape from the side of Iceborn's double AD bot lane.
Yeah, I honestly think that they needed to pull out Iceborn's bot lane a little bit further out before you go around for that flank.
Ooh, Kalista re-engaged here, does have access to that ultimate, is going to be disengaged here. I'm surprised. Lord Christo shooting himself backwards. Fails, does not have access to flash. Magnet Storm will come through as well. Snoop Dunk eating a bit of damage here, but it won't matter. Rapid Fire will go down. Another kill picked up by the bot side of Iceborn here.
Yeah, and Annie had even rotated over, so even if they didn't capitalize on that, I think they honestly would have a dive really soon. But Ari is able to pick up some more CS and hopefully has an opportunity to build a lead to get an item so that she can kind of keep Annie in lane a little bit more often.
Yeah, and I mean this is another rough matchup for DCG's bot lane. This Senna Nasus not doing as well as they had hoped. Granted, it is a scaling bot lane, so you're kind of expected to go down a bit early, maybe not 3 kills down early, maybe 3 kills early is not too bad, but it's really gonna have to be made up by the difference of soul stacking. Eventually, Nasus will be able to build up some more tankiness through items, and does still have access to that Wither, which did force the cleanse immediately out of the humps. Meanwhile, Cuz does find Lord Crystal here, Enchanted Crystal or World Land will have access to that Blast Plant. The Heartbreaker will not be able to follow over the wall. Lord Crystal will get CC'd again. One more auto will be enough. That will be flashed, and that will be the pickup by Raging Alcoholic. Meanwhile, on Bad You're Awful, flash over the wall. Tanzo did the same. Will get chained down. One more Darkened Blade will be enough. That is going to be the Senna ulti to try to save Tanzo across the map, but it will be not enough. 1 for 1 for each team here on the top side of the map. The Void Grubs are up and available here as Cuz is trying to start them up. Tanzo does not have TP, so this is going to be interesting should Iceborn choose to rotate down. And Snoop Dunk is kind of making his way over. Will be able to set up, I believe, a ward. Will Hex Flash over, and that is potentially a collapse here from the side of Iceborn, but DZG will be able to pick up at least one of these Void Grubs and not hand all 6 over to the side of Iceborn.
Yeah, DZG Styx right now has an awkward stage where Ornn is getting items and getting his levels and scaling. It's going to take some time. Their mid lane is strong currently, especially with their jungle presence. But right now, bot lane is still the problem for DZG. Right now, the double ADC is proving hard to find again, and they're still capitalizing with ganks from Snoop Dunk consistently for Iceborn.
Yeah, Snoop Dunk definitely making a equal amount of pressure that Cuz has been doing. Cuz applied a lot of pressure in this mid lane, found the Annie a couple times, found that kill up on the top side, still around the mid lane. And Snoop Dunk is able to do the same, but in the bot lane. And I mean, it definitely helps to set this DZG scaling bot lane behind. It's going to take them a lot longer to come online, where Annie is still going to be Annie, despite, being 15 CS down and a kill down. She's still going to be able to have access to Tibbers, is still going to have that utility through the stuns. So in the end, I mean, I don't think Iceborn's too upset by the way this is going, and they're still up about 1,000 gold. And will now have access to this dragon. Meanwhile, Tanzo going to be able to disengage. Bot lane will likely be looking at this dragon for a next fight. as the Enchanted Crystal Arrow is up and available. Kalista's ultimate is available as well. Snoop Dogg clearing up some vision will get spotted on a red ward, so Cuz will know what's going on, but Raging Alcoholic is here. They may look onto it. The Spirit Rush is available here. Dragon will get started by DZG, as it looks like it's a 3v4 situation, or a 4v3 situation in favor of DZG, and he's on their way down though, and it is a 4v4. TP's not available for top, so it is, or top side, so it is going to be that, where they're going to land on Holy Carrot. Enchanted Crystal Arrow will miss. That's going to be the stun. Eaten up by Tibbers, but Annie will go down. Holy Carrot taken down. Stun going to land as well. Snoop Dunk going pretty low here, Cuz trying to get a reset. Got one. Heartbreak not able to pick up the second. Humph gonna just barely miss out on that charm that would have likely spelled out his death, but that is still going to be a 1-for-0 for the side of DZG, and second dragon will likely be secured here, as the bot lane of Iceborn doesn't have much to contest. Lord Christo's still here though, trying to get some pop shots here with the volley, trying to do a little bit of what he can, but will not be able to stop it despite that ward being there. They're just going to have to watch as DZG secures their second dragon of the game.
Yeah, and I think the spectate is bugged because it's showing it in the ocean, but hopefully... Oh, Chem.
Chem again. Boo.
I missed the old Chemtech soul.
Oh yeah, dude, I miss when every single champion had the access to Scion ulti. I also missed that. That was a good time. We never even get to see it played out in a game. It got removed in preseason. That's depressing. But, you know, DZG kind of making a bit of a comeback here, at least in terms of, you know, despite me proclaiming that the bot lane for Iceborn was going to be enough to kind of secure these early dragons, I am kind of eating my words here, as DZG has been able to secure both the dragons and even was able to secure one of the 6 Void Grubs. So definitely objective-wise, DZG is pretty happy about this. But much like you mentioned earlier, dive options are available here. Snoop Dogg does have ultimate. TP's coming through. Rapid Fire going to be able to flash. Magnet Storm still available, but it looks like a full disengage here. And Jack Crystal will land call. The Forjada is here. Holy Carrot will be forced to flash as well. Spirit Rush is there. Ooh, good Callista ulti to save Lord Christo from eating that charm, but Raging Alcoholic will be able to land a bit of damage, and DZG will survive the dive at the cost of TP, but also the mid laner's TP. So overall, pretty not the worst thing for DZG. However, they are losing some plates up in the top lane, so still probably in favor of, you know, Iceborn here, despite not getting the kill, but it's still DZG's bot lane surviving for another day.
Yeah, but if you really think about it, Iceborn's bot lane used a lot of their ults defensively, which means that right now they're on their back foot, especially with Annie continuously. Right now she's 0-3. Yes, she's a threat if she can lock down anyone, but at the same time, she's not really able to capitalize on anything since she's so far behind. She's literally a CC bot, which is an issue when you're behind as a mid laner. In the meantime, DZG has their mid lane ahead, which means there's a lot more pressure involved. So although Holy Carrot right now has a team that, you know, the ADCs double bot scaling, they're having a good top lane. Right now, mid is appearing to be a gaping hole currently.
Yeah, no, I agree. I mean, still sitting at 102 CS, not even at first item at 15 minutes. Yeah, I agree. I mean, this mid lane matchup is definitely like very one-sided. Ari's definitely providing a lot more for the team with her roams. And is definitely the gaping hole for the side of Iceborn. Definitely something that they're going to have to try to make up with. Maybe providing Annie a little bit more safety and scaling in the side lane a little later on. But we're going to hold that thought as we're going to see some trading in the top lane. A potential Cheese Bush again, or yeah, Cheese Bush in the bot lane. But it won't matter. Flash stun. Stun coming out from Annie as well, but it will not be enough, as that is Holy Carrot going down again. Killing spree for DZG here, but the first turret will be taken down by Aatrox up in the top lane. Meanwhile, in the bot lane, another dive attempt here from Iceborn, and it's going to be the Enchanted Crystal Arrow going to land. The root, the stun, the Magnet Storm is all they really need, as the Humph takes down Callista, goes on a killing spree of his own, fails trying to make the best out of a bad situation. Will not be enough. Snoop Dogg tanking for what seemed to be an eternity, as that is going to be a double kill picked up by the Humph, and a second turret will likely be taken down here by Iceborn. Meanwhile, the Rift Herald will be summoned in the mid lane. Viego will use that his abilities to try to scare off Bad You're Awful, and it is going to be a turret traded for the side of DZG, but that's still 2 turrets to 1. A couple kills picked up by Iceborn, and their gold lead now extends to about 2,000.
Yeah, with DZG Styx bot lane not pulling the cleanses time on rapid fire, they're definitely taking advantage of that with the Enchanted Crystal always trying to hit someone, and being the Nasus, he's unable to really peel for Senna. Yes, he can wither, but it really doesn't make a difference when there's a Rel tanking about 10 turret shots.
Yeah, and I mean, the Rel's, once again, very defensive builds, or like utility-focused builds for the jungler, for Snoop Dogg. This is his second champion, obviously the Rel, and the second time he's got Knight's Vow first item, so either he knows something that we don't, or he's just very much playing for the team. Like, he is very much trying to eat up some of this damage, especially with Humph. It's likely who it's set on. And I guess it facilitates dives, because it's a lot of the damage that Humph is dealing. He's able to kind of start healing up through Knight's Vow and is going to be able to facilitate those dives, and will likely be able to facilitate living through some of these fights a lot longer later on when he goes in for like a full engage with like the Crashdown Magnet Storm. But again, very interesting. I'm digging the jungle playing second support here. But Cuz might find Holy Carrot here. We'll likely spot him out as Holy Carrot walks up, but it won't be enough as there is no wave. And DZG just, waiting for this dragon. Not necessarily doing much more other than setting up vision and waiting. Fails if they're patient. Will be able to land the Wither onto Humph. Does have Cleanse available. Enchanted Crucial Arrow will land onto Rapid Fire. TP will be forced as Aatrox will be coming back into the fight, but that's a free teleport for the side of DZG here. They're trying to maybe set up another Death Bush here, another Cheese Bush as the dragon will get started. Rapid Fire going to be there. Cuz trying to provide a little bit of damage as well. Ultimates are now available for the side of Iceborn. Call the Forge going to be there. Fail's going to eat a lot of damage. That ultimate will not be enough. I'm Badger off. Finding the backline here. We'll be able to secure this Senna kill as well. Going from bad to worse for DZG as Raging Alcoholic and Tonzo are the only two alive. Double kill picked up by Badger Awful. Raging Alcoholic was able to pick up Snoop Dunk here. Is trying to take Aatrox on a wild ride here, but it will likely lead to his death. Good charm there, but that is going to be the Darkened Blade landing chains as well, forcing the flash out of Raging Alcoholic as he's going to be able to run away and hopefully disengage and just get out. But that is still going to be DZG eating a 3-for-1, and their dragon loss as the lead extends out to 4,000.
Although DZG did really suffer from that team fight, I think they did get Ash's ult from that beginning initial fight, and it...
Okay, good turret shot. Good DZG turret with its dying breath picks up a kill for Fails.
But I think it was a great opportunity. I think they should have engaged early with Orange.
Ooh, Tonzo not going to be able to land that head smash there. Not going to be able to knock up. It is the charm that also stops. Not the charm, but the Enchanted Crystal Arrow that also stops a follow up from DZG. So that teleport is unfortunately going to be in vain. Ooh, Spirit Rush going to be there, forcing the flash. Charm not available just yet. Will not be able to shoot it out, but that is going to be still a good flash picked up from the Ashe as the siege may continue here. Ooh, that's going to be the last charge of the Spirit Rush. Going to force out the cleanse from the Humph here, as it is going to be a tier 2 turret picked up by DZG as they're trying to bring back that gold lead now to a little over 2,500. So really good recovery here from DZG despite that last fight.
Yeah, and as I was saying, right before that third Drake, they did get Ashe's ult, but I feel like as soon as they walk into the river, Orin's ult should have been immediately used. Don't wait for Ahri's charm to land on Rel, which did miss in that situation, just because you want to get them as far away from Dragon if your idea is to get Dragon down as quickly as possible, or needed to do it immediately to stop them from walking into the river and make them focus on the Orin instead of the pseudo-tank Nasus, because he's really not a tank anytime soon. And also following that, it's not terrible for DZG in the situation since they do have 3 champions that are more late game than anything. So if anything, extending this game a little bit longer is not terrible, but it's just not a good thing if you give the lead too much to Iceborn, because they will capitalize.
Yeah, absolutely. That's gonna be a really good land of charm and the root there from DZG, but there's gonna be the Kalista ulti gonna be used to just pull back Lord Christo and save him from his potential doom. But yeah, no, I'm inclined to agree. Like it is still a scaling show for DZG. This Nasus is trying to get to the point where he is a tanky boy, despite only finishing the Frozen Heart just a bit ago. Senna, sitting on now a component for her second lethality item, which will likely be the Eclipse. So definitely trying to get there. And like you said, I mean, the longer this game goes, DZG will be able to scale up and become more of a threat, especially as Senna's range increases. Nasus becomes more unkillable. Orange starts spitting out those ornaments. And even these leads that Viego and Ahri have been able to set up will set them up for a strong late game. Fails now, might get cut out here, will get slowed down. Or the Rel is looking to chase down, will land the stun. The Magnet Storm will not come out just yet, but the Crashdown will. Fails will get slowed, forced to flash. The Charm is still up and available. Snoop Dunk will get rooted down. Last charge of the Spirit Rush is there, but he will run straight into Tibbers, and the Enchanted Crystal Arrow shut down, going over to the Humph. A little bit of an overextension from DZG on Badger Offals here. Does have that Edge of Night, which is able to stop some of that CC from happening there. But it is still going to be a favorable pickup by the side of Iceborn, and will likely turn into this first Baron of the game as Nasus is walking his way up. Cuz is sticking around, trying to see what he can find. Will likely smell out that this Baron is getting started. His approach is going to be pretty difficult. All he can really do is throw up that mist and try to get in, but will not be enough. Does have the scrying plant. We'll see that's about 10,000. Tanzo is here as well as Rapid Fire. Call to Forge God will get called out, will cause us disengage. The Dawning Shadow will end as well. Holy Carrot going pretty low, and that is going to be the forced disengage by DZG onto Iceborn here. But the Baron is still ticking, though, is still providing a lot of damage to Tanzo, who will be forced to back away here. But DZG stops that attempt at the Baron, and will hopefully be a little bit... Yep, it will not be forcing this fight, and will be having a better setup for this next dragon that spawns in 42 seconds.
Yeah, and we see Nasus complete his support item, despite not starting with one, because he had started with the Duran's ring.
That's right.
So, so right now we're seeing hopefully a little bit more from DZG Styx in terms of getting to the objective early and getting to try to start a fight, because I honestly don't think they want to do another split fight where one's focusing the Drake and everyone else is trying to stop the other team from walking in.
Yeah, no, I agree, and that is something definitely to note. The fact that they didn't have that access to the Zazaza to be able to set up those wards, so or at least they didn't have as many charges. But still, DZG maybe looking to find a pick here. Cuz is going to be forced to back away. But that is going to be a Enchanted Crystal Arrow going to land on the flanking Ahri. Raging Alcoholic will be able to get away, and that's going to be 2 picked up. That's a lot of damage landing here. 3 for 0 for the side of DZG so far. That's going to be Badger Awful trying his best to pick up a kill. Won't be able to pick it up. Raging Alcoholic picked up 2 more charges of Spirit Rush here. Charm is available, but will not be used. And DZG picks up a unexpected 4 for 0 there, as it looked like there was just like a conglomeration of damage that landed onto 3 of them on that attempted pick onto Raging Alcoholic. And he was able to get away despite all that CC landing, was able to use that Spirit Rush. And yeah, I mean, things are looking up for DZG in that, unexpected turn of events.
Yeah, I think the flank from Raging Alcoholic was epic, but also the fact that Tanzo was able to get in there and CC 3 of them before they could actually capitalize on killing the Ahri after Ashe had used her Enchanted Crystal on Ahri.
Yeah, I'm just surprised that Ahri lived that long, despite, I mean, I guess it's the additional Null Magic Mantle and the Merc Dreads, I guess just, reducing the CC. Ooh, Fail's gonna eat that Enchanted Crystal Arrow. The Smite fight is gonna happen. What will happen? Cuz will be able to pick it up. Holy Carrot is there, though. Flash Tibbers will land onto Rapid Fire and onto Fails, and that's gonna be 2 for 0 so far. Annie picking up her first 2 kills of the game. Raging Alcoholic will be able to try to get out. Will be able to use the Flash and the Spirit move thing, ability, ultimate, whatever you want to call it, Rush, that's the one to try to get away. Will they be able to finish those recalls? No, Cuz will be stopped as well. Raging Alcoholic will run down. Cuz will run up, trying to use that miss to get away, but it won't be enough. Cuz will get locked down here, but will pay the price to allow Raging Alcoholic to get away, and that's going to be a 3 for 0 for the side of Iceborn, as they're able to take up some of those kills despite losing the Baron. But DZG is able to reduce that gold gap after that first fight and the Baron to just a measly 200.
Yeah, I mean, although they lost, 3 of the players, I don't think it's bad that they were able to take the Baron objective off. I don't think they were honestly expecting to have the Baron to honestly push down turrets as much as they just wanted it off the map as a threat in case, Iceborn was able to capitalize with a good Enchanted Crystal ult or, some pick of some sort with the Annie.
Yeah, and I mean, Annie, finally coming online, was able to pick up that Malignance a bit prior to the fight, way prior to the fight, but still had that option, had that ultimate. Now sitting on that the Rylai's Crystal Scepter, which will allow for a little bit more of CC, a little bit more slow, especially as the Tibbers ticks around the enemy team. So definitely also kind of opting for these utility builds, not necessarily looking for burst, but more of, multiple ultis and that slowing field that Tibbers is going to provide. DZG, though, trying to make the most out of this Baron, despite only having it on 2 of their members, trying to siege up this mid lane. Aatrox looking for a deep flank here as he is coming in from behind. Won't get spotted just yet as DZG continues this flank. Fails will try to clear up some of this vision. Will set up some of the vision of their own as Aatrox is very patient here. Enchanted Crystal Arrow will go wide here, but that's still going to be the engage. Magnus Storm going to be there. Dawning Shadow going to land as well. Snoop Dunk eating a lot of damage. Here comes Call of the Forge God. Will slow and knock up, and that's going to be 1 for 1 if Snoop Dunk can go down, but he isn't going down just yet. Ahri, though, going to be able to pick up the kill here. That's going to be Snoop Dogg still alive, though. On bad, you're awful. Getting chased down. Will land those Darkened Blades. Fails trying to stay alive here with that ultimate. Raging Alcoholic trying to maybe land a little bit more damage here. Charm should be coming up shortly. Will land. Rapid Fire will take down On bad, you're awful. And that's a 2 for 0 for the, or 2 for 1 for the side of DZG. A continued siege will likely come. TP available for Tanzo. These minion waves are coming in. Baron empowered. TP will come down as this turret will get sieged on by DZG. Looking real good here for them to be able to pick up this this first inhibitor and set themselves up for this dragon in about another minute and 50 seconds. But that's a really good fight. DZG looking real good here, making advantage of the scaling comp.
Yeah, and it's perfect timing to take this inhib now because that means the super mains will still be capitalizing on that mid lane and gives an opportunity for DZG to have that pressure in mid lane and show up at the dragon to secure the soul for Chemtech soul for DZG and kind of extend this, as we mentioned, extend this game a little bit longer. It's kind of been beneficial that Iceborn was able to take one dragon away from them because this game has ended up a lot longer, and Senna and Nasus are now coming online in terms of their ability to participate in the game.
Yeah, agreed. I mean, yeah, this Senna, I mean, likely sitting on a good chunk of souls. If we can get a look at that, yeah, 63 souls. Like, that's pretty solid for 27 minutes. It's not as ideal as you would get from a fasting Senna, but 63 is still good. Getting that third range evolve. No, not third range evolve. 40, I think 80. So it'd be, still first range evolve, but like also still getting a little bit more damage from those souls. But this Nasus now finishing up that locket, has access to a little bit more of a tankiness. With that ultimate, we'll be able to kind of make up for the lack of health that's being built aside from the Kindle gem from the locket. But definitely becoming this big, beefy Nasus dog champ that we want to see, that you are more, used to seeing earlier on. Ooh, cuz good use of the empowered explosive plant here, or the blast cone, to be able to get over fully over that wall and not get caught out. But this dragon coming up in 20 seconds. Aatrox free pushing up in the top lane. Snoop Dogg might have potentially gotten caught out there. Is able to buffer up that crash down and able to walk away. DZG trying to make the best out of the situation, trying to push up this wave. That's going to be called the Forjog coming through here. The Hump eating a bit of damage. Will get hit despite flashing over, but Holy Carrot will also go down there. His cousin is able to pick up the kill. TP coming through though. Here comes Aatrox. Ornn trying to be 1v3. Raging Alcoholic using that Spirit Rush, double kill coming through to Cuz here, picking up a third kill. No, still the second kill. Raging Alcoholic picking up one. On bad, you're awful. Trying to be the best that he can, but it will not be enough as another kill picked up by Raging Alcoholic, and that's an ace picked up by DZG. That mess of a fight in the jungle just goes completely unanswered here by Iceborn, and they will be taken down here in this game number 2. That's a very quick turnaround here. DZG just took, 2-3 fights to really turn this game on its head and be able to take game number 2 here of this best of 5.
In my opinion, it was the perfect macro play because BG was on the threat of Soul, Chemtech Soul. All of a sudden, Iceborn was so focused on getting to the objective first, and with Aatrox split pushing and their mid being open, DG Styx said, you know what? I'm just going to shove myself down the lane, and then you guys have to react. Now, Iceborn had the option of just recalling. Instead, they tried to parallel from the jungle and ended up picking a fight with a extended trade. And then Aatrox wasn't able to get there early enough to actually contribute to the fight before the carries were dead.
Yeah, no, I think that you kind of nailed the nail on the head, hit the nail on the head. That's what I'm trying to say. Yeah, you definitely hit the nail on the head there. I think that was really well done by DZG, kind of like forcing Iceborn's hand, saying, if you don't do anything here, we're going to take this dragon, and as soon as you do something, we're just going to pull the trigger and engage, knowing that your Aatrox is going to be having to TP into this fight, and that we can at least pick one of you, if not two of you, off before he gets here. So very well done by DZG. Definitely bided their time, was able to scale up in this bot lane despite it looking a little rough early on, but very well done. We will take a short break as we get ready for game number 3 in this potential best of 5 series. Definitely at least 4 games, but don't go anywhere. We'll be back with another exciting game shortly after this break. Welcome back, everyone, to game number 3 of DZG versus ICE. As we have seen a 1-1 start from both teams looking pretty solid across both games. We'll have to see if Iceborn decides to change up their draft a bit away from that double ADC comp, especially now that they're on blue side. They're got to have some sort of prio pick. Is it the Ashe? Is it something new? Will they just go super crazy and pick something that's crazy unexpected? Who knows? But so far, the bans are honestly very much targeted towards jungle mid. Gragas Lee Sin against DZG and Karma Poppy against Iceborn. And it's going to be the Senna. They don't want Senna, but they don't want DZG to have it either.
Well, I don't really blame them. The scaling that the Senna was able to do, and especially since it's not really a pick you want to do first. Yes, you can set yourself, but it also sets a big target on your back if you're playing Senna.
Oh, and it's likely, yep, it's going to be that Ahri locked in. Both teams very much liking this Ahri, but Iceborn said, you piloted it quite well, but we piloted better, as they're going to lock that in for the mid lane. So we at least see a little bit of a favored pick here for the mid laner with 160 games out of 160 champions. How will DZG respond? I mean, they have the pick of the litter. They can always take the Ashe away from Iceborn and not allow them to play that comp that they played in game number 1 with the double ADC bot lane, but is DZG comfortable with that? For now, it'll be Tristana, which will likely go to the mid lane. It's a pretty solid matchup into Ahri, but still a solid flex into the bot lane as well.
Yeah, I honestly think it is a good choice into mid lane, but I'm still concerned on what their second pick is, just because it really sets the tone for the rest of this draft.
Yeah, and I mean, I don't necessarily know how you just pick an Ashe here. I feel like if you don't take it, Iceborn's going to be pretty happy about it. I feel like it's been putting in a lot of work for them in this bot lane, and it's something I forgot. Smolder is available, and that is also a very strong flex option for DZG as well, as they can go ahead and play that up in the top lane. I believe they mid lane may be an option, but definitely for sure ADC. It provides another flex between where the Tristana and the Smolder go. But Iceborn said, you know what? What's available now that you have Smolder is that Vi. We can lock you down. It doesn't matter how far you try to fly away. This Vi cease and desist will follow to the ends of the earth and will lock you down, especially with this Ahri. And it sets up another really good 2v2 in the bot lane, or it's 2v2 in the mid lane for Iceborn. How they round this out, it could still be that Ashe. I honestly would not be surprised. I think it still does fairly well, even if the Smolder goes bot lane. I think the utility that is being provided is quite strong, but maybe they're just not expecting DZG to do it either. They'll maybe just eat a ban instead, but we'll lock in that Varus to respond to the potential Smolder bot lane.
Yeah, with DZG Styx running Smolder and Tristana, they really need to have this front line. And so far we've seen Cuz really on carry junglers. So I'm not quite sure how they're gonna balance this out with having already two ADCs that want to help try to carry this game, while the other team has kind of this we can either flank you or just straight up CC with Viol.
Yeah, and I guess the response is to, like you said, how will they respond? Will it be another carry jungler? It will. It'll be the Viego once again. I guess he has good reset options already. You know, the Smolder eventually will start doing a good amount of damage and will start taking down some of that health. Tristana obviously has a really good burst with that explosive charge. So, I mean, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. But meanwhile, DZG will get rid of Renata, not wanting to give that option for the Smolder Elder buff passive at 125 to be turned against them. Ornn will be removed from Tanzo up in the top lane, as he did put in a lot of work, scaled up, had those ornaments, had some really strong Call of the Forge Gods as well. Full Call of the Forge Gods. And the Ashe will be removed by DZG, saying, yeah, we'll eat the ban and get rid of it so that you just don't double ADC us again in the bot lane. And Volibear will be removed. Another one of those super OP champions that just made its way through these last 2 games, but will finally get banned away in game number 3.
Yeah, so what do you expect to be picked here? Do you think it's going just Casante?
I guess Cassante, I mean, it leaves the Smolder Flex available for mid lane, I guess. Cassante could also go mid, depending on the matchup. So there's still a lot of flexibility here with Tristana where it can go. I think for support here, I mean, you kind of want to get some lockdown, I think, for the Smolder to be able to kind of follow up with the Vi. Something that could dive in a little bit more securely. Things like Leona are available. The Nautilus would not be a bad pick either, just because that ultimate follows through. I guess, Iceborn's top laner's not tired of playing Aatrox yet and says, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Game 3. But I think you go Nautilus here. I feel like you want to engage. You don't necessarily need anything to buff up the ADC. You have a lot of damage already. Lockdown would be great. Maokai, another solid option. Does have that Twisted Advance. Does have the Nature's Grasp as well. And it will be locked in. And I mean, that's still something to lock down this Smolder. But now we get to see the fun part of where all these picks go. I think Cassandra just goes top, and I guess Smolder. Alistar is an option. It's a good disengage tool. Can break through the Maokai ult and just kind of punt someone away or headbutt someone away. I don't think that's bad, but it's a lot of short range for DZG. Despite, I mean, Tristana eventually gets a little bit of a larger range, and Smolder, has the mom, but it's a very short range kind of team comp for DZG, where Iceborn can still play a little bit further back with that Varus and that Ari, and just kind of wait for those picks to happen without having to get into their faces with the carries. So interesting choices by both teams.
So in this situation, which team do you take for this?
I kind of want to favor like if the game goes the way it went last game, where despite Iceborn punishing the bot lane of Senanasis, they were still able to scale. I'm gonna probably give it to DZG just because of the fact that this is a harder lane to punish. I think Smolder Alistar is significantly easier to play than Senanasis, and you don't have the double range advantage this time, so it's really just the Varus and the Maokai. Yes, Vi's available. Yes, I'm gonna assume that they're gonna look to dive bot lane once again, much like they did in game number 2. But I have to give it to the baby dragon. I think Iceborn didn't really impress me with their ability to punish scaling, and now you arguably have the better scaling champion available to you. So if DZG gets to that point where they get the 125 stacks, I feel like they have a lot of follow up with Viego, Tristana, even Cassante to be able to lock down Iceborn and take off with the game.
I agree with the fact that DGG Styx, they kind of have their eggs in the basket with this Smolder. If he can get to the scaling point where, he gets that Elder buff, I think it's going to be a good time. But also, DG Styx bot lane has suffered for the first 2 games so far. So if Varus is able to capitalize on the lead, that's going to push Smolder's time frame a little bit behind on when he'll get online, especially with an easier pull comp with the Maokai ult, with the Varus ult, Vi's ult. It makes bot lane very susceptible to ganks, and Alistar isn't really able to CC everyone to stop them from getting onto Smolder. So I think Smolder's positioning will be key in whether or not the team fights are going to be won. But at the same time, hopefully, Raging Alcoholic with the flanks on the Tristana will also be able to help peel out for the Smolder.
Yeah, no, I do agree. You're absolutely right. I think honestly, if I'm Iceborn, the 3-man gang spot lane or the 3-man dives worked once or twice. I think at this point you start trying to get the Ari involved. I think you really do put the Smolder super behind, and I think, like you said, Alistar can't peel everyone, and even despite once he hits 6 being able to break out of some CC, like let's say the Maokai ultimate, it's not going to be enough to maybe take down to protect this Smolder from being set behind. And I think that should be Iceborn's goal. I feel like top lane is pretty content playing the sustained champion. DZG hasn't really been able to punish his top lane too hard, and even when they did in game number 1, I mean, Aatrox was still a menace despite being set behind. So we can tell that this top laner is comfortable playing the weak side. And I mean, mid lane you have that Ari again. So I feel like this is definitely DZG's game to lose if the Smolder doesn't get online in the amount of time that he needs to. And if that doesn't happen or the Smolder gets too behind, then Iceborn can really run with this game. Should they be able to get ahead elsewhere? But yeah. Aside from that, we're just gonna go through champ select, but we're gonna take a quick break, a little longer than usual, pick up some water. My throat's getting a little tired, but we will be back shortly for game number 3 of this best of 5. Will we go to 4 games? Will we go to 5 games? I know someone who doesn't want 5 games, but who knows? It may happen. But don't go anywhere. We'll be back with game number 3 between Iceborn and DZG. Back, everyone, to game number 3 of DZG Styx versus Iceborn. Who knows their next name? As we have game 3 here. Both teams opting for a simple start this time. Both setting up a 5-point positioning. Not looking for a cheesy invade. Not looking for a late vision just yet. Just very content with saying, this is game 3. Let's see what happens. Funny enough, nothing crazy this game. I'm kind of sad that there's no, like, super cheesy picks or something crazy like we saw in the last game with like the Nasus. It's a very standard back to boring old League of Legends.
There's something to note though. Vi does not have an extra health potion.
Ooh, that extra 50 gold gonna get her closer to that item, that's for sure. I wonder if that's a reason. I'm assuming she just probably forgot, but like that would be kind of fun if like that 50 gold is like what you need to like break an item threshold earlier. That would be kind of interesting. Both junglers will actually not get a leash this game, so both bot laners are going to pretend to leash here, and the top laners will do the same, but it really is left up to the team's imagination of what lane each jungler will want to impact, which it's actually going to be quite the opposite for both sides. It's going to be DZG wanting to play for the top side and Iceborn wanting to play for the bot side once again. In this matchup, it looks like DZG is once again opting to kind of give up this early level 2 just because they are wanting to maybe just scale up once again and not really play too aggressively. Plus, it lets Smolder kind of land those Qs a little bit more effectively and be able to start scaling up. The top lane stays the same, though, just concentrating. Tanzo, not on the tankiest of champion early on, though, does have a little bit more damage. Will pop to level 2 and have access to that dash should he want to use it. But it will just be continued farming up in the top lane and just some sustain. And I'm Bad You're Awful saying, I love me some Aatrox, and I will just sustain through all your damage with those Darkened Blade procs. Will be enough to kind of trade out pretty well.
Yeah, it was interesting to see Smolder start with Durin Blade instead of Durin Ring and start Q instead of W. Maybe the changes that Smolder has faced recently, maybe that's the better option now. But also, you can already see that Smolder really has no ability to poke because he's so focused on trying to queue minions for that last hit in order to get these spikes.
Yeah, very true. I mean, using that super Scorcher Breath to try to start stacking up these Dragon stacks or the Dragon practice stacks. This is actually the last day where we're going to be super hyped to see the 125 stacking, as it is going to go up after tomorrow. So definitely trying to make the most of this out of this still kind of broken scaling champion. But yeah, I agree. I mean, like, you're not able to really poke down as much as you can. You do have access to that, like a chew from the Smolder to be able to kind of land a little bit of poke. But without that Doran's ring, it's a lot less poke. And like you said, they're going to be focused more on farming up these minions and getting these dragon practice stacks. Snoop Dunk is going to be once again pathing towards his bot lane. Is looking for something bot here. Will opt to go towards his Scuttle Crab. Should he look to loop around, he will get spotted. But it looks like both jugglers are content with taking up either one of the Scuttle Crabs and be able to take a quick reset back to base. Nothing too exciting. I mean, both teams are kind of just playing it relatively slow here. Neither team really trying to do anything too fancy or too crazy early on. We do see Cuz starting to make his way down bot lane. We'll give some idea to Iceborn's bot lane that he's around, as he is going to use that mist, and it will reach just in view of the bot lane. So it's likely, yeah, we're seeing pings now saying he's around here somewhere. He could still be kind of coming towards bot, or he's likely going to be on his bot side, but he's around the bot side. So definitely gives a bit of extra info for Iceborn here.
Yeah, it's interesting to see that both Vi and Viego are on the exact same starting spot. But it does look like Viego's cleared slightly faster, but it looks like right now he's opted to look for a gank, but then went straight back for his wolves.
Yeah, Twisted Advance going to land. Ignite going to be dropping from both sides as well. The Fly going to be there. Is Rapid Fire running out of mana here, and the Hump is going to be able to trade a little bit better. Going to be able to flash forward and secure that kill with the Blight stacks and the Piercing Arrow, and that's going to be the Flash Force as well from Rapid Fire here. So DZG playing a little too aggressively here and going to be paying the prices. It is going to be a one kill and some trade, and putting DZG in a little bit of a tough spot here for the continued scaling. Snoop Dunk is here, though. Charm will land. Won't be able to do much, though, as he will get spotted by a ward. And the mid lane will just back away.
Now, I don't think that Smaller was really punished, but we did see Fails fail to use his flash again. And I think it honestly was an opportunity where he could have saved it. Saved himself and allow Smolder to get a couple more procs because he wasn't landing abilities on the opponents and getting his stacks in.
Yeah, I mean, definitely opting to save that and trying, not necessarily using it to get away. So it is kind of interesting for sure. Also interesting is the amount of time that he's spending here. I think Fails maybe expecting Vi to be around. Will get spotted out here as he crosses through the mid lane, as Vi is actually just on the dragon. And should he opt to take the loop around path, which he's debating on, won't actually be able to spot the Vi being on the jungle. We'll actually clear up that red ward, but looks like both junglers opting to trade map or objectives across the map. The dragon picked up by Iceborn, and the Void Grub's going to be picked up by DZG. I'm assuming both junglers are just probably going to go back to farming here. Is actually, I'm bad, you're awful. We'll spot Viego on the way out, but it will be a little too late, as Viego will be able to get away and secure that last Void Grub. And aside from that kill in the bot lane, I mean, it's a abnormally slow game after seeing game 1 and 2, how much more rapid pace it was. But it is going to be a gank in the top lane here. Cuz is here. We'll actually force a flash early. Really good patience here by Cuz here. World Ender will likely not be enough. A couple more autos will be there. The knockback is there as well, and Cuz will be able to pick up the first kill for DZG here, and setting himself up for another successful early game as Viego.
Yeah, it's kind of been a slower pace of game 1 so far. Both junglers getting the same exact objectives, bot lane dying first in the game.
Snoop Dunk does have access to that cease and desist should he want to use it. We'll use it there to knock up Rapid Fire. Rapid Fire is only level 4. Flash Charm will land. His Holy Carrot will be able to pick up the kill. Does get that extra charge of the Spirit Rush, but that will be a kill as Rapid Raging Alcoholic does have access to the other jump should he want to use it. A little too late. Will get ignited as well as the Hump picks up the second kill of the game. 2 for 1 in favor of Iceborn.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure what Smolder's intent was in that situation. Was it to bait out the Ahri, because Tristana was near mid, and Alistar was perfectly situated to kind of rotate over. But it was unfortunate because Tristana ended up getting the worst part of the trade since Ahri was able to get the kill.
Oh, Tanzo will go down. Okay, yeah, no, you're absolutely right. I'm surprised Tanzo traded that heavily. He was out of mana and he kept trading, and I think I'm bad, you're awful. Recognize that, knowing, well, you're out of mana. There's really no way of you getting out, and you don't have Ghost. So it's just an easy pickup here. A bit of a misplay here for Tanzo up in the top lane. Kaz is now here. Will not get spotted out just yet unless they decide to engage. Twist Advance will land, and that's going to be the Chains of Corruption as well. It's going to be a really good play here by DZG. The knockback, the knock up, and the shutdown going over to Smolder. Rapid Fire picking up his first kill of the game. Very good patience here by DZG.
Yeah, you have to imagine that Varus got a little bit impatient, couldn't wait for Maokai to get that level 6 to honestly be able to CC both targets in the bot lane. But fortunately for DZG Styx, it worked out in their favor.
Yeah, very much in favor, and I mean that makes up for a bit of those early game blunders in the bot lane. And Smolder is able to get a few more stacks there. We'll be able to pick up another item despite coming back with the Sheen already, getting himself a little bit closer to that item power spike to be able to start kind of doing a little bit more other than just farming. Quick jump in by Raging Alcoholic here. We'll eat the charm, but we'll be able to land a lot of damage there. Half health now for Holy Carrot. Top lane, we're gonna see the all out come through. World Ender as well. Tanzo trying to get into range to be able to pick up that dash. Is gonna be able to do it. We'll get locked down. We'll have the knockup available to him. One more auto will be enough. We'll get pulled back. Flash knock up here by Vi. One more auto will be enough. Tanzo eating a bit of damage. He's gonna be able to donate it over to I'm Bad, You're Awful. A very good gank and great response here by Snoop Dunk on the Vi.
Honestly, Snoop Dogg during this entire series has honestly been in the best position for his team and the worst position for these Styx in these ganks.
Yeah, he tends to be in the right spot at the right time. I mean, he always is like very quick to respond. He's very quick to drop what he's doing, and I mean he has the 3 champions he's played so far have been able to do just that. Either they have a gap close, or they have a speed up, or they just have a really good way of just getting on and responding to his team. So it's a good kill picked up by Bad Raffle. Now we'll be sitting on a shutdown available to him. Might attract a little bit of attention from Cuz, and maybe another visit to the top lane. But it looks like with that kill picked up and that presence in the top lane, it looks like DZG maybe, or not DZG, Iceborn maybe looking for this second set of grubbies to not give 6 over potentially to DZG. But Vi is just hovering, maybe looking, does have access to that cease and desist should she want to use it to lock down the Tristana, despite the fact that she could jump away. But instead, it'll be the grub startup for Iceborn, as DZG is being patient again in this bot lane, trying to maybe find something here, because we'll be able to back away to not get spotted here. That sapling will not spot him walking into that third bush. Just a little bit more patience here. This is it right here. That's a flash. Ooh, good response here by Hump to be able to get away here. Twisted Advance going to be there as well. The Chains of Corruption is there as well. The Mom will be called out. That's a lot of CC. Cuz is going to be able to pick up a kill. The tanking turns over to Fails, and Fails will go down. But that is a very strong pickup by DZG, as they're going to be able to pick up 2 kills, both onto Cuz for the 1 kill of Fails. So a very strong counter or regank for the bot lane here for DZG. Meanwhile, in the top lane, we're seeing World Ender come out. All Out is available here. Tanzo trying to disengage. We'll use that Ghost here to try to create some space. The Darkened Blades are landing. Good dash and running from Tanzo here. He's going to be able to disengage and not use the All Out, but sustaining here in this lane is going to be a little difficult. He doesn't have TP, so he's opting to stay here and try to soak up this wave. Just a few autos and maybe a good time Darkened Blade or 2 will be enough for Badger Alpha to take a better trade maybe up there. But, you know, what's happening is the Alistair is making his way here, making his best impression or cosplay of Alicopter here, as he is going to get knocked back here. The All-Out is going to come through right into the waiting hands of Fails and Cuz, who's here as well. The Chain CC is going to land. The Ignite going to be dropped as well. Heartbreaker not available, but a few more autos will be enough. Auto 1, Auto 2, one more will take the cake, and that is going to be a shutdown. Picked up by Cuz's 4th kill of the game. All the meanwhile, bot lane is getting pushed away as there is no Alistar to help out Rapid Fire. He is going to be forced to give up 3 plates here and will be zoned out of the wave. So, well, it's a good play for DZG in the top lane. It is really setting this Smolder behind, which is still one of their big win conditions.
Yeah, and it's interesting to see that Vi did not opt to finish the Void Grubs, just decided to and said, you know what, they're not going to get the Void Mites. I'll just stop here.
Yeah, that is interesting that she opted to stop that. Alistar's here. This is still a potential dive. Here comes the Ahri as well. Fails is going to do the craziest headbutt buffer I've ever seen in my life there, but Fails will likely get taken down here. The ultimate will not be used. Unbreakable will stay on cooldown, opting to say, hey, you know what, I'm probably going to die here anyway, so there's no point. But this is still meaning that Iceborn is likely going to be able to take this first turret down in the bot lane and continue to put this Smolder behind, it's going to take him a while to get to that 125, and being down almost 40 CS is definitely not doing him any favors.
Yeah, and especially with us finally getting to see a new Soul Drake at this moment with the Ocean, it's going to be interesting to see who can, you know, get the Drake Soul this time, because it will definitely help both teams in the situation. This Aatrox healing will be unbelievable. At the same time, if Maokai has it, he'll be able to tank for the whole team for Iceborn. And on the flex side, if the carries can heal and put out the damage for the Tristana and the Smolder, they're going to last that little extra second longer than the other team would like.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Ocean Soul definitely one of the stronger souls in the game. Especially with the sustain, but hold that thought, dive in the top lane. It's going to be I'm Bad, you're awful going down. The teleport's still here, though. That is still going to be the Nature's Grass going to come out here. Holy Carry going to be able to land the stun or the charm. Fail's going to use that Unbreakable. Cuz is here, though. The re-engage will likely happen here. That's going to be held, but Pulverize going to land onto Lord Christo. Fails trying to get away here. We'll get a bit of an assist here by Tanzo, as Lord Christo will be taken down by Raging Alcoholic, and Cuz will push away Holy Carried, and that's going to be a pickup here. 2 for 0 for the side of DZG. They're going to be able to start reducing that lead that they have, and we'll be able to pick up this Rift Herald as well.
Yeah, and this is starting to be reminiscent of Game 2 in the situation that mid and jungle are super strong, and they're able to create this priority in the other lanes that now they have a lead. They're able to rotate for DZG Styx to top lane, to bot lane to capitalize. And, you know, right now with Smolder scaling, he's just like, you know what? It's not my time yet. Let me scale. I'll eventually be something. And in the meantime, Iceborn is trying to react to the rotations of DZG Styx.
Yeah, and reacting to rotations is a really good point to bring up. It does seem like Iceborn is not kind of like trading things aside from like these first dragons, or the first dragon for like the void grubs, and then being able to pick up the second dragon. It feels like you said they are very just reactive to a lot of what DZG is doing. Where DZG is playing very much ahead of the 8 ball here and trying to make the most out of the situation. Tanzo dodging and weaving through this, being able to actually deal back a little bit of damage as well, though he's not on item yet, and Aatrox is sitting on that Profane Hydra and those Ninja Tabbies, or those steel-plated caps, so definitely going to be trading up a little bit better, especially with the sustain that Aatrox gets with the Hydra and with his passive. All the meanwhile, the dragon is coming up in about 55 seconds, so we are seeing Iceborn already starting to set up this immaculate vision control that they've had for the past 2 games around these objectives, using now the saplings as well to augment that vision and really force DZG to pick where they want to come from. But should they choose to walk to the jungle, they're going to get spotted out for sure. But Rapid Fire stacking up here, doing a lot better now, 105 to the 135, likely sitting at around, 60, 70 stacks on that dragon practice. Definitely a bit further away than you would probably want at this point, but it is still doing a bit better after some of those dives. Cuz, though, will get spotted out, despite dropping that miss, despite being hidden here. He is very hesitant to walk forward, and rightfully so, as Iceborn is here waiting for him. The sapling will land, will slow him down. I'm Bad Your Awful's here. We'll actually be able to land the chains onto Rapid Fire, but Rapid Fire will be able to dodge out. TP going to be forced here from Tanzo, as the fight may likely break out here. DZG trying to approach this dragon, trying to cut through this jungle, but Cuz will get knocked down, will get CC'd, will get chain stunned, and will be taken down. Shutdown going over to Holy Carrot, and the third dragon will likely be going over to the side of Iceborn here, as DZG will be forced to just kind of lick their wounds and try to clear up some of this wave and not let this turret go down as well.
Yeah, it looked a little bit disjointed from DZG Styx, and also kind of what we mentioned earlier, with you having 2 ADCs, do you really want to carry jungle? Well, in this situation, the carry jungler walked into the enemy team with CC and no one was following up with him, which meant he was an easy pick for Iceborn.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, there's really no good disengage aside from the Alistar, and the Alistar is playing pretty far back, and like you said, there's not a lot of follow-up available from a double ADC. Rapid Fire had just been forced to use that fly to get away, and I mean, unless Raging Alcoholic wants to jump in and Buster shot someone away, which likely will not happen, Cuz getting cut out there surely meant the end of his life and the end of that shutdown. DZG will be now put with their backs against the wall for this dragon for, similar to game 1, will be having to try to stop the soul from being taken, or this ocean soul from being taken from Iceborn here. Ward clearing and vision clearing is really all that DZG can do. This Baron not coming up for another 2 minutes. Smolder now hitting that Essence Reaver means that he's going to be able to farm a little bit more effectively, get access to a little bit more mana, hopefully try to stack up as best as he can and at least get that first evolve by the time this either next dragon spawns, or should a fight break out by Baron, to at least have it available and make his damage output a little bit more relevant than it is right now.
It would actually be his second. His first is the Cloudburst.
Yeah.
But it really should help once Smolder gets a second item, because it looks like he's going for that Spirit Soldier, which is still not really a true damage item, but still an item that will help you stack a lot quicker than what you are currently. But hopefully we will see him get to that Elder buff, because then it will kind of be that kind of game where, well, whose game is it? Because right now a lot of it's in favor of Iceborn. They're standing on Soul Point. They can honestly capitalize on it soon. And Aatrox with this healing with no grievous wounds anywhere.
That's going to be the buffer, though. The Heartbreaker going to be able to go over the Nature's Grass Lord. Crystal going to be able to back away here, but it looks like DZG is a bit worse from where Flash going to be forged out from Smolder to be able to dodge those Chains of Corruption. And DZG's pick actually backfires a bit, and they're forced to blow a couple of defensive summoners.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, top lane, I can't really say much. They're just kind of hitting each other, but honestly, Aatrox is still going to be winning this. This sustain's kind of crazy, and Tanzo doesn't really have a way of applying Grievous Wounds, so all this trading is not in Tanzo's favor. He's sitting way below half health, where I'm Bad You're Awful is already sustaining his way back up to full.
Yeah, the fact that they have even one Ocean Drake on top of Aatrox is already egregious healing ability. It's just really not in favor that you want to keep trading without a Bramble.
Yeah, and I mean, we haven't actually seen the Bramble built, I think, by... Maybe we saw it last game on Ornn pretty late, but I mean, that was definitely one of the things that we talked about in game 1, that Tanzo did not build a Bramble in game number 1 into the Aatrox, and that's, you know, the game that DZG lost. And that's when those trades become really difficult, despite the lead he had on Scion. It's the lack of anti-heal. And I mean, Aatrox wants to hit you, so he's going to apply it to himself. But it's still not being utilized here. Cuz will get spotted on a ward, despite dropping the Shroud or the Smoke or the Haze or the Mist, will not be able to get in. Tanzo is here, though, to resume his duties of hitting each other with Tonfas and with Blades and trying to just do what they can. All the meanwhile, though, that is going to be Iceborn starting up this Baron. Cuz will spot it out with this Red Ward here. Already seeing a little bit under half health here, this Baron. TP coming through as well from Ahri down the mid lane. TP coming through from Tristana. This is going to break out into a fight. Iceborn going to be forced to back away here. That's going to be the cease and desist going to be able to land on the Smolder. Mom going to be called out. Rapid Fire going to be able to cleanse that out. Soup Dog going pretty low here, but here comes Aatrox. Going to be able to pick up Rapid Fire in the back line here. All the while, Tanzo's trying to keep the carries out and trying to stay onto Hump. We'll be able to pick up Hump as well, pick up that shutdown. Cuz trying to stick onto Aatrox here. Tanzo going dangerously low. Cuz going Heartbreaker over the wall, but that's going to be fails. Trying to create some space, trying to allow the sustain to happen. Cuz will be taken down by Holy Carrot by a stray REQ. Double kill picked up by Holy Carrot here, but that's going to be another kill picked up by DZG. 3 for 3 so far for both sides. Baron was stopped, though, and that's really what DZG wanted. So far, so good. The Baron was not able to be finished, and a couple shutdowns are going to be picked up by DZG as well. So they're going to be able to reduce that gold deficit to a little over 1,500.
Yeah, we should see another one shortly because Ocean Drake is about to show up. So shortly after everyone has used their ability as much, Ahri still has her ult. So it's gonna be interesting to see, can DZG kind of secure this Drake, or is it basically try to wait for this Elder Drake to come up to fight?
Yeah, and I mean, that's a really valid point to bring up. I mean, Ahri still has access to those ultis. There's a couple of ults that are coming up as well. Chains of Corruption is back up. The Season Assist by Vi, the World Ender. Really, a lot of big ultis are coming back for the side of Iceborn, and DZG still waiting on just about all of theirs. Charm gonna land. Tanzo gonna be forced to dodge away here. Smolder and Tristana, though, are kind of on the weird spot here. Rapid Fire going to be forced to use that Blast Cone to try to catch up to his team. On Bad You're Awful going to be forced to use the World Ender, get a little bit of extra movement speed here. Fail's going to be pulled back as well. A Chu going to come through. Tanzo trying to engage. Will hit onto 2. The All-Out going to land as well. Holy Carry forced to ult defensively here. Fails trying to create some space. Rapid Fire going to call the Mampa. Will get taken down again. Shutdown, though, will be picked up by Cuz here. That's going to be Raging Alcoholic. Pick up a kill as well. Jump reset going as well. Raging Alcoholic popping off here. Lord Christo going to be popped here as well. One more auto will be enough here by either Tanzo or Raging Alcoholic. Triple kill picked up by Raging Alcoholic. Meanwhile, I'm Bad You're Awful getting 1v1 down here. And that is going to be an ace picked up by DZG. A fight that looked kind of rough when Rapid Fire went down is cleaned up expertly by DZG Styx.
I think, honestly, with the way that DZG Styx balanced out the fight, honestly, Iceborn could not get the communication across of who should we focus. DZG Styx was just able to separate and basically conquer at different fights to the point that, unfortunately, Iceborn just could not target the ones that they wanted, which I honestly think that if you're going to target anyone, Smolder, yes, he hurts, but he does not hurt as much as this Tristana, especially when she gets her resets with her bombs, and especially with their ability to still have the jungler to smite the objective. Those are your 2 threats that you really should focus. You can still ignore this dragon because he's not online yet. He is getting there, but he's honestly not your biggest problem.
Yeah, I think you hit the nail on the head there. I think that's the biggest thing that Iceborn did wrong in this is the target calling. I think if they would have used that season assist from Vi onto Tristana and locked her down, or forced her to ult or jump defensively, I think that would have put them in a much better situation where the Tristana wouldn't be able to get in as reliably or as safely. But talking about safely and reliable, I mean, Raging Alcoholic is here. We'll be able to use that jump, but we'll get tracked down here by the Maokai. That's going to be a really good buster shot here. Tanzo's here too. Raging Alcoholic will go down, though. Will go godlike, though. The Hump will get flipped back as well. Shutdown going to be picked up here by DZG. One more auto will be enough. That's a double kill picked up by Cuz here, and that's going to be a 4 for 1 in favor of DZG. That pick that looked to be really good after Raging Alcoholic was unable to buffer the CC from Iceborn turns on its head, and DZG is going to be able to pick up 4 kills for 1, this Baron for sure, and all that Iceborn's going to be able to do is trade out this mid lane tier 1 turret.
Honestly, that was somewhat of a mid-diff if you really think about it, because for Raging Alcoholic, he was caught. He was able to buy time for his 4 teammates to show up. On the other side, Ari did not participate in that at all. She did get a turret in trade, but honestly, at this point, it's more dangerous the fact that Smolder was able to free hit and get his stacks.
Yeah, and I think that's absolutely correct. I mean, yeah, Ari never joined the fight. Tristana was able to trade one before she even died. Yes, she gave out a really big shutdown to the Hump, who was able to now pick up the Terminus off of that shutdown and put himself at 3 items. But, I mean, that just turned into a really big fight where, like you said, Rapid Fire on the Smolder was able to just free hit, land a free mom, land a lot of free damage and stack up and get even closer to that Dragon Patience practice 125. I mean, I'm sure he's sitting pretty close to it. He's probably going to be like around 115, 120, so probably getting real close here. But hold that thought. That's going to be a cease and desist. Going to not be able to be used here. Will be flashed out. That's going to be the knock up there onto Snoop Dogg. Cuz is going to be rooted down. We'll be able to go... I'm actually too unsure where you went. I think they had GA? No, I'm not too sure. But that's still going to be 2 kills picked up by DZG. Holy Carry going pretty low. One more auto will be enough. Fails. Will he commit? Will he get in range? He will not, as Cuz still that Maokai, still that tree will now fully go down. It's actually the Styx gauge that saves Cuz from going down. What looked to be a very good pickup for the side of Iceborn will not go in their favor. And that's going to be a 2 for 0 for the side of DZG. They're going to be able to pick up that bot tier 2 turret. All the while, Aatrox is able to raid that top tier 2 turret, but it looks like this is likely going to be an inhibitor picked up by DZG here. Tanzo on the bot lane, looking to get the knockback. Ari does not have Spirit Rush for a few more seconds. Will it be enough? Cuz is going to go in. That's going to be a shutdown picked up by Aatrox here in the top lane. Tanzo trying to get away, will get slowed down. Twisted Advance going to land onto Fails. Fails doesn't have access to that ulti, so he will get taken down. On Bad You're Awful, still has that World Ender, still has that speed up. Buster Shot will be forced to use. The Achu will come out. The Flash will come out as well. Snoop Dogg doesn't have access to cease and desist. Tanzo trying to create some space. Will sacrifice his life for his teammates. That will still be another shutdown picked up. Snoop Dogg trying to get that range, trying to do what he can. Cease and desist will come back up in about 30 seconds, but it will not be enough. DZG may have bitten off a little bit more than they can chew. We'll get the inhibitor. We'll give off a couple shutdowns, and will be forced to reset as this last Dragon Soul is coming up.
I mean, they did bite off more than they can chew. I honestly think that bot lane picked a fight too early. I mean, your damage is autoing the inhib in mid lane. You don't have to force a fight. Picking this Ari is not important. She actually timed her charm perfectly when Viego was closest to her and was able to capitalize on it, which prevented Viego from getting resets on killing her. At the same time, they managed to die early enough that they can still get to this Drake and contest the soul point and even get some super minions. So this might be a situation where maybe instead DZG Styx says, you know what, the time Drake hasn't spawned yet, let's just shove in mid and force him to react to us again.
Yeah, and that's not a bad idea at all. I mean, you have the push and super minions, but, you know, why not give it an assist? Lord Christo gonna get spotted out here by Cuz with that sweeping lens. Smolder looks like he might be on that Dragon passive. Just have to look at those horns once we get a chance, but it may not matter as Iceborn is already starting up this Dragon, trying to get ahead, trying to pick this up. It will turn around with the Twisted Advance with the Nature's Grasp. That's going to be Mom called out here. Snoop Dogg will probably go down here to the Mom, but I'm Bad You're Awful not able to find really much damage here. Smolder free hitting Rapid Fire will be able to take that down. Rage Alcoholic picking up Snoop Dogg on the other side. Great engage by Fails. Flash headbutt pulverized as he is going to be a double kill picked up by Raging Alcoholic. Cuz going to be able to pick up the next one, cosplaying as Ari. The Dragon will be taken down. Ooh, not a close enough snipe. Humph is the only one left for his team, and that's another really great fight by DZG. The Humph does have Flash available. Raging Alcoholic is there, does have the jump. Knock up Pulverize is going to be there. Flash will not save the Humph. He will be taken down. Smolder going to be able to pick up. No, Cuz going to be able to pick up the kill, but it does not matter. DZG is going to be able to pull up that teleport, go into the base, take down these turrets, and lock in game number 3. You know, and I don't even think Smolder hit the 125. His horns aren't glowing. Doesn't matter. Too much focus on that Smolder. And actually, yes, he did hit the 120. He didn't hit the 225 though. But yeah, it was what looked to be a very focused game on shutting down the Smolder. Did not matter. It just didn't. I mean, like you mentioned before, DZG it looked like they put all their eggs in the Smolder basket, but it didn't matter. They had the mid jungle diff in this game number 3.
It honestly did see that way, because at the same time you guys are on soul point. You guys basically used everything to keep the other team off of it. I'm not quite sure why Vi got off of it. I feel like you could have just bursted a Drake,
separate and just head to base and just kind of, take the benefits of Ocean Soul. But instead, Vi decided to engage and was literally in their back line, which meant that all of DZG Styx could capitalize on taking out their jungle. And all of a sudden, this fight becomes even more disoriented because you can't lock down the Smolder anymore.
Yeah, I mean, it like you said. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of like the target calling. I think is the biggest thing that they needed to focus on, and it's that big point that you brought up. And by the time they realized it, it was just a little too late. And then what do? Like, you picked the wrong targets before. Now you're not focusing Smolder, and you're trying to focus the rest. But now Smolder's free hitting. You got caught between a rock and a hard place, and it just became increasingly more difficult to play the game for the side of Iceborn, despite once again having a pretty good early lead, both in the bot lane and in the top. Mid lane jungle being like the harder part. But I mean, Cousin Raging Alcoholic did what they did with the lead that they got early, and were able to run away with the game. But with that, we'll go to a quick break as we're bringing in now to game point, as DZG is looking to clean up this series in a typical DZG fashion at a 3-1 pace. But there is still the option or the chance that Iceborn could take us to a game 5. But we'll be back shortly after a brief break for game number 4 of DZG versus Iceborn. Welcome back, everyone, to Game 4 of DZG versus Iceborn. Iceborn, once again, opting to take that blue side after that Game 3 loss, and they're going to maybe go back to the drawing board and see what they want here. Maybe they get rid of Smolder this time. Maybe they pick it up. Maybe they pick the Ahri back up. Who knows? But DZG is on game point, trying to close this out at a 3-1 fashion. Iceborn trying to take us to a game 5. But we'll see what happens as banned so far, very similar to game number 3. Gragas, Lee Sin, locked in as bans. DZG locking in the Poppy and the Karma. Will Iceborn lock in the same ban as game number 3? Will they ban out that Viego, not what they banned out in game 3. Hui will hopefully get banned out. Who knows? DZG.
I think it's interesting because currently you're able to see that DZG can go with that scaling comp. They have a choice of Smolder or Senna, regardless now. So bot lane can scale if in the case of situation that Iceborne's bot lane is a little bit strong.
Yeah, and I mean Iceborn, they haven't showed any kind of preference towards the Senna or the Smolder. So I wonder if they are going to pick one over the other or if they're going to try to respond. But no, I mean, Iceborn is sticking true to that Ahri. And I mean, it opens up DZG to pick up Tristana, which is exactly what I was going to say. It did so well. I mean, and I don't think Ahri is going to be flexible anywhere. So you're really just kind of almost shooting yourself in the foot unless you're going to play a mid-centric jungler to shut down this Tristana. But I mean, you did that in the Vi, and it didn't work out. So I don't see why DZG just doesn't stick to the same thing that they did in game number 1. And they could lock in Tristana Smolder here, or they could lock in, some sort of other lockdown. They could lock in the Nautilus and take it away so that they don't have another sort of lockdown available to them. Or they could take a jungle pick. They could take the Vi away as well. But it's just interesting that Ahri is such highly favored by this mid laner who has played 160 games on 160 champions, but Ahri seems to be that champion that they're like, yeah, it's busted. Doesn't matter that I lost last game. I want it again.
I mean, it could also be a situation where it's more like, I don't want the other team to have this.
True. And DZG is going to lock in the Ezreal, maybe trying to take it away again from Iceborn this time. Maybe they're doing their own takeaway this and saying, your Ezreal was quite good in I think it was game number 2, so we're not, or was it game 1? Game 1, yeah. And we're not going to let you have it this time around, especially if you weren't trying to play safely. But Iceborn's like, you know what, it's fine. If you don't want to give us a champion that plays from range, we'll just play Kai'Sa and likely play that AP build that lets you hit from 3,000 units away, and we'll pick them out, so that you can't find a way on top of us. So Iceborn really almost clearly identifying their comp as saying, you cannot touch this, and we're just going to go ahead and play from 3,000 units away.
Yeah, and I think that's honestly a great response to a Tristana and Ezreal, because Ezreal usually plays from range. Generally, he does not E forward unless he sees an opportunity to kind of get that kill to secure that free auto. But at the same time, there are some variations. I'm kind of curious how Iceborn is going to adapt, in the sense that right now you have a team that kind of pokes more, whereas DZG's macro in terms of their team fights has been on point. They've changed targets as they needed. They've kind of focused who they wanted. If you have a team comp that is more poke based, that means that if the other team gets on you, you are more at risk of losing the team fight.
Yeah, and DZG's going to lock in his Alistar. It worked pretty well for them last game, and I think it once again it's a good response to Maokai here, trying to break free from the Twisted Advance or the Nature's Grasp with that Unbreakable, and be able to provide some sort of peel should the dives come towards the bot lane's way again. It also provides a lot of really good roam opportunities to kind of impact other lanes. It looked like the roams were pretty comfortable for DZG on the support, but it looks like Iceborn and DZG are going to start targeting these junglers. Vi taken away from Iceborn. Karthus taken away from DZG, trying to get away from anything that could potentially touch the Kai'Sa. Karthus is definitely a very heads-up kind of play here, saying Karthus doesn't have to be with us. If he gets scales up enough, he could potentially just take this Kai'Sa, down to below, have health, and force us to not play the game. Udyr going to be removed as a top jungle flex by DZG, and I wonder what Iceborn wants to do here that could potentially do the same thing, and be able to kind of deal with this Kai'Sa, and it's going to be the Diana, something that can get back there and lock down the target.
What do you think is going to be the response from DZG?
I think they take jungle here. I think maybe a Nocturne if you really want to get back there, but it kind of feels a little aggressive. Wukong wouldn't be too bad either here. You can kind of get maybe a good flank going and get some knockups. Talia, I guess, wouldn't be bad if you want to try to set up a dive in the bot lane. I think there's a lot of really good options. Brand, yeah, I mean, why not? It puts me in a weird spot where DZG really can't reach the backline here. And Brand doesn't really do that either. Even if he drops an ulti, it doesn't mean that it's going to reach the backline. So it's a little interesting. It's more if Iceborn forces a lot of skirmishes, which is Graves might. Brand doesn't really get a lot of value here.
I mean, I do respect that brand just because I see it as Cuz is just honestly showing off now. He's just like, I know I can beat this jungler. If he finds me in a 1v1, I can beat him with this brand. It's just going to be a fight. And also, it just means a lot of CC available in case they are able to get them whomever is in the front. So if this Mount guy happens to walk into the enemy team, you suddenly have a brand that's able to stun you. If you're Graves, you're able to get caught out, or if Graves gets too close, then he can just literally bounce an ult back and forth between you. So we're definitely expecting some kind of Aatrox.
Oh my lord. My CD player is skipping, man. I keep getting stuck on that Aatrox song. I don't know. I mean, yeah, sure, why not? Aatrox game 4. I mean, Tanzo's played 4 different champions against his Aatrox, or 3 different champions against Aatrox. Will he repeat, or will he pick something new? I mean, he gets counterpick here. Like, he for sure gets to pick whatever he wants that he feels just comfortable in here. I don't really know a lot of Aatrox matchups that are like crazy. Maybe he goes Zac, but no, I guess Cassante. I mean, it did really well in game number 3. I mean, he didn't necessarily outtrade him because of Aatrox sustain, but it did a lot more in the team fights and was able to kind of get onto some of these champions with the dashes and the knockups and create a lot of disturbance. So, yeah, I mean, I'm surprised with the way the draft went after the first 3 picks for the side of Iceborn. I was expecting a very much keep away kind of comp, take advantage of the disengage and the range, and instead they picked up Graves Aatrox, which plays into the Tristana, the Alistar, the Brand, and now the Cassante that have a target now, as opposed to playing more um for the range that they had. But again, Kaisa could poke them down, and then they just hard engage if they eat too many of those Prey Seekers, or I think they're Prey Seekers, but whatever the Kaisa E is or W is. But I don't know. I'm interested.
Yeah, I think it's kind of been Iceborn's top lane. Just he's like, you know what? I've been doing well on Aatrox, regardless of this person having counter. He hasn't been able to truly beat me in lane. Every 1v1 has kind of gone more in my favor than his. And the only time that he's really been able to capitalize on me is when the jungle is ganking, when everyone is collapsing on me. I mean, the in game 3 where Cassante ulted him through the wall into Alistar, who's waiting inside the bush, and then Viego, who's also sitting there. Honestly, was the amazing map awareness and great play by the Cassante. But overall, in a 1v1 matchup, this Aatrox has kind of been in the lead across all 3 games previously. So maybe they're just like, this is what we need to do. But at the same time, there were moments where you saw that they weren't able to capitalize, where Cassante just was able to capitalize more on his team synergy, whereas Aatrox wants to try to carry, and if he gets CC'd, he's not carrying.
Yeah, no, I mean that's a very valid point. I think you're right. I think I'm bad, you're awful is just saying, you know what, this Aatrox hasn't been punished at all, so we might as well keep playing it. And it's still a big menace in some of these fights. We've seen him pick up kills after kills. We've seen him be onto that backline. I think in the last game, I mean, we saw that happen as well. Gonna hold that thought. We're getting raided by Aegis, so we appreciate that raid for sure. Come watch, come enjoy our game 4 of Iceborn versus DZG Styx. DZG Styx leading 2-1 in this best of 5 series. But yeah, I think that's very true. I think Aatrox is just kind of this placeholder of it's my most comfortable champion. It's working. It's not being a detriment. It is doing what it needs to do. I think the same could be said for the Ari by Holy Carrot. It's been a staple for them. 3 out of the 4 games so far, now being the 3rd game where this Ari has just been locked in, and despite it being less than effective in game number 2 or game number 3 into the same Tristana matchup, it can be said that Holy Carrot may have learned from it and say, hey, I won't let what happened in the early game happen in game number 4, and I can be more effective with this Graves as well, and maybe look for some more roams, look for some more trying to get this Graves ahead and trying to make him a menace as well. But yeah, I mean, out of these 2 comps, I mean, what are you favoring here, Silent? What are you thinking?
I think in terms of the comp, I really do like DZG Styx's comp just because it's very balanced. you have a way you want to play, and also it makes it hard for the other team to try to pick you because Maokai essentially is just going to bodyguard. He's not really wanting to go in because Kaisa needs to time the scale. Also, Ari can contribute with some roams, and Graves is kind of that I want to 1v1 someone, but Brand also says, come 1v1 me. If I can land my skill shots, it's going to be in his favor unbelievably. But at the same time, I think Iceborn needs to work on shutting out the game. They did great in game 3 up to a certain point, and once it reached that apex, all of a sudden it just broke apart. It was like they did not know what the answer was, and they couldn't stop the landslide that was going the opposite way of their favor.
Yeah, that's a very great point to bring up is the fact that it's really Iceborn trying to clean up that mid to late game. If they can do that, it's very possible for them to take this game number 4. If they let what happened in game number 2 and 3 happen, where they kind of cruise up to that cruising altitude in the early game and then just immediately crash down, then we're just going to see a repeat of game 2 and 3. Personally, I really do like Iceborn's comp here. I think they have a lot of versatility in what they can do. They have a lot of pick potential. They have this Kaisa now in the scaling as a scaling threat that DZG doesn't have in this game. They do have Tristana, which is really well. Ezreal can scale fairly well, but they don't have that hard scaling that has won them games 2 and 3. Instead, now they have it's on the opposite side. The Kaisa is going to be able to scale quite well, and she has this Graves and Ari and this Aatrox to kind of carry them through the mid game, be that damage that she isn't going to be until she hits those 3 items. And then once she does hit those 3 items, I think if played correctly, I think this Kaisa can really output a lot of damage onto DZG's relatively short range comp. But with that, we're going to take a quick break as we get ready for game number 4. But don't go anywhere. We'll be back with that 4th game of the Aegis Masters League, where we have Iceborn taking on DZG Styx. Welcome back, everyone, to game number 4 of DZG Styx versus Iceborn. Looks like we were having a few technical difficulties, as I think there was a bit of a DC going on for one of the enemy teams, and it kind of delayed us to start. But it looks like we're getting back in here. Items are being bought. Yes, it looks like we're in a good spot now. DZG leading 2-1 in this best of 5 series. Honestly, nothing's changed too much from this game. A lot of the same picks we've been seeing, especially that staple of the Aatrox and the Ahri, Tristana, Alistar, a lot of these same picks. Really, the only thing I'm seeing that we've seen that's a little different is this brand in the jungle. Cuz is definitely favoring these carry picks. They've been a little bit more on the bruisery side, and this is the first pick that we get to see where it's going to be a little bit more on that AoE AP side, which is it's great to see. It's something a little different, and it allows for some spiciness that comes from playing brand. Another thing to note: this is the second game in a row where Snoop Dogg hasn't bought the healing pot on jungle and is just picking up that that jungle item and just opting to not take the pot. I don't know if it's a mistake again, or if this is just an option that he's taking just because he's saying I want to be up that 50 gold to get onto the item buy. But interesting tech nonetheless, if it is tech.
I mean, he does have fleet footwork. Granted, it doesn't heal as much, but ideally, Graves can kite out the camps enough that he doesn't need it, and that the 50 gold can go toward an item that will eventually help put out some more damage and clear out camps a little bit faster.
Yeah, true. And then, like you said, yes, he very much can kite these camps a lot better than he could on the Vi last game. Vi also has some shielding built in, so definitely makes a difference. So yeah, maybe it is that 50 gold of like, he is able to full clear and pick up a little bit more, a couple more items here. All these lanes playing relatively neutral. We're seeing just once again the lane control that comes from Iceborn here. They're very quick to push for this level 2. They're very quick to try to shove in under turret and create the pressure that they may need, especially since the Graves is actually invading and forcing this vertical jungle. It will get spotted out by a ward here that was placed by DZG by Fails here, and Fails will rotate over maybe to try to maybe create some nuisance here, but the Maokai will also follow. But again, forcing this vertical jungle, forcing but Emily hold that thought. Raging Alcoholic going in, gonna be able to land that explosive charge, take Holy Carrot down to about half health, but also eating a bit of damage himself. Holy Carrot continuing through, trying to will land those W procs, and will actually trade out a lot better. Both mid laners will be forced to pop pots, but it actually ended up being in favor of Holy Carrot here. The counter jungling or the vertical jungling continues here as Graves is still there. Will get pushed away by Fails. Will force the camp to reset here, and Graves won't be able to pick that back up before it fully resets. Rapid fire though, forcing this weird 2v1 situation where both ADCs are losing CS here just to delay the Graves. But again, just continuing to enforce this vertical jungle, but does at least delay Snoop Dogg from kind of outpacing this brand jungle.
Yeah, I honestly think that right now DZG Styx benefits from that a lot more than Iceborn. Granted,
oh, hold that thought. Raging Alcoholic will flash in. Level 4, though, by Holy Carrot. Does have access to Charm. Here comes Graves, though. It is going to be a 2v2 here. Smokescreen going to land. Cuz trying to find Holy Carrot, who is way low on mana. Cuz eating a lot of damage, though. Will whiff both those skill shots, though. Cuz one more auto will be enough, and that is going to be First Blood picked up by Snoop Dogg. Flash will be blown as well. Graves, full mana, full potentially full health here with the red buff as well, but that is a bit of a misplay, as you talked about it in the pregame lobby or in the champ select. Cuz has to land those skill shots, and he just didn't, and that cost him. Once again, we'll hold that thought again as the hump is going to be engaged on Lord Christo, eating a lot of damage. One more mystic shot will be enough. Flash is available should he want it, but no, Rapid Fire will show some restraint here. Will eat a bit more damage, but that's a very positive trade here for the bot side of DZG.
yeah, it looks like Bran was almost inting for that Dark Harvest to the point that, I feel like you just want to get to that Haunting Guise before you really try to fight anyone early.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it looked really good until I think they saw the Graves. Like, I think if he would have backed away after that smoke screen dropped, I feel like that would have been like the big play. The heads up play is just like, let it go. But Tanzo potentially setting himself up for a dive here, but Snoop Dogg will pull back, will try to pick up these Krugs, which he will. Tanzo will be able to continue farming here, but it does set up for a delayed dive here as DZG's jungler is not in range to respond. Holy Carrot, though, does still have flash available. The Blaze proc will be there if Cuz wanted to be able to land that Q. Won't be able to. and Ari will be able to get away without expending her flash. We do see the reset come through for Snoop Dunk on the top lane, but it does mean that DZG, it does get first movement towards this dragon, should they want it, as Graves is on reset. But it looks like Brand is just opting to kind of maybe look for some of his camps here. The Gromp spawning in a few more seconds, just a little early, as both junglers will likely opt to trade neutral objectives on the opposite sides of the map.
Yeah, Brand's a little bit lost for inside his jungle just because of the camps that were taken by Graves, so that's put him a little bit off.
Oh, another jump in. Raging Alcoholic will get the better of the trade this time, as the REQ will not be able to land there. Tanzo trying to stop this recall, but I Am Bad You're Awful does have access to World Ender, and Tanzo's still not level 6, though it will be just a quick disengage there by Tanzo, as he's able to dash away. But I'm Bad You're Awful still in this bush, trying to find it. Tanzo's still not level 6 yet. We'll take a couple of those Darkened Blade shots. Third proc will land as well. Bad You're Awful definitely taking advantage of this matchup. Now that Tanzo's 6, though, will that change? Tanzo does have access to the knockup. We'll be able to knock up. The chains will land. We'll be able to be buffered by Tanzo here. That's going to be all out coming through as well. I Am Awful will be forced to flash here. Tanzo's still chasing down with that ghost. A few more autos may be enough. Ooh, not enough as he's able to get, as I'm Bad You're Awful is able to dash back with that Darkened Blade and be able to disengage. But good trade here by Tanzo.
Yeah, and right now you can see where DZG Styx is really focusing on that mid lane. They really want that lead and to put Holy Carrot as far behind as possible. And it looks like this time bot lane of DZG Styx is actually surviving the initial engages that Iceborn is putting forward.
Yeah, I mean, it's honestly, it's really cool to see that both, you know, kind of how it went last game, that Holy Carrot, despite eating a lot of pressure, he's able to not give up a kill as early as he did in the last couple games, or in the last game on the Ahri into Tristana matchup. So actually quite much learning from the previous matchup that they had in game 3. And then the same can be said for DZG's bot lane. They're able to kind of match up this tempo on a non-scaling AD and not giving up those early kills that they were giving up in these past couple games. Brand, though, Cuz will get found out here, will get knocked up. Darkened Blade will be enough. That third proc of it will be there as I'm Bad You're Awful picks up a kill. And Cuz, unfortunately, started up those grubs a little too soon. Not enough pressure available to him, and he was collapsed on. Plus, he wasn't level 6, so he doesn't have access to that Pyroclasm to be able to kind of turn that fight around. So first three grubbies, or at least looks like the first 2 grubbies, will be picked up by Iceborn as they're opting to leave that third one up and delaying the possibility of a 6 grub play. Ignite will be dropped. Fails is going to be able to be pushed back here. Rapid Fire going pretty on the offensive with that forward arcane shift. But the 6s will not proc just yet. Is actually Lord Christo's pretty far behind here, still sitting at level 4. Cuz, though, once again in range here for Snoop Dogg. The smite will come through. Snoop Dogg playing very aggressively here, getting to level 6, does have access to that ultimate should he want to use it. Will hold back and not, but Snoop Dogg looking very comfortable into this Graves Brand matchup.
Yeah, and it was interesting because there was an opportunity where
Tanzo maybe biting off a bit more than he could chew, gets the last bit of a dash, will be able to get away, sitting at a little over 100 health there. Did use the all-out. World Ender was used as well, but he's going to have to try to get away. Graves is on his way, trying to use that collateral damage to maybe snipe off Tanzo here. Meanwhile, in the bot lane, Rapid Fire landing a lot of free Mystic shots here. The Humph doesn't have a lot of mana left to him, so farming is going to be pretty difficult, or at least trying to sustain through that bot lane poke. But it does look like Tanzo will be forced to back away, does not give up a kill, and DCG will start this dragon, and we'll try to trade it out for those grubbies that were taken up in the top side.
Yeah, and it looks like there's still one grubby left up top side because Graves tried to cheeky ambush Cuz over at red. And although Tristana, Raging Alcoholic, had an opportunity to kind of catch Graves because he actually was in a really poor position, they did not check the bush that he was hiding in, and he was able to hide and honestly take the benefit of the trade.
Ooh, Cuz getting engaged on, doesn't have access to Pyroclasm still. That's going to be a missed skill shot on that Pillar of Flame. Raging Alcoholic is there trying to save his Jungle Bud, but it will not be enough. Cuz going down for the third time this game. Ooh, Killer Instinct going to come through. Humph trying to trade off onto Rapid Fire. Rapid Fire pretty low here. Heal was used by Humph here. Rapid Fire, not a lot of mana available to him. Is going to Arcane Shift. Does have his own flash available. Holding it for some reason. Okay, he's going to be able to use it. Trying to bait out as long as he can. Trying to keep it up for himself. But that is a very good trade by Humph here. Despite, you know, coming back with that Caulfield's Warhammer and being able to trade aggressively. Ooh, Rage Alcoholic going to eat that charm. Will not be able to get enough autos from Holy Carrot onto onto Holy Carrot with that explosive charge, and we'll eat the worst of that trade.
Yeah, currently across the board, it's definitely jungle is the biggest gap at the moment because looks super uncomfortable on it, and it looks like even now Snoop Dogg has really looked and found him over and over again.
Yeah, literally just donking him with that shotgun. But you're right. I mean, it just looks very uncomfortable after that forced vertical jungle. After that first blood in the mid lane in the mid bot river. It just looks like Cuz hasn't been able to kind of get his tempo back up. It's been feeling a little clunky. Comes back to his jungle after getting invaded and isn't able to pick up really any camps. Forced to kind of wait around for them to spawn. So it just kind of feels like he really can't get into the groove of things, and it definitely makes things very difficult. This, on the flip side, Snoop Dogg very much feeling himself. Able to just continually invade DZG's jungle. Is up almost 30 CS on. Cuz on his opposing jungle is even now playing aggressively, now forcing Fails to actually play his way up here and try to create some space, trying to create some safety for Cuz. Meanwhile, on the top side, Tanzo trading aggressively. Snoop Dogg will get spotted on that ward. Tanzo will be forced to blow that ghost pretty early to be able to disengage here. Snoop Dogg, though, not done. Gonna be able to go over the wall here, trying to trade up into these Krugs. We'll spot Cuz out here, so it is going to be a 1v1 in the jungle up in the top side. We'll force Snoop Dogg to disengage. No, Snoop Dogg will take those Krugs, despite Cuz being there. Tanzo taking the bit of a worse for trade there. Collateral damage still available here. One well-timed collateral damage will be enough. Tanzo, though, surviving, eating a lot of damage. Oh, and a lot of CC available there. On Bad, you're awful. Will survive, though, and that, as well as Cuz being taken down. Raging Alcoholic looking for the resets here. Will not be able to find it. Snoop Dogg and On Bad, you're awful, living at under 100 health. DZG not able to trade up on those kills.
Yeah, I think that was a situation where potentially Raging Alcoholic should have just capitalized and flashed over, but I think he just did not know where Graves truly went and was afraid that, if he picked the wrong one, he'd also lose his flash.
Yeah, unfortunate for DZG not being able to trade up, but I mean, Iceborn looking real good this game. They're sitting at a very early 4K gold lead, definitely on the back of that top jungle right now. The bot lane of Kaisa, Maokai, pretty content just farming it up, looking to get to, those item power spikes. So Kaisa not really looking to fight too early, and even when she has, she's looked pretty good. So, I mean, if I'm DCG, I'm looking to maybe slow things down a little bit. They're giving up a lot right now. Despite, they have at least one dragon, so at least they're not getting dragon stacked early against them. But yeah, I mean, this constant skirmishing is not really working out, and Cuz is really paying the big price here, as he kind of finds himself in a lot of these skirmishes with his team.
Yeah, and he's just trying to prove, hey, Brand is really broken. No matter how far behind I get, if I get the items I really need, once I get my second to third item, all I'm gonna do is press R and watch the other team's HP disappear.
True. I mean, it is definitely delaying him right now, as we kind of see already that Snoop Dogg is sitting on that opportunity, and the serrated jerk already. So he's essentially an item and a half to Brand's, 2/3 of an item, or a little bit more, trying to just get enough gold to kind of put it together into that first item. But it's definitely becoming a little bit more of a waiting game now for DZG. They're trying to allow for this farming to happen. Snoop Dogg once again invading onto Cuz. Will he spot out the Raptors? We are not too sure just yet. It is a 3v1 invade here. That's a good stun, gonna land, but it is gonna force him off the big Raptor, and DZG's not able to help their jungler here, as Raging Alcoholic got his handful in the mid lane, trying to clear up this wave as fast as possible, but it once again takes a big chunk of gold away from Cuz in the jungle. Lord Christo could be finding himself in a bit of trouble here. Will get headbutt pulverized, does have access to the blast plant, would put Fails on a bit of a bad side here. Stun gonna land. Fails is going to be able to, the DZG is going to be able to find that, and Cuz is going to pick up his first kill of the game with a well-timed Blaze combo. Put himself on the board, get a little bit of extra gold, and this could set up DZG to pick up this dragon, and should set up DZG to pick up this dragon, as Snoop Dogg is picking up that second set of Void Grubs.
Yeah, and right now we're seeing them pick up the dragon, so I think that they're built for that scaling that Brand is going to offer later on, but at the same time, Brand is now worth gold again, so maybe Snoop Dogg will try to find him in the jungle and try to capitalize on some more gold.
Yeah, you're right, absolutely. I mean, he is now worth money again after picking up that kill, despite being down, those 4 deaths. It definitely has a little bit more value to continue to apply that pressure. Rift Herald will also be taken down here. It's actually just 3 Void Grubs. 4 Void Grubs. So the original 3, a 4th one, and right as he was finishing that up, the Rift Herald actually spawned up, and he was able to pick up a Rift Herald instead. 4 Void Grubs, definitely nothing to scoff at. Rift Herald, definitely a really good pickup here, as it's going to allow Iceborn to kind of pick up that tempo, or at least keep that tempo going with the lead that they have. Still about 4,000 gold in their pocket above DZG, likely most of it from the top and the jungle. But DZG was able to pick up that second dragon. We are seeing the Cloud Soul, or the Cloud Rift here, for the first time in the series. Gonna benefit both teams. Definitely one of the more versatile rifts. Allows for quick map movement. Allows for definitely a little bit more mobility in team fights. We'll just have to see what both teams do. Tanzo, once again, trading up in the top lane. It's really not going in his favor, though, as Badger Awful already sitting on that Profane Hydra. Those Darkened Blades, that's 3 stacks of that Darkened Blade being used onto Tanzo, forcing him to reset here once again. Teleport is available to him, but, I mean, we've been seeing a lot of this trading from Tanzo into the Aatrox across 4 games, and I don't think any of those 4 games have gone super well for him once that first item hit, so it's definitely potentially setting him a little bit behind and forcing him to take some ill-opportuned backs here.
Yeah, honestly, it's been across all the games, but DZG Styx has managed to still pull out, so it may not be an issue, but if they do win this game, Iceborn, then potentially we may look at an Aatrox ban just to say, can this top laner play anything else?
Yeah, because I mean, he's looked super comfy this entire time. I mean, he looks very proficient at, the trades here. Hold that thought, though. Snoop Dunk gonna fight Tanzo here. I'm Badger Awful gonna rotate down as well. Tanzo gonna be able to buffer out that shield there to be able to get away from any little bit of more damage, probably have a little bit of a dash, and disengage. Cuz is going to be spotted on a ward. Herald will be dropped on the top side. This turret is no much longer for this world, as it is going to be taken down by that charge. All the meanwhile, DZG's bot lane is also applying their own set of pressure down to the bot lane, though first turret will go over to the side of Iceborn, increasing that gold lead up to a little under 5,000 here. And again, really putting all of their gold into this top side basket, as they're the ones finding a lot of these really strong trades and a lot of these opportunities for the side of Iceborn. Oh,
yep.
Herald is also showing up in the mid lane real quick, though it won't get a charge. It'll still get a couple hits under the turret.
Yeah, and we're seeing that hybrid build from the Kaisa, so we're definitely going to start seeing this chunk.
Ooh, fails. Gonna be forced to use that Unbreakable there to try to disengage. The Nature's Grass will be there as well. Snoop Dogg going really low there. Will be forced to flash out. Rapid Fire trying to see what he can do here. That's gonna be the Killer Instinct. That's gonna be the stun landed as well, though. One more auto will be enough. The Buster Shot will be there to pick up the kill. Raging Alcoholic picks up his first kill of the game. True Shot Barrage will not hit to follow up on that Graves, but a little bit of a misplay there, maybe from Iceborn. A little bit of an over-aggression. Meanwhile, in the top lane, Tanzo trying to trade out. Does now have the plated steel caps. Will be able to eat a little bit more of that damage from the Aatrox. But Aatrox, I mean, still looking very comfortable here. Going up about 30 CS onto Tanzo here and applying more pressure into this top side. Raging Alcoholic trying to play that charm range, trying to not get charmed up under this turret. Brand is there to back him up, but DZG looking to kind of make up for this early game, reducing this gold lead now to just a little over 30,000. Oh, fails. We'll get spotted out by Badger Awful. A little dash away from that Pulverize, but we'll just take the Blast Plant over.
And he'll go straight back over to clear out that ward.
Yeah. Speaking of the Kaisa build, so yeah, it's that AP poke build that LS has made very popular over these last couple of weeks with that video he made. But hold that thought, actually, I'm Badger Awful playing a little too long into this red side jungle. He's definitely, he's not going to go down. He's actually sustaining quite crazily through. Shutdown going to be picked up, though. Cud's going to go down as well. 2 for 1 for the side of Iceborn. Fails is going to go down as well. Did not have access to Unbreakable just yet. Raging Alcoholic trying to do what he can. Tanzo as well does have access to All Out. Cannot find the angle, though. Smite going to come through. Snoop Dunk going to be able to take that camp as well. And that's a 3 for 1 for the side of Iceborn here. Snoop Dogg taking a little bit more damage, but yeah, I mean, will look to be a really good pick on Badger Awful. Once again, shows the sustain that Aatrox has, that comfortability to be able to kind of keep going. All Out gonna come through. Snoop Dogg gonna get taken down here. Tanzo, really strong fight here. One more auto will be enough. Flash coming through. Holding Kira will be down. That's 3 shutdowns picked up by Raging Alcoholic here. Lord Christo as well. Will that be a 4th? That's a triple kill, essentially a quadra kill picked up by Raging Alcoholic, and 3 massive shutdowns picked up by DZG. Ooh, Killer Instinct is available here. That's going to be the, not the Prey Seeker, the Void Seeker landed onto Tanzo. But still, that's 3 big shutdowns picked up by Raging Alcoholic. And DZG kind of flipping this game on its head and reducing that gold lead back down to 3,000 and starting up this dragon to potentially put them on soul point.
Yeah, that single Ocean Drake that DZG Styx was able to get earlier in this game definitely made this Cassante into the hugest bait. It looked like he was low. It looks like we can quickly kill him and call it a day, but no, he survived the entire thing, and Tristana was able to capitalize on that distraction.
Yeah, I mean, it was, yeah, definitely, like, it will look to be like the biggest, I mean, the biggest overstay for sure by the side of Iceborn. I mean, they were looking to capitalize more on those picks. I mean, it looked really good, obviously, on Bad You're Awful, surviving so long, those kills being picked up, and they were trying to make the most out of that and hopefully set themselves up to pick up that dragon. But like you said, I mean, it just, DZG is able to make the most out of it. On Bad You're Awful, once again, potentially picked out here, is going to be able to be knocked up, will get stunned, the jump coming through, that's going to be the TP forced out here from Holy Carrot, though. That's going to be Raging Alcoholic eating a lot of damage. Holy Carrot does have that speed up. Ooh, expert dodge there by Raging Alcoholic to the charm, but will get taken down. Shutdown going over to Raging Alcoholic. The True Shot Barrage, not enough damage. Here comes Cuz Rapid Fire, though. This is the big clump that DZG wants to see. That's going to be the Pyroclasm going through as well. Blaze Proc coming through. Ezreal flashing forward. One more auto will be enough. Rapid Fire picking up on Bad You're Awful for his first kill of the game. 2 for 1. Still in favor of Iceborn, though. Snoop Dunk is here, though. He's looking for Cuz. Oh, Cuz, you're walking into the wrong spot, buddy. That's gonna just be a murder in the jungle as Cuz just goes from half to 0 there. And that's 4 for 1, or 3 for 1 for the side of Iceborn. Still making the most out of these situations, upping that lead now back up to 4,000 gold. And
yeah,
this mid lane turret.
And it's truly unfortunate for DZG that Iceborn was able to get the kill on the bounty on Tristana with the Ahri. Ahri is now further ahead. She's right now a huge threat to both ADCs, especially with her ability to gap close and charm.
Yeah, I mean, it goes to show why Ahri's been picked all 4 games, 3 times by Iceborn, but that second time by DZG. I mean, it just goes to show the champion is quite powerful, and both these teams are quite proficient in making the most of this champion. Holy Carrot now sitting at 2.5 items, was able to pick up that Rabadon's, working their way towards that Void Staff. To try to melt through whatever little bit of MR that DZG is building, especially on this Cassante. Holy Carrot, though, might get caught out here. Fails this here. Does have access to the Spirit Rush. Is going to be able to use it. Forced to use 2 charges of it as he was knocked up for the first one. But that's a really good chunk there taken out of Holy Carrot. Snoop Dunk will get spotted on that ward. Looks like DZG wants to go on the offensive here, trying to find what they can now that Holy Carrot has been pushed out of the lane here. Cuz eating these Void Seekers. Kaisa, yeah, see, there's that damage. Even though Kaisa's not at 3 items, it's still damage. Cuz eating a 3rd one. Killer Instinct coming through. This is exactly what you get to see. Hump gonna find Cuz there, but he is gonna trade out his life. The Nature's Grasp is not going to be enough to actually do anything here. Raging Alcoholic is jumping in, though. Lord Christo does not have access to that Nature's Grasp. He is going to be able to walk away, but still, 3 Void Seekers and an ulti equals a free kill, and that's before Kaisa picks up that 3rd item in that Crypt Bloom. So it's definitely getting to that point. She hasn't even finished the Mana Immune either, so it's getting to that point where this Kaisa is going to start becoming this big threat that DZG may or may not have have answers to if she plays from that range and Iceborn plays patient enough to let that poke happen.
Yeah, I definitely appreciate the Hump's aggressive attitude, but I don't think this brand is really worth the effort of dying this to capitalize on. I think the pokes were great, and just honestly, it reminded him, hey, you can die easily. I'm playing Kaisa, I'm gonna scale, and this is what you have to look forward to. I think ulting was a little bit greedy and kind of reckless because it's just there was nothing to gain from it really. This brand isn't really worth gold to do that to.
Yeah, no, you're right. I mean, he's definitely not worth a lot of gold. I think trading up your life there is definitely not the option. Thankfully, there was no big objective aside from that Baron. The DZG was likely not going to start with the Baron being dead. But it does go to show the power that this Kaisa does bring, especially later on, when she does have that follow-up. When maybe she's proccing those and is not the only one diving into the enemy team, but is able to follow up with her team. The DZG is going to have to start being a little bit more careful and a little bit more mindful of eating that free damage. All the meanwhile, item spikes are being hit here. We're seeing 2 items now on Tristana with that Navori Quick Blades. Asriel sitting on that Essence Reaver, working towards that third item, the Quick Blaze himself, quite likely. Ari's pretty close, actually, to finishing up that Void Staff as well. Tanzo, trading pretty aggressively here. He's going to get knocked up. Does have that... I always forget the name, Runic something or whatever, the magic resist item. I can never pronounce it, I'll be honest, but does have a little bit more, has that item available to him, does have a little bit of that extra shielding for the damage, trying to sustain through some of that Ari damage as well. TP coming in pretty early here, from Holy Carrot, trying to get, or from I'm Bad You're Awful, trying to get into this fight sooner. We'll get stunned up, we'll get procced onto the Blaze. That's going to be a lot of damage. That TP may have been for naught. That's going to be Unbreakable being used here by Fails, though, so that's a big ulti for a lot of health here. That's going to be a TP coming through, potentially trying to force this Baron, especially because I'm Bad You're Awful is already TP'd in. He's going to be pretty late to this, and Brand, not known to be a slouch in the damage department, is going to be able to burn through this. Void Seeker going to land onto Baron, giving a little bit of help. Tanzo trying to zone, will eat the charm. That's Fails, 3-man stun. That's going to be the Nature's Grasp going to come through, create a lot of space. Snoop Dogg free hitting here, though. Fails will go down. Collateral damage will be used to get away. And that is going to be also Lord Christo being taken down here. Holy Carrot forces Spirit Rush, does still have access to one more charge. May look for Raging Alcoholic here. Tanzo jumping on top of Kaisa. The Hump going to get knocked up, going to be taken down here. But here comes on Bad You're Awful, back from his quick trip to the fountain here. Raging Alcoholic will be forced to jump away. Tanzo will be taken down as well here. All out coming through though. Cuz is there. CC gonna land. Damage gonna burn. Fire gonna come through. But Snoop Dogg gonna be able to get that triumph as well to be able to survive here. Bad You're Awful's here as well. Will get stunned up. Cuz low on mana will be taken down as well. That's a 4 for 2 in favor of Iceborn here. And this Dragon coming up as well will not allow DZG to pick up that soul point, or that soul. And will once again increase that gold lead to now almost 7,000 gold in favor of Iceborn.
Yeah, I think there was an opportunity for that Tristana to actually hop in and try to finish off the kill that was honestly planted right among them, but it didn't look like they felt they were on the same page and kind of separated, and then Brand had used all his abilities, so essentially there was nothing more he could do. But we're definitely seeing the Aatrox kind of pop off now. I mean, he's been left alone topside in that 1v1, and he's been winning it, and when he shows up to team fights, he is a threat to the other two DZG Styx. So I honestly am seeing where, you know, both top and mid, with the leads that they have built, they're kind of really benefiting from it. And if you're not able to get one of them shut down, picked before your starting objective, honestly, the rest of the team can buy time enough for them to show back up.
Yeah, and I think one of the biggest things to note is that once again, DZG has not picked up any anti-heal for this Aatrox. That's 4 games in a row where they've dealt with this Aatrox, and whether the anti-heals come in super late or not at all, DZG once again not having it. And we saw it, what happened, you know, earlier in the jungle. We saw what happened in that fight where the Aatrox was able to heal back up despite going down to about half health after coming back from his trip to the base. And it's just that sustain, and DZG has no way of really stopping it from happening. And hopefully it's something that, you know, someone like the Bran will pick up very soon. Just the Oblivion Orb is already enough to apply the 40% Grievous Wounds. Ezreal, I guess, is another option to pick it up, or the Tristana with those X-Blades, but really it should be the Bran that picks it up sooner rather than later. Fails is just going to walk straight into the enemy team, though, here, as he's going to stay true to his namesake there and just kind of walk into the enemy team there for a ward that unfortunately will not lead to anything, as it's going to lead to Iceborn picking up this Baron, likely uncontested. Tanzo's trying to get in there. Cuz also going to be able to drop that Pillar of Fire. That's going to be the engaged. Nature's Grass going to come through. Holy Carrot going to be forced to Spirit Rush backwards here. Snoop Dogg actually is going to be forced, going to be used the smoke screen, but it actually will force Iceborn to back away from this Baron. Despite them picking up Fails, it looks like they did not want to deal with DZG's engage after Holy Carrot was taken below half health and forced to use that Spirit Rush.
Yeah, and I think that right now both teams are at a standstill, but I think that Iceborn is capitalizing on their poke ability. If they can make a pick, obviously, you know, Fails isn't the ideal one that they want to pick. They want to pick this Brand, or they want to pick either this Tristana, just because they both of them carry a threat in terms of being able to carry a fight and distract from the macro of Iceborn's team fight.
Ooh, Lord Christo gonna potentially get caught out here. That's a lot of damage, but Snoop Dogg dealing his own damage as well. Rapid Fire will be taken down here. Sure, it'll cost them Lord Christo, but that's ADC for support, and that's, again, gonna put him in a position to be able to go for this Baron. Tanzo on the top side, though, trading up to On Bad You're Awful, doesn't have access to any anti-heal again. On Bad You're Awful sustaining quite well through this. Fails and Cuz are here as well. TP coming through from A Raging Alcoholic and TP as well from Holy Carrot as both mid laners join the fight, join the fray, are not able to do much more as both top laners will be forced to back. Both have access to teleport as well as they wait for Lord Christo and Rapid Fire to get back onto the map and once again go for this Baron play.
And I believe Tanzo is building his Jack Show yet again, so we are still not going to see a Grievous Wounds anytime soon.
And the fight actually looked quite well, despite not having Grievous Wounds, but once Aatrox started to be able to land in that World Ender, land that empowered healing, it just made a big difference. But hold that thought is, I mean, it looks like this Baron might get stolen right from this, or right be taken from underneath DZG's nose. That's going to be a potential burst there, just not available for Cuz. It is going to be the Baron taken by Iceborn here. Prey Seeker or Void Speaker gonna land here as Hump is trying to poke down DZG. Raging Alcoholic eating a second one there. And I mean, those Void Seekers are really gonna start hurting now that Kai's sitting on those 3 items. Essentially, the core that she needs to be able to start pumping out those damage, essentially hitting from 3,000 units away. One more, and actually, I probably expect her to go for the Killer Instinct, I guess. But Raging Alcoholic able to just kind of jump away, look for the reset, but it will likely cause them that mid tier 1 turret or tier 2 turret. Rapid Fire trying to 1v1 you're bad, you're awful. I mean, that's like 2 Darkened Blades there, and that brought down Rapid Fire to under 100 health. I mean, this is not the champion that you want to answer this Aatrox with, but it seems to be the only option the DZG has right now. Tanzo will get spotted out, will get shot with a smoke screen and a couple Void Seekers as this Dragon's coming up in 30 seconds, and Iceborn is really just taking control of this bot, or this blue side quadrant, to set themselves up for this Dragon.
Yeah, honestly, with the way that they're playing, it's Iceborn's game to lose. I think that they've played it well so far. They've honestly cleaned up their mid to well, not late yet, but mid game to basically get to this position. But honestly, the team fights is where we'll really see if which team is really going to take it for the win.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. I mean, this is exactly what we talked about at the start of game number 1. If Iceborn can clean up that mid to late game transition, they have a very good chance of taking this to a game number 5. And this is exactly what they're doing. They're being patient. They're doing what they can with the advantages that they have, and they are essentially poised to win this game. They're sitting at about 10,000 gold lead right now, or well over 10,000 gold lead now. And DZG's trying to find a way of getting back into this game, trying to find a good fight. Granted, once you get to this gold total, gold stops kind of making too much of a difference. It's really the difference between, your 4th and 5th item, maybe your 5th and 6th item. Oh, fails, not able to land that, is actually going to fail that Flash Pulverized combo. That's going to be Nature's Grass going to come out as well. Lord Christo trying to peel for the Hump. Hump is going to be forced to flash out here. Lord Christo will pay for the sins of his ADC as he is going to be taken down here. But here comes Aatrox on Bad You're Awful. Again, no anti-heal available. Fails, trying to create some space here. Rapid Fire trying to chuck out those Mystic shots, but that's going to be the Killer Instinct coming through. The Hump going to be able to take down Cuz here. That's still going to be another Void Seeker coming through. Ooh, just barely missing Raging Alcoholic. Doesn't have access to Buster Shot. Does have Flash. Does have Jump available. Collateral damage will land onto Raging Alcoholic. Flash will be forced out. Sieging continuing here. The inhibitor going to be taken down here by Iceborn as they are going to look to make their way down to this bot lane tier 3 turret and likely set themselves up for a double inhibitor when this Baron spawns in about 3 minutes.
Yeah, that Aatrox showing basically ruined the entire DZG Styx's hopes in terms of turning this game around. And I think with the way that Aatrox has shown up at every fight and honestly made a huge difference, it's kind of wild to see that this Aatrox has made it across all 4 games so far.
Yeah, I mean, like you said before, maybe this is the sign that DZG needs if this game goes to a 5th game, or the series goes to a 5th game, that they ban out this Aatrox, because it's definitely an issue. Again, part of it could have definitely been solved earlier by picking up anti-heal to deal with a lot of the healing that he has, but at this point, sitting at 4 items, sitting on that Profane Hydra, the Sherilda's Grudge, yep, all those items that he has, because I definitely can't remember them for some reason. Spirit Shojin and Edge of Night, that's what I'm thinking. He's a menace. I mean, he's essentially got a full item on top of his counterpart in Tanzo, and DZG doesn't have the means of really peeling him, aside from fails headbutting him or pulverizing him, or if a good stun lands by Cuz, that's it. That's all they have. Or Tanzo somehow all-outing him and getting him away from the fight, but that just leaves DZG open to the rest of Iceborn's team. So DZG trying their best here to try to really find an out. It could be scaling. Brand is very far behind, still trying to finish out this third item in the Zanyas. But it's really hindering the amount of damage that DZG has, despite the rest of the team doing relatively well. You're starting to see this gold gap really make a difference as Iceborn's hitting that fourth, maybe fifth item, and DZG still has a couple of their carries trying to hit, third item and barely working on fourth.
Yeah, and with Styx, it basically is being danced around. I mean, Ari is kind of pushing the waves, and also the Aatrox is pushing the waves, and Kai'Sa's just throwing out her W whenever she has an opportunity. And honestly, DZG Styx, like you had mentioned early in the pregame, they don't have the range. Right now, they're being punished for it.
Yeah, and that you're right. That is something we talked about, is the fact that DZG kind of locked themselves up into a very short range comp when they locked in, the Brand, the Alistar, and the Skasante. Like it put them in a position where they knew what they were playing into with the Ari, Kai'Sa, and Maokai, and they opted to not really pick a lot of hard engage in their first 3 picks, and still opted to not pick ways of getting onto that backline reliably. It's really, you have to fight through Iceborn's front line, and at this point their front line is quite strong. Getting through Graves and Aatrox and the Maokai is going to be really difficult, and then you have the elusiveness that Ari brings, and Kai'Sa again being able to play away from, essentially a screen and a half away. It really doesn't lend itself for DZG to be able to grab onto those carries. Rapid Fire did back now, pick up the Frozen Heart, going to be able to hopefully create a little bit more tankiness, reduce some of that attack speed from some of the enemy carries. Cuz really trying hard to get onto that Zanyas. That's going to be TPs coming through, though. Fail is going to be potentially taken down here. The Nature's Grass coming through. TP coming from behind DZG as well, and that's going to be Aatrox coming through. Alcoholic will jump through. That is still going to be Lord Christo taken down. The Buster Shot still available. Is going to push on Bad You're Awful away. This is actually looking pretty solid for DZG here. That's going to be a 1 for 0 so far, as Crystal will be taken down. Tanzo will be able to buffer that charm. Snoop Donk does sit on the GA though, so even if they were to take him down here, it doesn't look too promising for DZG. That's still a good pickup, a good clearing here. That's a very dangerous recall here by Fails, though he's not on vision and will be able to get away. Another TP coming through very quickly though, as here comes Holy Carrot trying to rejoin the team, trying to pick up this third dragon for themselves. And DZG clearly is not in a position to be able to contest this dragon, but this is still going to be sixth dragon going over to Iceborn and setting themselves up for a soul point. Actually, they may actually still continue to fight this. Holy Carrot doesn't have access. No, does have access to Spirit Rush now. Will be forced out. Tanzo going to be able to force that out with just a couple of those Tonfa shots right there. Fails eating 3 of those Void Seekers here. 1 more, and that's certain death. And Fails will take that. That's going to be the Crypto Bloom going to come through as well here. Tanzo eating a lot of damage through Shot Barrage. Will only hit Lord Christo. That's going to be DZG forced to disengage here. And will absolutely secure this third dragon for Iceborn.
Yeah, and honestly, right now it's going to be straight into Baron, and the question is, will DZG try to get this? Because I feel like the scaling is definitely in favor of Iceborn. I mean, Kai'Sa has the item she needs to poke out. Ari's has Mage Eyes and getting the stacks. Unless you're able to pick them, I feel like this game's kind of Iceborn's game to lose.
Yeah, and I mean, Iceborn is definitely in the driver's seat. I mean, they're way over 10,000 gold ahead. They are essentially, at this point, picking up this Baron to just look to try to end the game here. And it's been difficult for them to kind of push further. They were able to pick up 1 inhibitor, and now they were forced to back away. They are now, the Hump taking a lot of damage here. Mystic shots, 2 of them land, just not enough as the Hump is able to disengage here. Void Seeker will not land, but that's still going to be a very quick and powered reset for DZG. Anti-heal has been picked up by DZG though. We're seeing the X-Blade picked up by Raging Alcoholic and the Bramble Vest. A little late, better late than never, I guess, on Tanzo. I do still think that picking up this Oblivion Orb for Cuz is going to make a big difference. And hopefully that's what he's working on next as he picks up that blue buff for his entire team. I mean, DZG is trying to get to the point where gold becomes irrelevant. They're still about an item to 2 items behind. Snoop Donk is going to find Cuz here, trying to do his Gromp, flashing a bit of mastery, and that is going to be Cuz doing a quick repeat of the first 10 minutes of the game, as he is going to be caught out in his jungle by the pressured of Iceborn.
Yeah, Snoop Dogg kind of reminding Cuz, this is my jungle. It's been my jungle this entire game.
Yeah. Void Seeker almost hitting Rapid Fire there. This is DZG trying to sustain, trying to hold out. Mid inhibitor will likely go down here. Tanzo taking a lot of damage, really forced to buffer through with that shield. Will not be enough though, as DZG will lose that first inhibitor again. Bot lane turret is being sieged by that lone cannon minion as they wait for the next wave to come, and it'll likely end up being 2 inhibitors here. Tanzo probably looking to reset here. Ooh, Voidseeker will be dodged out. Rapid Fire not going to eat that either. But this is a very difficult situation for DZG as they're going to be sieged up here by these empowered waves. 4v5 situation for at least another 10 seconds here as Cuz trying to come back into the map. First Nexus turret likely will go down as it's a double empowered cannon here. A few more shots is going to be all it takes for this turret to go down, and it will go down. DZG trying to find an engage here. This is a 5v5. This is the best fight they could probably hope for here. Tanzo trying to find a pick. Will not find the knockback. Holy Carrot won't land this charm either. Twisted Advance is available just as well as the Nature's Grasp, maybe for Lord Crystal to try to create some space here if they need it. Kaz eating a big Void Seeker there, going to be forced to walk back to Fountain, and it's going to allow Iceborn to move forward. Snoop Dunk trying to provide some damage. There comes the Nature's Grasp. Rapid Fire eating a big Void Seeker as well. Tanza will not be able to live long enough. He will be taken down. True Shot Barrage is there as well. I'm Bad You're Awful trying his best to try to survive through here. Will be taken down as well, but the hump is left untouched, and that's going to be a double kill picked up by Holy Carrot, and that's going to be a clean ace for the side of Iceborn, and we are going to a game 5. A solid game here from Iceborn, definitely learning from, you know, the mistakes they made in game number 4. Despite, they picked the Aatrox again, they picked the Ahri again, they made the most of it, and you can definitely tell. And I mean, that Kaisa, look at it, 37k, most damage in the game. Those Void Seekers were definitely on point. And despite Cuz being very much, invading his jungle and very much set behind, he still dealt the most damage for DZG, which goes to show that despite some of the leads that they had in the mid lane, DZG was never really able to get online. And it definitely made this game significantly harder. And it showed how well Iceborn was able to clean up that mid to late game transition and move forward into that game number 5.
Yeah, and although Cuz did the most damage, he also died almost 3 times as much as anyone else. Honestly, he looks a lot more comfortable on the champions that were able to engage, kind of be a little bit beefy, and be that kind of semi front line for his team. And I think with the other team banning him out with the 3 champions, the Gragas, the Viego, and Lee Sin, I think it honestly limited his pool. So maybe we'll see an adaptation by Styx, but it was really great job by Iceborn to kind of clean up their mid to late game. And it's going to be interesting to see whose mental will make it through this 5th game. So we'll be right back after a short break.
Welcome back, everyone, to the fifth and final game of DZG Styx versus Iceborn in the Aegis Marauders League. Both teams 2-2. It's going to be a very close and very, I would assume, bloodbath, brutal kind of game number 5 as both teams are trying to get past this round of 16 into the quarterfinals. DZG's already setting up some bans here. Poppy gonna be the staple ban for them. Iceborn, same with that Karma. DZG did take blue side, which is what they opted to for game 1 and 2. So this is definitely back to comfort, back to first pick. Maybe the Ari that is left available for them. Poppy will be banned away. Hui will be banned as well. These bans are coming a little bit out of order, which leaves the question: what will DZG ban in the third? Will they get rid of Aatrox and not leave that up for the side of Iceborn, who will gladly take that blind? Or will they get rid of some of the other picks that they've had so far? Things like the Smolder, the Senna, the Talia, things that are still going to be left available. And same with Iceborn. They got rid of Karma. They got to get a Gragas, but they still have Lee Sin available to them to ban. The Senna, the Smolder, what will they ban? And I think that's going to dictate what is picked up here. And DZG Styx saying, we're going to leave this Aatrox open. We're not too worried. We can deal with it a 5th game in a row if we need to. But Iceborn hovering this Viego, which is one of the better champions that Cuz has played so far, and it will be removed. So a lot of things available right now. Ari, Smolder, Senna, Volibear, and that's just 4 to name a few. So it's really going to be depending what does DZG Styx want to lock in here for the potential last game of the season.
If I was Styx, I would pick the Ari because the other team's super comfy on it. Take away the Ari. We're taking Lee Sin.
It's Lee Sin. I don't think Iceborn would have taken that, but I guess DZG doesn't want to show too much as, yeah, I mean, Iceborn, like you said, they're comfy on it. They don't care. They're going to take Ari here, and they should have no reason to care. Interesting choice by DZG. They're saying, you know what, Lee Sin, we live or die by the blind man's kick, and if this has to be our potential last game, we're gonna go out with a bang. And it's Ari Kaisa. What has worked in game 4 will once again be locked in for Iceborn in game 5.
Yeah, now they're on a timer, so I feel like they're gonna try to either balance it with a Senna or Smolder, just because if Kaisa can scale, so can someone else. So we're definitely seeing that Tristana response, but what else are we gonna see? But I do feel that we're gonna get an Aatrox ban, hopefully, in the second round ban, since Iceborn did select it in most games in the second round.
Yeah, Tristana we locked in again for that matchup. I mean, it's been 1-1 on that matchup again. Tristana Ari. Game 3 went to Styx. Game 4 went to Iceborn. So we'll see how that matchup rolls around again, unless the Tristana goes in the bot lane. Like you said, Aatrox is still available. They could still grab it on R3 by Iceborn, but you're right, it's been locked in that second rotation every game. So maybe Iceborn says, you know what, you could ban it, you could leave it up. If it's up, we'll play it. If not, spend a band on it. But Styx, despite Smolder being up, is hovering the Senna. And if it is that Senna, which it is going to be locked in, that means Tristana will likely go into the mid lane, and the Senna is going to look to run it back. And Maokai, once again, going to likely be locked in here by Iceborn, and we are looking at a run back of game 3 for them. Or, yeah, game 4 for them, I'm sorry.
I mean, for Iceborn, if it ain't broke, why fix it?
True. Very much true. And I mean, these are still really strong picks. I mean, Maokai is still technically a flex. It can go jungle, it can go top if they really want to. But I mean, like you said, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. And it's likely going to be that. It does leave this Aatrox available for a ban for DZG. If Iceborn stays true what they've been banning, it'll likely be this Nautilus and Blitzcrank again. But instead, we're looking maybe at the Seraphine, trying to get away from, and that's a solid ban. I mean, it's a way of them reaching the backline through the bodies that they'll draft. Through the Lee Sin engage, the Seraphine can use the Encore to be able to shoot it forward and be able to actually reach that backline and create that CC. So a very, heads up play here by Iceborn in terms of bans. Nautilus Blitzcrank still available. DZG maybe looking to ban away the Nico again like they have in the last 4 games. But I guess now Ari's picked up. Why would they do that? But maybe they get rid of Aatrox. Maybe we just don't see this, darkened gargantuan champion in the top lane. Instead, we're going to get nothing. We're going to get absolutely no ban, or maybe Draflow's frozen. Yeah, it looks like Draflow is actually frozen. So we'll see what happens. It looks like we're being informed that Graves is going to be the ban here. By DZG. We may get a draft remake here just in case this doesn't work out, but Graves, I mean, definitely a solid ban here by DZG.
There was an issue that had previously happened with Draflow where the time just randomly stops and eventually will start up again. But I don't know if both teams will have the patience for it after all they have played 4 games already.
Very true. Very true. it looks like they are going to be finishing up this draft in the in the chat. I'm sorry. So it looks like yeah, Graves was banned away. Nautilus was banned now for Iceborn, and DZG will be banning out the Vi. Ooh, timer picked back up. Maybe they'll actually clean this up. But yeah, it looks like Graves and Nautilus were banned out by DZG, and Graves and Vi were banned out by DZG, and Iceborn will be banning out Nautilus and Seraphine. So still some really good pairings for the Senna that are going to be left unavailable for them. DCG did opt for Nasus in game number 2 with the Senna, so I don't think that's necessarily what's going to happen as it wasn't to Callista. But getting rid of some of these hard engaged champions, or like aggressive early presence kind of junglers from Iceborn, the Graves and the Vi very much the champions that they want to remove. It looks like Iceborn is going to be picking up Xin Zhao for them in that 4th pick. Yeah, it looks a little, unfortunately, a little awkward. But yeah, they're going to be picking up Xin Zhao if they're able to lock in that 4th pick. That is what we will see them pick up here. But yeah, Xin Zhao, yeah, there we go. Xin Zhao will be locked in. Perfect. Another one of those aggressive junglers definitely doesn't do what Graves does in terms of like scaling up super powerfully with like all the kills he picks up and being able to output so much damage. Doesn't do the Vi, what Vi does, which is to lock down a single target with that cease and desist. But it does provide a lot of disengage and engage. So a lot of utility from the Xin Zhao, a lockdown available, as well as just that push away from that with that ultimate. But Cho'Gath seemingly going to be the lock-in. Yes, it is going to be the lock-in with the Senna. Cho'Gath in the bot lane, trying to scale up, trying to become this monster that can soak up those Void Seekers. And Volibear will be the last lock-in here for the top side of DZG, as DZG looks to play with some tanky frontliners and these double AD comp in the mid and the ADC. Yeah, we'll see what Iceborn wants to pick up here. Yeah, I mean, Gwen, that's a lot of AP. I'll be honest, that's a lot of AP to lock in here. Ahri, Gwen, and if the Kai'Sa chooses to go that Void Seeker build or with that AP build, that's a lot of AP to lock in. Granted, Kai'Sa could still opt to not do that build and go into the traditional build of the on-hit build with the Kraken, or with the Kraken, Gwynsu's, and all that stuff, or can opt to go the lethality build with the Eclipse. But if they choose to go AP, that's a lot of AP that DZG can itemize into with the Cho'Gath and the Volibear that'll likely be going full tank.
Yeah, I think the top lane is definitely going to be whoever wins the duel. I mean, so far we've seen them continuously duel and kind of go somewhat even. They've both been walking away with a lot of scrapes. But in this situation with Gwen versus Volibear, a lot of it goes in and not a lot helps them leave this fight. So ideally, someone's going to definitely leave in a body bag in this situation. I think in mid lane, it's been pretty even. I think mid and jungle has been pretty even. The leads have been built, but it hasn't been truly one sort or the other has been really strong. It's just been one team has built it, and then they would get strong, and in another game, the other side would get strong. So I really think in this game, it's going to be crucial to see where top lane, who wins that top lane duel, as well as fails on this Cho'Gath. Is he going to get caught out? Because Cho'Gath does not really have any escapability. If he needs to land his abilities, and if he does not, he cannot get out like Alistar can.
Right, absolutely. And I mean, DZG's put themselves back on that timer, putting themselves on the Senna scaling bot lane this time, saying, hey, the 2 games that we did win, we won through scaling, with the Smolder, with the Senna. Maybe they didn't go as well, but it gave us something to rely on, something to fall back on should the early game not go well. So they're putting themselves back on that timer. Like you said, the Cho'Gath doesn't really have a way out should he get caught out, and there are things to catch him out, specifically the Maokai and the Xin Zhao and the Ahri charms. But I mean, maybe the goal is to, just scale up, get a lot of health, get a lot of these feast stacks, and even if they try to find a pick on them, just sustain and survive through that damage. I don't know. I think to me, one of the biggest things is really, I think this Kai'Sa, I think she has to go on hit. I don't think you can go the AP build here, especially with something like the Cho'Gath and the Volibear. They're going to potentially be running at you, and you have Maokai Xin Zhao to disengage, sure. And the Ahri charm to a certain degree, but I feel like at this point, Volibear and Cho'Gath just start building all these magic resist items, and you're essentially itemizing for their entire team, aside from Xin Zhao. So I think if they're smart, I think Kai'Sa just goes the on-hit build and actually has a way of dealing with these gargantuans in the front lane. If not, I think DZG is poised to run down Iceborn, and I want to mirror or echo what you said about the top lane. I think this is really going to come down to, first game of no Aatrox in the top lane for Iceborn. Can Tanzo find a win here, or can Gwen run away with the game similarly to how Aatrox has?
Yeah, and if he can, I think it's gonna spell doom for Iceborn. But if you looked at both these teams, you didn't see the last 4 games. Who would you think on who would take this game for the W?
I mean, I'm going to be biased, but I truly think I'm going to go with DZG. I think Volibear and Cho'Gath are these two giants that are going to be very difficult to kill. Even if Kaisa goes on hit, I mean, it'll still take a bit for her to be able to get through them. And I think DZG has proven that they do have the comfortability on this like aggressive playmaking junglers with the Lee Sin and Tristana's looked quite well, and even the Senna looked quite well once it got scaled. So I think they have the more routed team comp. I think they have the scaling available to them with Tristana and the Senna, and they have the front line to be able to deal with the rest of Iceborne's damage. So if I didn't see anything, I'd go with DZG in this game.
For me, I'm gonna take Iceborne side just because so far they have a lot of the early game champs currently, and DZG Styx has a lot of scaling, which means they need time in order to get there. Now, if Iceborne happens to get those early Drakes or gets the early Void Grubs, it makes it a lot harder for DZG Styx to buy time to get to that stage where Senna can pop someone from a mile away, and also that Cho'Gath to kind of get to the point where he's beefy enough to be a threat, but also not squishy enough to kind of be popped like a balloon.
Yeah, very true. So we'll take time. But with that, we'll take it to our last break of the night as we are getting set for game number 5. Will DZG take the 3-2, or will Iceborn upset DZG and take the 3-2 for themselves? Who knows? But we'll know once we get back into our game number 5 of the Aegis Marauders League here on DZG. Welcome back, everyone, to Game 5, the final game of this best of 5, best of 16 people in this league, Aegis Marauders League, where we have DZG Styx on the blue side and Iceborn Black on the red side. Both teams opting for a 5-point start, not trying to give anything up in this early game, and trying to secure their spot into the quarterfinals.
Yeah, and we're seeing Senna with the cleanse, so definitely very aware of the Ari's charm and Maokai's root. So we're definitely seeing a difference in summoners in bot lane, but overall everyone's been pretty much running the same that they've been running in all these games so far.
Yeah, the funny parts are the fails taking TP this time on his on the Cho'Gath, and is actually going to be flipped. Is actually going to be farming Cho'Gath, unlike when they played Senna Nasus into the Callista Ash. They are going to be the farming Cho'Gath this time around. And I was going to say TP from Tristana, but that was the same last game. I thought she had Ignite, but no, they had TP. But yeah, triple TP for the side of DZG and double TP for the side of Iceborn Black. So it'll definitely be interesting to see that. And as well, like I said, with the farming Cho'Gath, we talked about Fail's positioning in the last game and how he's going to really have to be careful here, especially now farming up in this lane. He's definitely going to have to be certain that he is not taking these ill-opportune trades and setting himself up for a successful scale. Good knock-up here by Fail is going to be able to land that Rupture to take some damage, and DZG coming out on top on that quick trade.
Yeah, and just to go back a little bit, when Xin Zhao saw the ward and actually used his red trinket, he did not give an opportunity for Arya to get a lead in lane. I thought it was funny because he waited a bit and then said, you know what, I got it.
I got this, don't worry. That's actually really funny. The other thing that we're seeing that we saw in game 3 and 4 is the vertical jungling. It's coming back again as both junglers opting to impact different sides of the map. It looks like Xin Zhao is going to be forced to impact this blue side, while DZG is going to be forced to impact this bot lane. So I think this actually favors Iceborn, as Lee Sin with Senna, Cho'Gath is maybe a little bit harder to pull off than playing for the top side, but Xin Zhao actually not actually knowing what's going on and will actually lose that blue buff and will be forcing himself to go for that scuttle. That it should be spawning up in just a few seconds, though maybe a quick gank to bot lane is what he's looking to do here. The Looperon coming through will get spotted out by the ward by Rapid Fire and Fails here. Lee Sin is here as well. They're trying to force this fight. Fails is going to turn back. Rupture on top of himself. Will not be enough. Flash come through. Twisted Advance going to come as well. That's still going to be First Blood picked up by Snoop Dogg. Will that be enough, though? Snoop Dogg going dangerously low. Rapid Fire going to pick up a kill as well. Cuz trying to land that Sonic Wave as best as he can. Resonating Strike. Sonic Wave will not actually land. That's going to be the Flash coming through as well. And the Hump is going to be one auto away. That's 2 kills. Picked up by Kaisa here. Will be taken down by Raging Alcoholic, though. That's going to be Ari Charm going to be dodged out here. Lord Christo going to be taking a bit more damage. One more auto will be enough, and that's a double kill. Picked up by Raging Alcoholic. A 3 for 3 for both teams. But Kaisa picking up 2 kills in the bot lane, and Raging Alcoholic picking up 2 for the mid lane.
Yeah, it definitely was in favor of these.
Ooh, on Bad You're Awful? He's going to be forced to walk away here as Tanza was waiting for that bite to come back up. But he's still going to get the better of that trade, as that Sky Splitter going to make sure that trade goes in his favor.
Yeah, it's definitely a different version from the last 4 games where we've seen Tanza take the weak trade and honestly run away. This time we're seeing on Bad You're Awful with his tail tucked between his legs saying, you know what, this time you win this fight.
Yeah, and it's going to be forcing the Flash to come back, or not the Flash, the TP to come out from Bad You're Awful. Going to come back with just that Amp Tome, where Tanzo's already actually gotten a reset before without using that TP and was able to come back with that Tear of the Goddess to be able to work towards that Fimple Winter. Sky Splitter going to land, get a little bit more damage there as Gwen trying to trade up as best as she can here. Level 5 is going to be dinged by both top laners. Cuz, though, hanging around in the top lane. Void Flash, Hex Flash going to come through. Rapid Fire going to be forced to be pushed back here. One more auto will be enough. Lord Crystal will actually pick up the kill here, not giving it over to Hump, as DZG not doing too well in this bot lane after that fight, or that 3v3 fight earlier on. Lord Crystal trying to chase down, will not actually chase down, will drop a ward, and DZG will be forced to back here and lose out on this first plating.
Yeah, and it was key to note that Cho'Gath missed his Q, which really allowed Kaisa to close in and finish off for the kill. If he had landed the ability, I think Maokai would have been able to root, but other than that, wouldn't have been. It kind of would have been a handshake, and everyone just leaves.
Yeah, and I mean it goes back to what you mentioned about the Cho'Gath comfortability and then being able to land those abilities. Because if you're not able to land those abilities, then you just get chased down, and we saw that, right? I mean, the CC is more reliable for someone like the Maokai. Kai'Sa's damage is nothing to be scoffed at. She actually did go Lethal Temple, so she will be going that on hit build. Already coming back with the Noon Quiver and the Recurve Bow, which means that, you know, she is opting to itemize for dealing with these tanks. It means that Cho'Gath will not be safe in this bot lane and will have to deal with the more aggressive positioning that the Hump has been showing in this game.
Yeah, and right now Xin Zhao is perfectly situated with the way that they've been jungling, so I'm not quite sure if DZG Styx's bot lane is well aware that there is a threat behind them.
Yeah, and then yeah, like you said, they're unaware. I mean, Lee Sin's making his way down here, but flashes are not available for DZG, so that's gonna be the Shroud coming through, fails, and Rapid Fire trying to dodge out on what Lee Sin or Xin Zhao can do, but that's still gonna be the CC landed, and that's gonna be another kill picked up by the Humfier, going 3-1 and 2, definitely accelerating the pace of his game and making it so that DZG is not having a good time in this bot lane and not comfortably scaling to success.
Yeah, I mean, if you think of anything you think Senna needs to scale, there's no reason to shove the wave. You've already just lost a fight between their bot lane and you. You don't know where their jungler is because you definitely knew that your jungler took their Raptors. You should assume that they've traded Raptors and that there potentially is someone behind you, but they did not, and you know they got punished for it.
Yep, and it's unfortunately that inability to set up vision behind, and like you said, just that assumption of, you know, if I don't know where the jungler is, assume that they are going to be around and that we shouldn't be maybe playing too far up aggressively. Lord Crystal did take a reset and did walk over to his mid lane and top side, maybe trying to set up for a counter invade should that be necessary. Meanwhile, the top lane Sky Splitter will land as Danzo is sitting inside that hollowed mist. A lot of favorable trades here. The Bite's still coming back off a cooldown, trying to get that extra bit of damage. But Danzo definitely looking very comfortable in this matchup into the Gwen here. It's going to be the stun landing. Sky Splitter will not land. Needlework will be there as well. Turret will be turned off. But Danzo bit off more than he could chew, playing a little too aggressively there. Will be taken down. When becomes lightning, no, the flash will be there. The Sonic Wave will land. That's a 2-for-0 for DZG. Not going too favorably right now in this top side of the map.
Yeah, it kind of went down to comfortability. I mean, Volley forgot to turn off the turret before he autoed the Gwen, and it just seems like, hey, if you're going to go for that dive, turn it off. It was an easy, you know, combo, and you just kill this Gwen. Hopefully, otherwise, you know, at least you buy yourself enough time to get away from the turret because Ghost was never used.
Yeah, no, you're right. Absolutely. He definitely should have led with that. I think it was a little bit of a greedy play here from Danzo trying to save that ultimate when he should have used it and just fully committed, and he probably would have picked up the kill. Maybe he trades back, but maybe the Gwen trades off and gets a 1-for-1, but it's still very, you know, unfortunate here because won't get spotted here. This is a potential 2v3 situation here. Will get spotted as he walks through. Snoop Dank is here, or Donk. Snoop Donk is here. And he is able to potentially dissuade any kind of play down here. Tristana working her way down as well. But it looks like DZG is just going to not find anything here as Iceborn is just comfortably resetting or pulling back and able to disengage from any potential fight. Meanwhile, in the top lane, Danzo trying to get a plate. He is going to be able to pick up that first plate for himself. Going to be able to use a Sky Splitter to be able to get a little bit more of a shielding effect there and be able to walk away comfortably.
Yeah, I mean, mid lane's kind of calmed down ever since Tristana roamed and got the double kill, so I think Holy Carrot is kind of happy with the situation. He's like, hey, I got time. Like, both my top and bot are kind of getting leads now, and I don't have to do anything.
Yeah, Danzo trading again. Yeah, no, you're right. Absolutely. I mean, I mean, this game's looking kind of rough. I mean, despite the kills, I mean, there's only a 500 gold advantage, 600 gold advantage now. So, I mean, DZG still has time. Not looking too bad. But this early game is definitely not what you would want to see if you're DZG. Danzo getting a pretty good trade, that needlework, not actually doing much damage here as Danzo's already picked up that Null Magic Mantle, as well as the Kindle Gem and the Ruby Crystal. So definitely being able to sustain through a little bit of that damage. He's going to hopefully be able to pick up another plate here, but he's not going to have the wave to do it. Sky Splitter going to land here again, though. Ultimate available here this time, and that's what you want to see. Danzo picking up the kill here, but Will he be able to dodge away? That's a good dodge on that charm here, but Snoop Dogg does have a lot of damage here. Sky Splitter here will be able to stay inside. Will be able to pick up that shield. Fails is here, though. The TP, DZG is here in stride, and that's going to be a quick 2-0 and a shutdown. Picked up by Kaz on the Lee Sin.
Yeah, it's definitely not what Sinzhou was thinking when he's like, you know what, this volley is dead to rights, and sees immediately the rest of the team show up except for the Senna.
Yeah, I mean, Senna, she's like, yeah, you guys do your thing. I wasn't even level 6 yet, so I couldn't even throw the Dawning Shadow out there, but still, is able to pick up some of this farm, is able to pick up some of these souls, and DZG looking a lot better now, picking up their first lead of the game. We did see a TP coming down from on bad. You're off to the bot lane to pick up an extra plate down there, and it looks like both teams are comfortably switching off here. This is still going to be a second dragon picked up by the side of Iceborn here, as DZG is not off a reset to be able to pick that up, but DZG will be able to trade off and pick off those 3 Void Grubs for themselves with a double ADC comp. Quite a good pickup for them, despite giving up these first 2 dragons. And we are going to see Ocean Soul. We just didn't get to see him. We almost saw all the... Oh, no, we didn't. We saw 2 Chem Tanks, so we didn't actually get a chance to see all the rifts. So we were close.
Yeah, all we were missing is, I believe, Infernal, because we got Cloud. I would believe we did get Ocean at one point.
We did. Yeah, so we got Cloud, Ocean, and Chem Tank, I think.
Yeah, so we almost all just, missing Hextech and Infernal. But so far the game has kind of evened out. It is slightly in favor of DZG, but I mean, even though the kills are 7-5, the gold lead is in favor of DZG.
Yeah, and I mean, it's definitely benefiting their strategy of scaling up, right? Like, ooh, good poke here. Sky Splitter again, eating up a bit of that damage, but it benefits DZG now that they're able to kind of hold that thought as Fails is going to engage here. Ghost is going to be popped here by Kaisa as well. Rapid Fire going to be able to dodge out. Fails, likely not long for this world, will be taken down. Hump picking up his 4th kill of the game here as DZG. Ooh, good flash. Wind becomes lightning. Rapid Fire going to fight as well. Dawning Shadows is going to be there as well. The Hump trying to fight his way out through there. Snoop Dogg going to be taken down here. Good kick here. Sonic Wave gonna land. That's a double kill picked up by Lee Sin here, cuz showing why he is the blind man master here, as he's gonna be able to ward hop here. Sonic Wave gonna come up. That's it is. Flash E, Flash Tempest, and that's gonna be a kill. Raging Alcoholic will be picking up his 3rd kill of the game. Fantastic play and good turnaround here by DZG for that 3-for-1 or 3-for-2.
Yeah, it was a great play, and as we mentioned, we're seeing this Cho'Gath build more AP than actually tank. So right now he's building that Rod of Ages, and so yes, it'll give him that spike later on, but currently it's gonna slow down, and it'll be easy to kind of chunk until he manages to get that fully stacked Rod.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Wait, you said Rod of Ages? Oh yeah, that's right, Cho'Gath. Oh my god, I didn't even see the Cataclysm. I'm like, whatever the Cataclysm of Aeons, whatever it is. Wow. I haven't seen that in a while. But yeah, no, you're right. It's gonna delay it a little bit. Hold that thought as Fails once again getting cut out here by the tree. But here comes Cuz once again bailing out DZG as he is looking to get that ward hop. Oh, great knock up here. Lord Crystal gonna be likely taken down. One more Sonic Wave will do it, and that is gonna maybe be donated. 2 Fails is with that. Beast, one more auto will not be enough. Tanzo will be taken down here, but Raging Alcoholic, good flash here. One more auto. Carrot getting away just by the skin of his teeth. Fights all across the map, and that's going to be a 1-for-1 across the map for both teams. As DZG trying to start sieging this bot lane tier 1 turret. Has 6 grubbies, so that is definitely going to help. DZG extending their gold lead now to about 1,500 gold. But now the game is breaking down. Now these skirmishes are happening. Both teams trying to force these advantages, and we're seeing what is happening with both these teams are just trying to get a foot in the ground.
Yeah, and it's similar to the previous games. Mid and jungle for DZG have the lead. Both top and bot are somewhat suffering, but this time there is some scaling the bot lane, so I mean, it's completely salvageable if this fight continues. They definitely need to take at least 1 Drake to kind of slow this game down, in my opinion, though.
Yeah, that Ocean Soul is definitely not something that you want to give over to Iceborn for free. Like, without a doubt. That is not something you want to deal with. It's not something that you want to allow them to get access to. And yeah, by picking up one of these dragons, it should slow the game down enough to where you can get to a good scaling point. Cho'Gath is now sitting on that Rod of Aegis. We're seeing a couple more items come out as well. Cuz is now working on that Malmorius. Tanzo is now working more towards probably finishing up that Fimbulwinter so it could come back online once he finishes the tier stacking. And on the side of Iceborn, I mean, you're seeing just about 1 item build up. Kaisa working on that 2nd item that Is that it shouldn't be Terminus. I actually don't know what that third item is. Fails once again, getting caught out. This is like the fourth time or third kill picked up, but getting caught out once again. That's going to be Nature's Grasp there. Lord Crystal trying to create some space here. Tanzo's going to be able to pick up the Rift Herald despite that Dawning Shadow going to be there. Tanzo trying to survive, trying to heal up, trying to shield up. Will be taken down. Cuz won't be long for this world either. Ooh, able to get that safeguard, but it will not matter. Killer Instinct is there. Shut down, picked up by Kaisa, and that's going to be a 3 for 0 in favor of Iceborn, and the Rift Herald will not be able to be picked up by DZG. And they're now going to shift the gold around and go up about 1,300 gold.
Yeah, but it looks like that Iceborn isn't able to capitalize, and it looks like we're about to see another fight at this Drake.
Yeah, and this is the dragon you just talked about. It's not giving this up for free. I mean, Fails needs to be careful, man. Like, we talked about this in the pregame in the lobby. Fails really has to be more aware of his positioning, and this is the third time that he has been caught out in forced fights. Actually, it might have been still the fourth time, because the last time where he didn't die and they picked up the kill in the bot lane on Lord Christo, he got caught out again. So I understand your Cho'Gath, but you're also going this like pseudo tank, pseudo AP build. So it's really going to be making it really hard for you to just eat a charm and not expect to die. So definitely got to slow things down and not play so aggressively. Meanwhile, in the top lane, we did lose tier 1 turret here for DZG Styx. That's going to be about 2,000 gold now lead for the side of Iceborn. This dragon is getting started. Feast, Lee Sin, ulti, or Lee Sin, Sonic Wave Smite should be enough, but that's if they're allowed to get in. Cuz trying to get in here. The Rupture will land. TPs are coming through from the top lane. 3,100, 2,800 now. Sonic Wave will land again, and that's going to be Smite secured. No, that's going to be the Feast secure. It's going to be locked down by DZG. Great kick here. Cuz will be taken, or not Cuz. Fails will be taken down here. Raging Alcoholic on the wrong side of dodge here will be taken down as well. Killer Instinct will come through. Another shutdown picked up for the Humph, as he did finish that Terminus before this fight and will be able to survive that fight. DZG is able to pick up the first dragon, but at what cost?
I mean, the Drake is kind of great, but I do agree that kind of Iceborn got the better end of it. But
ooh, hold that thought. Tanzo going to be able to lock down Snoop Dunk here. Is going to be able to use that Grand Challenge to push people away. Cuz dealing a lot of damage. Wind becomes lightning. Flash coming through. Snoop Dunk actually trading quite well here. Yes, he is going to go down, but he's going to be able to trade at least one of those kills. And there is no shutdown for Rapid Fire to pick up. Mastery is being flashed by both teams. As you can tell, they're getting a bit tired. They're getting a little bit, on edge. They're definitely trying to maybe wear on some mental here. But that is going to be a kill. The gold lead's still in favor of Iceborn by about 3,000.
yeah, and you saw a missed opportunity. Sinzao had ulted, but Senna was outside of it and kind of still tried to auto and realized, oh, I'm not doing any damage. And then as soon as Lee Sin was super low, tried to walk in to try to help, but by then it was too late. I think maybe that one auto might have helped. Maybe, Lee Sin would have jumped away with his W, but, it just, you can tell the fatigue is setting in.
Yeah, and absolutely. I mean, playing a best of 5 series, especially in this first round of top 16, it's definitely already wearing hard on them. A lot of these teams, have played, best of 3s for the last couple of weeks, and some of them actually do play these full 3-game series. And of course, we're getting to the point where we started, now 4 hours ago. So it's definitely getting to that point where, along with mental, it is that physical fatigue as well. DZG still on that warpath of being able to scale up, and I mean, they're doing their best to do so. Rapid Fire on the Senna. If we can get a soul check real quick, we can at least see where he's at the first 18 minutes. Hopefully, ideally you want to see maybe 60 souls by the 20-minute mark, if not a little bit more. But with the way that DZG's bot lane was kind of camped and played around, it definitely would make things a little bit difficult. Cuz gonna eat a Void Seeker here, will be able to jump over the wall. Tanzo not able to land the stun, or was able to land the stun, but not getting the follow-up with the Sky Splitter. I'm bad, you're awful, going to be able to walk away. Dragon coming up in 2.5 minutes here. Baron coming up in another minute. Both teams trying to pick up as much gold as they can off the map, get to these next items, trying to set themselves up for the ability to contest this next big objective. 55 souls on the Senna, 5 stacks of Feast on the Cho'Gath. So, I mean, definitely looking good. About 60 souls probably going to be for Senna here by the 20-minute mark. It's a slow and steady pace, about average. So nothing crazy, despite the fact that they are getting, despite the fact that DZG's bot lane was played around and effectively pushed into the ground throughout this entire game.
Yeah, and we are seeing that Kaisa build the build that you were saying, the on hit. So it's definitely different, but it looks like it's still working for Kaisa. Kaisa still has that carry ability. Ari is definitely in that supportive role where she's able to kind of CC and chain and kind of help out. And if this Cho'Gath continues positioning poorly, they're going to capitalize on him every single time. But hopefully, I mean, as these objectives keep going, Cho'Gath is a threat with that feast on every objective. He can help his team smite it quicker.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's always something to keep in mind. Like, that's exactly what happened in this last Dragon, right? Like, Cuz was able to get in with that Sonic Wave, and I think we saw maybe a Flash Feast or just a walk-up Feast, and Fails was able to secure the Ocean Drag for DZG. So, it's definitely something that Iceborn needs to keep in mind, especially should they overload a lane where on the opposite side of a live objective, especially if the Cho'Gath is there. It does mean that DZG can potentially get through the neutral objective significantly faster. I mean, the execute from the Lee Sin Resonating Strike, the Feast, the Smite, it definitely means for a quick burst and potentially not a, what do you call it, like a flip. You don't necessarily want to flip objectives if you are Iceborn. Cuz will get spotted on a ward here as he's trying to clear up some vision here. Baron is now spawned, Dragon coming up in 30 seconds. Tanzo trying to trade onto on Bad You're Awful will not force out anything just yet. Needlework still available. Conqueror stacking up, but Tanzo not worse for wear here. He's sitting on the Spear of Visage. He has the completed Fimbulwinter now, and is trading quite well into the Gwen. Fails now, trying to walk up, trying to secure some vision with his team. There's going to be the Feral Scream there. Knock up not going to land. Ooh, Charm going to land, though. That's a good rupture there, though. Create some space for Cuz. That's going to be Nature's Grasp. Use a little haphazardly here, so that's a big cooldown wasted by Iceborn here with this Dragon coming up in about 3 seconds. Both teams trying to make their way over there. DZG a little late to the party, though, as Lee Sin and Tristana are playing the top side of the map. Tanzo's here, maybe looking to do something. Looks like DZG's going to try to trade up this Baron for the Dragon, though. Tanzo maybe looks for the steal, maybe looks for something. Sky Splitter going to land there. Oh, the Dragon was stolen by DZG with that Sky Splitter, but this still puts a bad situation here. TP is available, knock up. Oh my god, this goes from bad to worse if you're Iceborn. Lord Christo and Holy Carrot will be taken down. Tanzo on top of Snoop Dogg now. Humph looking through. Killer Instinct going to be there. That's going to be the Scry or the Blast Plant, though. Hold on, Humph doesn't have a way out here. Resonating Strike is available. That's going to be a flash. Q Ultimate going to be taken down. Tristana getting another shutdown. Iceborn just throwing the game here. DZG getting a bone here. That's going to be the Baron side here. 2 Dragons to choose. Snoop Dogg is here, though. He could turn this around. Does have Smite available. No Flash, though. When becomes Lightning going to be there. Rupture going to be there. Again, trying to steal this away from a Feast that is available. And a Smite. Snoop Dogg going to try to get in there. Will not be enough. Baron secured by Lee Sin. Raging Alcoholic will go on a killing spree. And DZG is back in the driver's seat.
Yeah, we're seeing another instance where this Gwen is just capitalizing on, hey, the other team, the volley is grouping or kind of doing their own thing. I can take this opportunity to kind of push out. Instead, I think he should have tried to help protect. Hey, look for where is this volley? Granted, I don't think he should have lost that smite, but it got messy. I mean, as soon as they lost it, it was almost like morale dropped, and they were like panicking and said, you know what, we need to stop this Baron, and all of a sudden 2 of them got caught again.
Yeah, and yeah, I mean, I think panic is absolutely the right word there. I think you're right. As soon as that Dragon was stolen, they're like, oh crap, we are in a bad spot now. We don't even secure the Dragon, and now they're on Baron. We can't let them have both, and it put them in a position where they, lost track of the objective, lost track of what needed to happen, and GZG capitalized on it, and this siege is going to continue. That's 2 turrets for 1 here. On Bad You're Awful, though, is here on the flank here. Lord Crystal going to get spatted out by that Sonic Wave, though. This turret, not long for this world, though. Iceborn, you got to pull a trigger. You got to do something. You can't just let your entire base, 3 turrets, be taken here. Inhibitor not long to follow either, and that is going to be taken down. Iceborn is kind of potentially lost here. Yeah, on Bad You're Awful just runs. This is very much panic. Oh no, what do we do? We're lost now.
It's kind of like Iceborn just do not have the confidence on the calls anymore, because Maokai definitely had an angle. Hey, let me start this fight. I can CC everyone. Kaisa didn't even walk into to try to poke. There was just no attempt. It was kind of like, hey, I forgot that I'm on hit Tyson. I actually need an auto. It wasn't like he did not have CC available to kind of peel for him if he did get, aggroed on. But at the same time, all of them were situated all around them, and they just kind of let, it was kind of like all 5 of them were just watching instead of actually participating.
Yeah, absolutely. TP coming through. That's going to be a Void Grub summoned as well, so that good save here by DZG, saving up that minion, was going to allow them to continue to siege here. DZG playing a textbook here. They're trying to focus on another lane as the mid lane gets sieged up by super minions. Bot lane is also in a bit of trouble as it's a big wave for DZG down there, so Iceborn has to pull the trigger. That's going to be Nature's Grasp. It's going to be the Finder Turret. Turret will be turned off here, though. That's going to be on Bad Your Awful. It's soaking up a lot of damage. Fails are going to be forced to fight away. Dying Shadow going to hit 3 of them. Holy Carrot getting in there with that Spirit Rush. Going to land the Charm, but it will not be enough. DZG able to disengage. A lot of big ultis used by Iceborn here, but not anything picked up here. Back timer here by Raging Alcoholic is going to be forced to TP back in. This inhibitor not long for this world either, though. Iceborn not able to do anything here to stop it, and that's going to be more Back's channel here. That's the second inhibitor taken here by DZG, setting themselves up for a very clean end to this game should they want it. Tanzo will get stopped here. That's going to be Fails finishing his recall here, but Tanzo's going to be able to walk away here. Voidseeker not doing as much damage as the previous game. DZG is going to set up a recall here, going to likely be looking for this bot lane as this Dragon coming up in another minute.
Yeah, and I mean, honestly, DZG really does not need to. It looks like they could just walk bot lane and just continue autoing because all of DZG survived that engage. Honestly, it just does not seem like they really need it. They already have 2. Let's just see what the other team can do if I'm going to continue autoing.
Yeah, and you're right. I mean, they really don't need to do anything about this Dragon either. They are likely just going to set up some vision in this blue quadrant, and they're going to be able to start sieging this bot lane. Gwen is on the top side of the map, does have access to TP right now, is trying to counter push this wave and not and prevent their base from being sieged on by super minions. Same with the mid lane. We're seeing multiple members of Iceborn trying to push those waves up as well. DZG does have the opportunity here to potentially find a Holy Carrot here. Does have a wave of their own, though, so realistically, while yes, the Iceborn is able to start stopping this right now, this wave is still going to potentially be enough to be able to start taking this turret. Cuz is here, though. Good Spirit Rush here. The Sonic Wave won't land. Void Grubs are here, though, and a couple of minions as well. It looks like this is potentially a base race. This is scary if you're both teams, though. And this is going to be another inhibitor being taken down here, but it looks like Iceborn is the first team to blink here as they just do not feel confident enough to be able to base race here. Nature's Grasp going to come through here. Resets are coming through. Both turrets will be turned off here. Cuz is free hitting. Rapid Fire. Raging Alcoholic hitting as well. Both teams resetting. That's going to be Lord Christo being taken down. Sonic Wave will land. Holy Carrot trying to buy some time. Cuz going to be taken down as well. Oh, DZG biting too much more than they can chew. Raging Alcoholic trying to back away. Ratanzo backing away as well. They were trying to finish the game. Buster Shot going to land. Hump going to flash forward. That's going to be Killer Instinct going to be there to buffer the jump and the flash. And that's DZG. Could they lose this game right here, right now? But that's triple inhibitor down. DZG trying to get a reset. Tanzo looking to potentially push here. Oh, this is a big wave. Tanzo trying to race the clock here. He does have the push here. He's trying. He's doing his best. I think this is potentially the big throw. And that is DZG gonna lose this game 3-2. Despite such a crazy potential comeback, we'll lose to a base race.
Yeah, it was kind of like they did not expect Iceborn to recall, and honestly, I think after grabbing that inhib, just go get Drake, go reset, get everything back up, get an opportunity to push the waves out, but they lost the base race, and honestly, it was a really close game. Could have gone either way. It was a close series, 3-2. It says it all. It was a great series.
Yeah, great series with both teams. I mean, hey, if you wanted a nail biter, if you wanted a really great group 16, best 16, I mean, yeah, that's the way to end a best of 5. Not much else to say. Both teams played amazingly. Congrats to Iceborn. Better luck next time for DZG. Yeah. With that, we'll close out our broadcast. Thank you so much.